Yup, you read that title right. I am actually going to sit here and talk about 584 Thomas episodes. We're all adults here. We all know what Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends is. It was initially a beloved book series written by the Wilbur W. Awdry. It later spawned a TV show that became immensely successful. But with that success comes a longevity with over 584 episodes to its name. But that doesn't mean it was consistently fantastic during that time. You ask anybody who's watched Thomas as religiously as I have, well, the show has its ups, downs, and all-arounds. But today, I'm going to sit down and review every single Thomas episode, from 1984's Thomas and Gordon up to 2020's Thomas and the Royal Engine. This is 24 seasons, 584 episodes total. Oh god. Now, I'm skipping a couple things. I am not talking about any of the direct-to-DVD movies or the Jack of the Pack spin-off. I actually did make videos on those, if you're curious. This is covering only episodes made for the TV shows. I might briefly recap the movies in between, because it might be necessary for TV content in the future, but that is the max I'm going to talk about them. But yeah, this should be interesting. I'm curious how long it's going to take for the quality to decline and how rapidly the show becomes, well, less like itself, as fans can have a couple different answers for when the show declines. But let's stop the dilly-dally. Let's just get started. The Down the Mine pilot. So, when I was working on this video, this thing was still lost, so, but I figured it'd be necessary to bring it up here. Anyways, it's charming. I like seeing the old models, and did some cool effects and stuff, and it was nice to hear some unheard Ringo Starr narration, and it's, charming. I like it. It's not getting ranked on its own, though. When we get to the actual episode, that's when I'll consider where Down the Mine is going on, like, the worst to best list, because this was just a what would a show like this look like, as opposed to being an actual, like, made for people to watch Thomas episode. So, let's get into the show for real, starting with... Here we are at the very beginning with Thomas and Gordon. Thomas, the cheeky lad he is, plays trick on Gordon, and Gordon wants revenge on him, so he takes him on the ride of his life. It just is such a fun, classic episode that really introduces you to Thomas and Gordon's tight personality quirks. The two are very entertaining as a rival here, and it's just really fun to see Thomas lose to Gordon here. I really enjoyed this one quite a bit. Perfect way to start off the show. Edward's introduced. He's sad because he's not being let out of the shed. Then his drivers let him out, Gordon makes fun of him, and then he has to help Gordon. This episode's fine. It's nothing horrible. I do enjoy it. Edward and Gordon are still entertaining characters, but as, like, the first story of the franchise, it's just not as exciting. But I think that's a good thing in this case, because that means it only goes up from here. It's a rainy day on the island of Sodor, and Henry doesn't want to get his paint wet, so he stays in a tunnel. The people try their hardest to get him out, but to no avail. Topham just decides to brick him up in the tunnel because he's not worth the hassle. This is a really good introduction for Henry. There's a reason this episode is so iconic. Well, besides the fact Henry dies in the tunnel of starvation, but in general it shows his more full of himself attitude, and how locked in and selfish Henry can really be. It's a very entertaining one, and there's such a reason it's iconic other than just, well, the news outlets making it look over-controlled. Easily my favorite of the season so far. Always a classic to go back to. Henry is still in that tunnel, and Gordon decides to make fun of him. However, something happens with his valve, and he breaks down. Edward tries to push his express, but he's too weak for it. So Henry's let out of the tunnel and redeems himself by helping Edward with the express. This is a really good redemption for Henry. I'm very glad it showed that Henry can still do some good. Really good one here. The big engines make fun of Thomas for being little. One night, Henry is feeling sick, and Thomas wants to pull his express train. He's really excited, but he goes without coupling himself up to the coaches, and then feels like a fool after he realizes it. I like this one quite a bit. Thomas is just so full of himself in this story that he just forgot the coaches. Like, how does he not feel those? It's a little dumb how he gets to it, but you know what? It's still really entertaining. Though I would argue this is probably the weakest of season 1, but the fact that the weakest so far is still pretty good, I think, is a testament for how good the show is so far.
Thomas the Tank Engine wouldn't stop being a nuisance.
What a way to introduce Thomas. So Thomas, in Thomas fashion, is complaining that he wants to see the world, so Edward decides he'll let him pull his trucks for the day. Thomas is not doing a very good job, however, and nearly gets into a crash with them. Another really good one here. It really shows Thomas's more careless nature, as the trucks are able to trick him pretty easily, and I like how selfish he is throughout this whole episode. Season 1, Thomas is just very funny. While working in the yards, as the events of last episode, Thomas sees James in a runaway with the troublesome trucks, and without any hesitation, he brings the breakdown train to save James. This is a really good redemption story for Thomas. After a couple of failures, Thomas has finally proven himself worthy, and now he has his branch line with his two lovely coaches, Annie and Clarabelle. Just such a great episode right here. Definitely a favorite of mine from season 1. After having a bad first day in the last episode, even though James has popped up in every episode before this, he tries his best to work harder, but he wishes Topham, which doesn't make him happy. Then he has to pull some coaches, and one of the coupling snaps after he's reckless, and some man has to give up his old bootlace. Honestly, it's just very funny to see this misfortune happen to James. He's got such an ego on him and wants to believe he's the coolest around when really, he's not that cool. I really enjoy this one, and this is a great introduction for James. A very good highlight. James is shut up in the yard after the events of last episode, and then he is given a job to pull some troublesome trucks, which has its struggles, but James manages to pull through. This is a pretty good one that shows James' reliability, though I also feel like it rides off the coattails of Thomas's trucks too much looking back at it, but it's still good. Gordon and Henry are making fun of James still because, well, he's James and it's funny. Gordon boasts about how well he knows the line, only to have it backfire later, and then no one wants to ride with him anymore. So it's James's time to take the express, and he proves himself worthy, and Gordon respects him. A really good end to James's arc, though admittedly James's arc is a little too similar to Thomas's without the branch line stuff, but I still enjoy it. And I like the little dynamic James and Gordon have going on here. One of my favorite pairings in the show for sure. Very good episode right here. I enjoy it.
Rubbish, said Thomas. You're too fat. You need exercise.
Man, Thomas used to be such a douche. So Thomas loses his guard, and it's pretty boring, actually. After the string of stellar episodes, this one's just kind of there. Thomas wants to go fishing for some reason, but he is obviously not able to. But after some series of boiler issues and no water tower in sight, his driver and fireman decide to go fishing for water, only to have a fish in his water tanks. This is a charming story. I like it. It's kind of a funny thing to think that there's a fish swirling around in Thomas, and it's got a simplicity to it that I like. But I wouldn't call this episode, like, mind-blowing or anything. Just pretty good. Nice branch line Thomas story here. Terrence the Tractor is introduced, and Thomas hates him because he's a douche, and he thinks his caterpillars are ugly. Though it starts to snow, and Thomas hates the snowplow he's given. When he breaks it, he's like, oh, I don't need it, and then he does. So, who better to save him than Terrence the Tractor? And Thomas learns not to judge a book by his cover. This is a really classic episode here. Simple, Thomas is arrogant, and then needs to learn a lesson one, but it does introduce Terrence, who is a very likable character. Good episode. Thomas meets a bus named Birdie, and he talks about the time he got stuck in the snow last episode. That's a nice piece of continuity. So the two have a race to see who's better. This is all that really happens, but it's a lot of fun, honestly, seeing Thomas and Birdie go at each other. They're very entertaining characters to see clash, and I love just a simple little race story. Definitely a very classic episode for sure. I love this one. Gordon is being petty as always. He has trouble getting on a turntable because of a windy day, so he pulls his express backwards. James finds it funny, but then the wind is too light, so he spins around on the turntable, and all the big engines are fed up and go on strike. Wow, they are this petty that they are just willing to give up their only livelihood. I really enjoy this episode a lot. I love just seeing the big three engines' ego cloud their actual work line and what's actually important to do instead of just how they look and are treated instead of just doing the work they're told. Very good one here, and I would say it's a very timeless episode. Like I said in the last episode, all the engines are on strike. And Edward is sent to do work, but all the big engines disrespect him. Topham seems to think we need a new tank engine, and holy crap, Percy's finally introduced. And him, along with Thomas and Edward, prove how the railway should be ran, leaving the three big engines left in the shed with no work at all. Just another classic episode here, what can I say? Engines are egotistical, so it's about actually doing what's important that puts them straight. Love this one here. Plus it has Percy. What's there not to love? The strike didn't go as planned, so the big three engines are back in the workforce. Meanwhile, Percy is sent to do much smaller work, though he forgets about a signal during his time waiting and nearly crashes into Gordon, and the big runaway pursues. It's a good one here. It's nice seeing Percy interact with someone in the cast who isn't Edward, and it's just a good showcase for who Percy is. Henry is feeling ill, and the Sodor coal isn't doing much for him, so his crew have to make sure to buy relish coal. Even though it's expensive, Topham knows that Henry is an efficient worker. Pretty good to see that he cares about his engines. Alright, episode. We all know this episode. It's the one where Henry crashes while pulling the flying kipper. You don't need me to tell you it's a masterpiece. It's definitely the most visually distinct episode of Season 1. It was a really good episode for Henry. The crash was awesome. And Henry now gains the design we all know and love him for. Great episode. What else is there to say? Gordon is bothered by Henry's constant whistling. However, when his valve breaks, Henry thinks it's really funny, like it is. However, the following day, Henry has some trouble with some school children who threw rocks into his express, so he blows some steam on them. I've always enjoyed this one quite a bit. Henry has a fun little rivalry here with Gordon, and it shows that Henry doesn't take crap from anyone, even children. And plus, the whole Gordon whistle scene was funny. Well, we're at the point that Toby is introduced into the TV series. Topham is on a trip with his family to see Toby's little railway, but it's at threat of shutting down. Unfortunately, it's his last day, and it makes you feel sad for the dude. But thankfully, Topham buys him, and we're left on a cliffhanger of what's to come. This one's really about soaking in Toby's nice little railway and just breathing in this new setting that isn't just the island of Sodor. I really enjoy this one a lot for how different it is from the rest of Season 1. This is an episode I think honestly deserves more attention than it usually gets because it presents something a little different for the show at this point in time, and of course it introduces the beloved Toby. On his branch line, Thomas runs into a police officer.
He wrote regular lawbreaker in his book.
So, it didn't go very well, as you can tell, and Topham remembers the events of Toby the tram engine and brings Toby to work on the island of Sodor after his line closed down. Very good episode here. It's just really funny to see Thomas get into a squabble with a police officer. After James insults Toby, he smashes into some tar tankers after losing focus. Very funny to see him get his comeuppance here. And also it sets up the Toby-James dynamic, which I really enjoy. Very good one. Gordon claims he's never had an accident and wants more respect around here, but when he hears he has to pull a freight train, he decides he wants to stall it, but he gets into a big accident by crashing into a pond. I love this episode. It's just Gordon in his prime, being full of himself, snooty, arrogant, and overall, it's just entertaining to see Gordon be so boastful and get properly what he deserves. Another one of the greatest of season 1 for sure. Classic. So we're finally at the real Down the Mine episode, and thankfully, it's very good. Thomas makes fun of Gordon after the events of last episode, but in traditional Thomas fashion of season 1, he gets his comeuppance after crashing into the mine, and, well, what can I say? I love seeing Thomas and Gordon's rivalry together. Though saying that, with the two both in disgrace, they actually seem to want to help each other instead of fighting each other. I really enjoy that character turn here, even if it's only followed up in, like, one episode after this. But I'm still glad to say it. Very good one. Classic episode. You can see why it was the one they chose for the pilot. And we end season 1 on the obligatory Christmas episode. Thomas and Toby have to save Mrs. Kindly, who's just introduced in this episode. It's really sweet and wholesome. I like it. Not one of the best episodes of the season, but again, cute little Christmas episodes always go a long way for me, so I really like it. Season 1 is a classic. What else is there to say? Definitely a little dated compared to some of the future seasons, but there's such an undescribable charm about seeing a series at its beginning, and Thomas is thankfully no different. Just about every episode's got something entertaining about it, and even the weaker ones, still pretty good. This is a strong start to any show. Now, is season 2 any better? There was a 1.5-year production gap, so who knows? It might be better, it might be worse. Only time will tell. And that time is right now, actually. I'm gonna start watching the season right now. So I'll tell you then. Here we are with season 2, and man, visually, the show has just improved. It looks so much more industrial. Though the story is Thomas is an egotist, and then Percy also becomes an egotist, and the two bicker and fight for a while, and then inevitably make up. This one is really made up of the character pairings. Thomas and Percy didn't really interact much last season, but they're really fun here in like a rivalry sense. I enjoyed this one quite a bit. A pretty good start to the series. I'm glad to see not much has changed from a writing sense from season 1 to 2. I'm really excited to see where the season's gonna go from here. One of Edward's cattle cars breaks loose, and Gordon and Henry make fun of him, saying that cows are nothing to worry about. Only for the two to worry about cows when one is on the line. This is a pretty good one. I love Gordon and Henry's egos then being demolished by a cow. Plus, the faces Gordon and Henry make in this one scene is really funny. Good episode. Edward was misinformed that Thomas wouldn't be in today and that Bertie was taking Thomas's passengers to him, and Bertie has to chase Edward down to make sure his passengers get on the train. This is a really good spotlight episode for Bertie. It shows the determination that the little bus is gonna have. Even if it feels like he's never really gonna manage it, he can still do the work well on his own. Really good here. Trevor the traction engine is introduced, and Edward saves him from scrap. I'm not all that into this episode. Trevor's a really uninteresting character to me, so... James complains about Trevor's age, but after a train trip, well, some boys play with his brakes, and he goes out of control. So it's up to Edward to save James. A very good episode here. It really proves that Edward, no matter how rude you are to him, will always stand up for you no matter what. Plus, it's good to see James actually respect his elders. He really needs to start doing that more often. It doesn't really work out for him when he doesn't. Trevor proves how useful he is to Thomas. Yep, another episode, alright. Not bad or anything, just Trevor doesn't do anything for me. Percy messes with James and Gordon. They don't like that, so they play a trick on him and getting him confused on signals, which seems to be a running trend now that I think about it. Good episode here. James, Percy, and Gordon bounce off each other really well. It's also funny when James is just smugly watching all the engines do their work. Well, I guess he got his comeuppance. His face falls off here. We're finally at the introduction of Duck, one of the best characters. Him and Percy are belittled by the big engines, so Duck takes a stance and gets back at them. Enjoyed it a lot. Duck shows that he takes no nonsense. Also, him and Percy are a really good duo. Sodor is starting to get filled out more. Here we have Harold the helicopter. Percy immediately can't stand him, though it's justified because Harold's an egotist. So him and his driver plan on racing the helicopter, and lo and behold, they win and show it off to Harold. I really enjoyed this one. I like that Percy has his own equivalent to Bertie, though instead of being a friendly rival, it's more of an aggressive rivalry. Great episode. Thomas's brakes are not working the best, so he has to stop earlier than he usually does. But his driver forgets this detail once, and Thomas is on the run, and it's up to Harold, another driver, and whoever to stop him. A really fun episode here. It's a unique way to do a runaway for this series. Percy describes the events of a story that have not happened yet? Huh? But Percy lets the fame go to his head because he sees a danger sign and wants to pass it. Thomas tells him not to, but Percy isn't listening, so he asks the trucks to help him, although they help him a little too well and he's submerged into the ocean, and Henry makes fun of him, like he should. To me, this episode's the definition of a classic Thomas episode. Character makes a mistake and they pay dearly for it. Gotta learn the hard way sometimes. Also, there's Diesel. That's really nice foreshadowing for what's coming up next. We finally have our first diesel engine on the island. Duck plays a trick on Diesel, and well, it doesn't go very well for him because Diesel now embarrasses himself to the island, and, well, he swears revenge. Really good introduction for Diesel. This is quite a good introduction for Diesel here, and is a fun little pairing with Duck, somebody who's also prideful and pretty egotistical himself. Him and Diesel aren't too different, and seeing them clash is really fun. I really enjoyed this episode. So, let's see where the next part brings us and how Diesel's gonna handle this. Diesel's out for vengeance now, as now that Duck has made him look like a fool, he's gonna tell lies to the trucks and blame Duck for all of it. And the big three engines now can't stand Duck, and Duck is forced to run away in disgrace. Man, this episode's pretty timeless now that I think about it. But this is a fantastic middle episode. It really shows don't mess with Diesel or else. And it was nice to see an episode like this at a kids show, especially like a really young kids show, where the villain actually wins. The hero doesn't always come up on top. So let's see how it concludes with... Duck is now working with Edward on his line. However, a runaway train happens during the workforce, and Duck has to slow it down to prevent any massive collisions. And this is a fantastic conclusion to this arc. Before this, Duck was just as egotistical as Diesel, as I had mentioned. The only thing that makes him different is when push comes to shove, he will do the right thing and do what's good. And he really earned the trust back by doing the most noble thing he possibly could. Just a fantastic runaway episode, and it really defines Duck's character journey through this little trilogy extremely well. A phenomenal trilogy of episodes here. This bigger story was definitely worth telling. I love it. Thomas learns the lesson it's okay to be late sometimes. It's a pretty boring episode. Coming after the last few really doesn't help this one. It's just there. But it's not bad though. Donald and Douglas are finally added to the cast. In their debut episode, Topham only wanted one of the engines, and he plans on sending one of them away. However, both cause misfortune and accidents for Topham, and he's really left unsure what to do with them. There's also the spiteful brake van, who's causing trouble for everyone's train he's a part of. Don't worry though, Douglas is gonna take care of him. This is a really good introduction for Donald and Douglas, though I'll admit this episode kind of crams a lot because they lacked an adaptation to do, but still, very good episode. This scene's kind of morbid. Well, nothing has changed. One of the twins is gonna get removed. However, Percy talks to Edward about this, and Edward says he needs a deputation. However, he doesn't realize what that means until it's too late, and everyone tells Percy to go do it. And thankfully, Topham decides, yeah, sure, I'll fork over another $1,000 for another engine. This is a very fun episode here. I love the snow aesthetic, and I like the fact that everyone's trying to make sure Donald and Douglas can stay together. Great episode. Thomas won't stop boasting about how good he is on his line. Everyone's like, oh, it's only your driver. But he's like, nah. But then he tries to go without his driver, and well, he crashes into a woman's house during their breakfast. Just the definition of a classic episode here. It's just really fun for Thomas, Percy, and Toby to bicker. Like, Thomas like, I don't need my driver. Then he does. I also love that the ending sets up for the next batch of episodes. I really like how forward-moving the show feels during this time. Love this episode. Classic. A new diesel engine comes to the island named Daisy to take over for Thomas's work. Only problem, she's lazy and snooty. Daisy's a really entertaining character here. I like this episode a lot. She is really fun, and this was a good introduction.
Is that rubbish? The rubbish turned out to be Annie, Clarabelle, and Henrietta.
Would you believe? Can't wait for that exchange to turn into an episode 30 years after this aired. I'm being serious. Percy is rough with some troublesome trucks and then gets into a crash. The crash looks pretty cool, but that's all I really gotta say. Oh hey look, Thomas is back. Bill and Ben are introduced. Well, okay, they were in Percy Takes a Plunge, but I don't count that. Anyway, Bill and Ben's trucks are removed, and it's stated that it was a diesel's fault. So they play tricks on the diesel. This is just a really fun episode. Bill and Ben are super entertaining characters, and seeing them mess with new diesel Boko was really enjoyable. Great episode to introduce the twins. At night, Gordon and Edward take passenger trains across the island. However, Edward's train went on the wrong line, and Gordon had to take the branch line. Bill and Ben bother Gordon, but then Boko comes in to save him. This is a pretty good episode here. I liked seeing Sodor at night. It looks very beautiful. And seeing Gordon go up against the twins was really funny. And I love the end where he starts to really respect Boko. Very good episode here. Bill and Ben are taking tourists around the clay pits, and it's Edward's job to take them home. However, it's starting to rain, and things are not going as well, and all the big engines tell Edward that he can't do it. However, Edward perseveres and proves he can. What a fantastic episode right here. Edward proves himself to the big engines and finally sticks it to them, showing his worth to the railway. And, thankfully, it ends on a respectful note. Everyone lets Edward rest in peace. How do you honestly top this episode? Oh, so that's how. So Percy is told a ghost story, however Thomas doesn't believe it. Percy wants revenge, so after crashing into some lime, Percy dresses as a ghost to scare Thomas. What can I say other than fantastic? The lighting, the atmosphere... Just such a wonderful looking episode with a fun, creepy atmosphere. You can bet I watch this episode every year on Halloween, and seeing Thomas and Percy clash is fun, and I love the fact that Toby is very willing to help him get in on this. This is just one of the best episodes in my opinion. Easily my favorite of the whole show so far. Percy's ego is flown through the roof, and Thomas isn't having it. It's causing Percy to get late, and he's, well, mad. Percy goes back to doing his work. Unfortunately, some treacle, I think it's called, falls on him, and then some hay, and then, well, he starts looking like a green caterpillar with red stripes. What can I say? Just a really fun Thomas and Percy rivalry episode. I love the part where Thomas and Toby just laugh at Percy. Damn, Toby's got no loyalty. I love it. Thomas is requested to get a Christmas tree. However, he gets stuck in the snow on his way, and Donald and Douglas end up saving him. Yup, another pretty good Christmas episode here. It's charming and sweet, though I definitely would say there have been better episodes this season. Good way to end, though. So I think it's pretty obvious to tell that I love Season 2 of Thomas and Friends. It is such a big improvement on the first season in almost every way. Adds more of Sodor's lore to it. The episodes are just 10 times more interesting. And it's just so engaging to watch. Sure, there were a couple episodes in here that were underwhelming. Some I'd probably say were underwhelming compared to Season 1's weaker episodes. But, like, the best really outweigh a lot of Season 1's best. I absolutely love this batch of episodes. But let's see if they can keep that up, as there was a big 6-year gap in between Seasons 2 and 3. That gap mainly seemed to have been caused by both bringing Thomas to the States with stuff like Shine Time Station, along with other countries, but also the production of David Mitten's passion project, Tugs. So, Thomas comes back finally in 1992. Let's just see if the show benefits from the time off the air or not. It's a cold day on the island of Sodor. Percy wants a scarf, hoping it helps him get warm, but he then gets into an accident and then has Topham's trousers wrapped around him like a scarf. This is a really fun premiere to swing us back into Thomas after all these years. Classic Thomas and Percy little rivalry here, and seeing Percy be the little cheeky douche he is, always a pleasure. Love this one.
Engines don't wear scarves. Engines with proper funnels do, replied Percy. You've only got a small one.
It's gonna rain badly on the island of Sodor, and Percy promises Thomas that he's gonna bring the school children back home safely during the rain. However, the rain is quite strong, and Percy gets submerged into a little puddle of water. However, Percy is more than willing to push through, although with a little help from Harold, even if he doesn't want to admit he needed it. This is just as classic as a Percy episode gets. I love that Percy is genuinely concerned about keeping his promise to Thomas, and I love Percy and Harold's interactions here. Just an amazing episode. Season 3 starting strong. James gets to pull Gordon's Express, and he boasts about it to Toby. However, Toby then breaks down and James has to push him. Nothing mind-blowing, but it's a pretty fun episode. I love seeing James and Toby clash. The ending's great.
Ha ha! Said James.
A famous engine visits the island of Sodor, and Gordon is jealous and he tries to beat his speed record. However, his dome flies off while doing it, and now he is completely embarrassed. Just a classic Gordon episode here. He lets his own ego get the better of him, and now he looks like a weird engine without his dome. I also just find it funny that this visitor doesn't even talk to Gordon, and Gordon still feels the need to one-up him. Good episode. Duck, the awesome character he is, finally gets his own branch line for all his hard work. Him and Donald are working on it, but Donald grows to not be able to stand Duck. So Duck and his driver decide to pull a ploy and put a duck in his tanker. At first it's a little embarrassing, but Donald really starts to grow to enjoy the duck's company. And this is a really sweet episode. I'm glad to see Duck get his own part of the line, and I like giving Donald more characterization away from Douglas. This is really good, honestly. It's better than I remember it being every time I watch it. Okay, we're on our first of many non-railway series adaptation stories. So Thomas gets bumped off the rails. Yeah, not a good way to start these. This episode's really uninteresting. Thomas is sent to pick up a Chinese dragon at the docks, and Percy is left on a siding because he's in a weird position. Thomas accidentally scares Percy, and Percy cowers of a dragon the whole day. There's also some good continuity with Percy boasting about his ghostly trick to Thomas. I really enjoyed this one. The horror parts were really fun, and this was the nice combination of Thomas and Percy becoming friends for real. Good episode. Diesel returns to the island of Sodor to Duck and Percy's dismay. However, he's really not all that helpful with the extra workload he came by for, and he's sent away again anyways. It was good seeing Diesel again, though he's not as smart as he was last time. He's just causing more destruction. But maybe just after losing last time around, he's just like, screw it, I'm gonna be violent. Still a good episode. Oh boy, Henry's Forest, Wilbur Awdry's first issue with the TV series. Now, is this episode bad? Oh heavens no! Well, yes, I understand this episode breaks Rule 55, and I understand why Wilbur would be a little upset. I love this one. It's about Henry's love for this forest, and when he sees it get teared down, it makes him get sad. Over time, he's not sure if anything can get better. This is the first time we really got to see Henry's more emotional side in the series, and I love to see that he does care about things. And I just love his connection with the forest so much, not to mention the forest that is beautiful. This is one of my favorite episodes of the season, for sure. I love this one. Well, it's very musty on the island of Sodor. Gordon gets mud all over him, but for some reason he doesn't want it cleaned off. This seems really out of character. So James pulls the express, but oh no, he can't get up the hill, and then Gordon helps him. I will say, it's really nice to see Gordon help James, but other than that, this episode's just kind of there. It's not horrible or anything, I at least like the setting of seeing it in the fall, but the episode's pretty average.
Bah, said Gordon, and angrily let off steam.
James lies about having an important train to pull, but he's caught on his lie and then has to do freight work. Eventually, though, he does get an important job after all. This story definitely works for James. He always wants to feel important, but hey, after real hard work, he finally gets the chance to be. It works. Thomas and Percy need to prove the importance of the mail train, so they work their hardest all night to make sure that everybody gets their mail on time. Very classic episode here. I love the nighttime setting, and it's just a lot of fun to watch. I especially love that we return to Percy and Harold's rivalry here. Very good episode. I know I'm speeding through a lot of these episodes, but it's not because there's bad, it's just there's a lot of episodes to talk about here. But still, really good one here. Love it. Bertie tells Thomas how bumpy the roads have become. Later, James tells Thomas a lie so that he'll do his work for him. Then he gets into a really cool crash, and then it all connects in a pretty forced way. This isn't a bad episode or anything. I like that it shows Thomas's reliability, but I think it's a very messy episode. I like the frog at the end. A new Diesel named Mavis is giving Toby trouble at the quarry. She tries pulling some trucks up a hill, but she doesn't stop in the right place and gets stuck. Toby reluctantly then has to help her, and good episode here. I love seeing Toby clash with a modern Diesel as the old steam engine he is, and I like Diesel's appearance in this episode as well. And Mavis is just an entertaining character. Excited to see where this goes. Mavis wants the trucks to push her across the limit. However, Toby ends up taking the trucks, and he ends up getting in trouble instead, nearly falling off a bridge. So it's time for Mavis to step up and prove that she can be really useful. It's a really good character redemption here for Mavis, truly proving that yes, she can be a really useful engine. And the best part about it? Mavis keeps this for the rest of the show. Well, I'm glad someone gets to be the exception. Very great episode. Edward and Trevor help promote the Vickers farm party. It's fine. Nothing mind-blowing, nothing horrible. Just there. Oh boy, episode 69. Oh, and hey, look, it's pretty good. So James gets stung by a bee and tries everything to get the bees off the side of his boiler. It's just a really funny episode here. I love that James has this big red nose the whole episode, and desperately is trying to see him get the bees away from him is just really entertaining. And I love the little nicknames Duck will give him, being like, "You're the bee's knees." Tonally, so far, this season's been a bit more varied than some of the others, and I really like that. Episodes feel very unique here. It makes the watch experience fun. Oh man, we're all at sea already? This is one of my favorite ones. Duck dreams about what's beyond the horizon. However, after a job trying to save a man, Duck realizes the importance of being a steam engine, and what can I say other than this episode is a literal masterpiece? A, it's gorgeous. B, I really like the use of Harold here, with Duck being all giddy about where Harold can go. And I just love how Duck accepts his place and how, well, he learns that he's useful here. Sure, he'd love to see what's beyond the horizon, but being a steam engine's great. One of the best in the whole show. Bill and Ben accidentally bump into each other during a wrong turn, and now the two can't stand each other, and they fight, and it's kind of uninteresting, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not horrendously horrible or anything, but it doesn't really do anything that interesting. Gordon is afraid that all the steam engines are going to get replaced by diesels. And hey, we even get to see Flying Scotsman. But then the episode completely shifts and it's about Henry complaining that he doesn't have any tenders. This adaptation was really botched. I would have loved to see the scene where Scotsman and Gordon could find. But I like the ending though, it's pretty funny. Okay, so I think we all know this episode is, like, amazing and one of the best in the whole show, but, like, come on, I can't not talk about it. Douglas saves an engine named Oliver and brings him back to the island of Sodor. What can I say other than I just love this episode? I love that they tie this into Douglas's fear of being scrapped and abandoned, and it's just awesome to see a steam engine save another one from certain doom. One of my favorites. I always feel like this episode kind of gets forgotten in discussion, but to be fair, Oliver's last episode was way better, so... But I do really like this one. Oliver's ego gets the best of him, and now he thinks he's invincible after Douglas helped them escape the scrapyard. However, it all goes to his head and it comes crashing down on him, literally. This is a really good episode to show that even when you're at your best moments, you can still make a big mistake and fool yourself. I love this one, too. A bus named Bulgy is giving Tuck trouble on the Great Western Line. He lied to his passengers that he can take them through a shortcut, and then he gets stuck under a bridge. Very fun episode here. Bulgy's a very funny character, and putting him next to Duck, who values passengers dearly, makes it really entertaining. Great episode.
Yeah, boo snubs.
Bill and Ben are sent to work on the main line, but they're tricked by the trucks and embarrassed badly. However, a cave-in is happening in the clay pits, and Bill and Ben save everybody. This is a really good redemption story compared to the weak episode that was One Good Turn. Bill and Ben proving that, yeah, they're jokey and juvenile, but they'll do what's necessary at the most dire times. A really good episode for the twins.
Here, you're on the main line now. Actually, Gordon, giggled Ben, when we saw you, we thought this was the scrapyard.
James and Percy bicker and complain all day, trying to prove who's more useful. Well, it turns out neither are, as both fail to get each other's jobs done. It's whatever. I like the part where Percy gets hit by fruit. That's funny. Another Christmas episode. Well, unless you live in America, but we're not talking about that. Thomas and Percy have to save villagers from the snow. A really fun episode here. I love the aesthetics of this one a lot, and I especially enjoyed the dialogue between Thomas and Percy. Great way to end off Season 3. Season Season 3 was amazing. What else can I say? It's easy to see why this is a lot of people's favorite season. It's visually the most gorgeous season yet. We get a good variety of characters. No one really feels left out this year. Just about everything in this season really clicks for me. Again, a few weak episodes, but 1 or 2 episodes I'm so-so about. It doesn't compare to anything when you got hits like Escape, All at Sea, Henry's Forest. I could really go on. But now, let's see if Season 4 can keep up the quality. There wasn't as big of a gap, it was only 2 years this time. So let's see how good Season 4 is 2 years after Season 3. Thomas tells the story about 3 little engines named Duke, Stort, and Falcon, and how they inevitably separated. This episode right here is the definition of a perfect introduction. It gives us a brand new, fresh look at the island of Sodor without the baggage of Thomas and his friends, and leaves you feeling very sad when you see Duke in that shed alone. What a fantastic way to start. One of my favorite episodes of the whole show. Duke is just amazing. I love him. Thomas now tells the second bit of the story, where Duke is finally found and reunited with Stort and Falcon. While not as strong with introducing new concepts like the narrow gauge engines the previous episodes did, this episode's still sweet. I absolutely love it. It was just so sweet seeing Duke, Stort, and Falcon reunite. Season 4 is starting really good. Another story from Thomas. This time he tells the tale of how Stort fell off the side of a ledge and Duke saved him. Just a really great episode here, what can I say? It just shows how great of a character Duke is. In spite of how rude Sir Handel is, he stands up for him no matter what. I love this one. So I think it's become obvious I love Duke, hasn't it? Another story about Duke, but Thomas doesn't tell it this time. Huh, that's weird. Duke is pulling a train, however, he's not doing it as well because he's getting old. Stort and Falcon help him, though Falcon inevitably breaks away, and Stort is becoming a bit of an egotistical douche about it. However, Duke ends up sticking it to Stort when he pushes him and makes it look like he's the one pushing the train. Man, Duke is just such a fun character. I love how far he's willing to go on these kind of things. So this is the last appearance of Duke ever. Now I'm sad. Good episode, though. Stort and Falcon are now officially renamed Sir Handel and Peter Sam respectively. Skarloey is old and in the sheds, waiting for something to do while Rheneas has been gone. Meanwhile, Sir Handel had taken a train, but the coaches bumped him and he went off the rails. So Skarloey decides he wants to take the passenger train. It's a bit of a tough journey, but he does make it in the end and proves to himself he's still very useful. It's just such a great episode. I love Skarloey. He's so kind, he's sweet, lovable, and I just love the amount of respect he gets at the end. Season 4 has just been so strong so far. I love it. Peter Sam and Sir Handel meet Skarloey for the first time, but I thought they already met by the beginning. Oh, whatever. Sir Handel just refuses to do work all day. That sounds kind of uninteresting, but thankfully they kept it very entertaining because he's such a jerk and he's so adamant about his ways. Even Gordon finds it shocking. I love this one. Due to Sir Handel's accident, Peter Sam has had to do more work than ever. However, Henry isn't having it, and he's afraid of the little steam engine getting late, though he nearly is after leaving behind the refreshment lady, only to realize that Henry was messing with him the whole time. I like that we show off a little bit of Peter Sam's naivety, and I think it's just really funny for Henry to mess with him. It's a good one here. A new diesel named Rusty is introduced. Okay, so anyway, Gordon tells Sir Handel that he can just lie about being sick and that can get him out of work. Yes, Gordon really did this again, come on. So Peter Sam takes on Sir Handel's jobs, only to get into a massive crash because the trucks think he's Sir Handel and they wanted to get revenge on him. Man, poor Peter Sam, just look how sad he is here. But still, this is a good episode. I like the crash a lot, and Sir Handel, like usual, was very funny. Also, Rusty was introduced. He's cool. Duncan is introduced. He does rock and roll on the rails and gets stuck in a tunnel. This is a pretty funny episode. Duncan doing rock and roll on the rails is a pretty funny concept to me, so I enjoy it quite a bit here.
If it happens again, he ended ominously, I shall find ways to cut you down to size. In other words, your career is on the line. Need I say more?
Duncan, the rebellion he is still upset to hear Diesel's on his line. James then tells him that he can do a boycott and shoo him away. Not only does this fail, but Duncan gets into an accident. Rusty doesn't want to save Duncan at first, honestly who could blame him, but after realizing passengers are in trouble, the little Diesel decides to save him, and Duncan realizes, hey, Rusty can be cool sometimes. It's really nice to see the two reunite, and to see Duncan actually try to become a better engine. I enjoyed this episode quite a bit, and it was nice to see rivals become friends. Well, there's no Christmas episode this season, but we do have a winter episode, of sorts. While there is a lot of it that takes place in winter, we also get some fall, some summer. Really, all the seasons get some kind of attention here. And to give it credit, this is without a doubt the most beautiful episode of the show up to this point. I think the way it goes through the styles makes it gorgeous. The story is pretty simple. After Trucks, Peter Sam's funnel gets destroyed, and he needs a new one. Though unfortunately he has to use a pipe drain, but thankfully he does gain a better funnel that helps him steam across the line much better. It was really nice to see Peter Sam finally get a victory after all his losses. But yeah, this episode is a visual beauty. I do think visuals alone really carry this one, but it's still got a fun Peter Sam story. I love this one. It's basically the narrow gauge equivalent of the Flying Kipper. After bragging non-stop about his new big wheels, Skarloey comes up with a plan to have Sir Handel go up against George, and the two have bickering fights with each other. This one is just really funny. I cannot get enough of George and Sir Handel teaming up against each other. I really like this one a lot. It's definitely one of the best of the season, just for the dialogue alone.
You swank around with your steamroller wheels, pretending you're as good as me.
Actually, I'm better. Goodbye.
Duncan won't stop grumbling about how he will not get polished like Skarloey. It's fine. It's got a few funny interactions with Topham, but overall, meh. Duncan won't stop grumbling, so Skarloey tells Duncan the tale of when Rheneas got his passengers through the rain. We've done this like 2 other times before. Man, Audrey really loved this plot trope. Thankfully, this episode is very good, so I see why he did. The rain looks fantastic in this episode, and I love Rheneas' determination to save his railway here. A stunning episode. And it was really nice to see Rheneas, one of my favorites of the season. A Bluebell line is opening up on the island of Sodor, and it needs an engine, so Rusty goes all the way to the mainland to save one. Yes, I know this one seems like a big retread of Escape, which it is, but does that really mean it's bad? As I mentioned last episode, retreading happens pretty commonly in this show, but I really enjoyed this one quite a bit, honestly. It's really nice to actually see a diesel save a steam engine for once. It's very rare as we go on to get to see that. The visuals are as gorgeous as all of Season 4's are, especially the nighttime shots. And just in general, it's such a feel-good episode in my opinion, seeing Rusty save the Bluebell engine Stepney. And I love how it transitions into the next storyline we're getting. So, I know it's going to be unpopular for some, but I like this episode. Stepney is getting tired of his Bluebell wine and takes a trip to Sodor, and Thomas, man, I haven't mentioned him in a while, gets jealous in true Thomas fashion, though when Tim and Stepney speak, they get along. It's okay. I like they use Stepney to reintroduce the standard gauge engines. That's all I really gotta say, really. Stepney is taking a line of trucks, However, during a game, a ball falls into one of his trucks, and the players have to go after him to get his ball back. This is a really fun episode here. It introduced Caroline, who's a pretty neat character, and I also like the fun chase sequences here. It's really entertaining. It's Stepney's last day on the island of Sodor, and he has to spearhead a train with a very snobbish Diesel. Nobody likes him, but hey, he's proud of that, honestly. But he gets his comeuppance when he gets a bowler hat stuck in his injection pipe. Really good one here. Always love these episodes where the steam engines put the mean Diesel in their place. And I really liked seeing Stepney and Duck pull a train together and getting to see all the visual beauty. Well, good episode to conclude the Stepney saga. The circus has come to the island of Sodor, but some trouble might have been caused by it, as one of the elephants went rogue and messes with Henry. I enjoyed how unhinged the big three engines were at the beginning of this, and seeing the misfortune of Henry through the elephant was pretty funny. Carrying off the events from Season 3, the trucks now make fun of Oliver. It's getting worse and worse by the day, and Toad has an idea to regain the respect of the trucks through Oliver. Unfortunately, it doesn't go to plan, and Oliver rips apart Scruffy. What a great episode here. It finally shows, after Oliver was at his lowest point, he can build himself back up again. And Scruffy was a really fun antagonist here, and his comeuppance was perfect. Daisy returns, and she has trouble with a bull named Champion. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I like Daisy and the Bulls' rivalry here. It was nice to see Daisy again, at least. Yes, you have heard me talk for 100 episodes straight. Topham gets a letter from a little girl who wants to see all the major engines on the island of Sodor. Thomas has to train Oliver in his replacement time, but he then gets into a massive accident. But don't worry, he gets to London anyways. And while not the most deep plot or anything, it was really fun to see all the cast of characters come together and just hang out, and seeing them all go to London was really fun, and having them all idolized as these big grand machines was awesome. Good way to celebrate 100 episodes, though I'll admit, getting a little exhausted talking about these. I think someone else can cover the next one.
Paying pots and queens, or in the US, Thomas meets the Queen. There are two words I can describe this episode: comforting and beautiful. The episode starts strong with Thomas and Gordon puffing together to Tidmouth Sheds after having that wonderful alliance. I just love that with Thomas and Gordon. Sir Topham Hatt makes an announcement about the Queen visiting Sodor. And of course, James and Henry making a little argument on who's going to be taking the Queen. Oh, classic Henry and James. Of course, Henry is always going through some trouble. I love the scene with Thomas, Gordon, and the Fat Controller. You can tell that Thomas and Gordon want to be useful engines and want to help out. And of course, Sir Topham Hatt is a nice guy. For those who keep saying that Sir Topham Hatt is an evil guy. But he's a nice guy, and decides to give him a treat. Thomas will be shunting Gordon's coaches, and Gordon will be taking the Queen. And then we have a beautiful scene with all the engines getting everything ready, with that wonderful triumphant music by Michael Donnell and Junior Campbell. And then when Gordon arrives with the Queen, everyone had a wonderful moment. Percy, Toby, James, Henry, Gordon, Thomas, and Edward, they all had a wonderful moment in this scene. It feels like a conclusion to Thomas. All the main 7 characters from Season 1 together, it just feels like a culmination of Season 1. All the characters together, and it's just beautiful. George Carlin and Michael Angelis did a fantastic job as the narrators, and overall, this episode is just fantastic. One of my favorite Thomas episodes.
Yeah, I agree with everything that guy said. Henry is pulling the Flying Kipper yet again, though Duck is trying to help him up the mountain, but things don't go the greatest. This episode is visually gorgeous, not to mention it feels like a real steam engine come to life. This one is almost exclusively drawn by its visuals and prowess, but that's not always a bad thing. I really enjoy this one quite a bit, and plus the crash with Duck was pretty entertaining. I like how the visuals and cinematography are enough to keep me entertained. Toby's sad he won't be a special attraction, but then it becomes about Percy causing a crash with Bulstrode, and very disjointed. The crash was the only cool part. Last Railway series story for a while, and hey, I don't mind it. Percy runs over Tom Tipper's new bike, but it's fine because Tom Tipper hated it and wanted his van back. It functions. There's nothing wrong with it. It's okay. It definitely fell off a little bit by the end, but thankfully Season 4 was just as good as ever. It has some of the strongest highs in the series yet. Though I will say, I think Season 3 did a better job with individual episodes. I think 4 as a whole season is way better than 3. The narrow gauge and Stepney stuff just builds up so well. Admittedly, the main set of characters we've grown to know from the first 3 feel kind of like an afterthought this time, but even then, they still had a lot of very good episodes with them. Season 4 was amazing, might even be the best season. It and 3 are kind of like in a competitive sense for me. I don't know which one I like more, but still, they're pretty much tied in my head. Now let's get on to Season 5 with only another 2.5-year production gap. Let's see if the show can top itself yet again.
It is so weird that it took them 5 seasons to introduce Cranky. Anyway, new crane engine introduced. He's annoying to Thomas and Percy. He falls down. Thomas and Percy have to help him. This is one of my favorite premieres. Not as good as Grandpa from last season, but this is a very strong second. It's really funny. It introduces an iconic character in Cranky, and everything about it's just so endearing. Absolutely amazing premiere to start the season with.
Help! Call the engines from inside the shed. I can't! Called Cranky.
A group of lorries come to the island of Sodor and try to help out with the work. However, they're very rude, and also end up becoming very efficient as they all get into accidents. This is a really good episode right here. The lorries are really fun characters, and I love that it proved the engines are irreplaceable. Great episode.
So what can a big engine really do?
Not speak to silly little green engines for a start,
Replied Gordon.
Ouch, Gordon. Gordon complains and fumbles about how bad the view at the new station is, but his brakes start to not work as well, and, well, he gets a better view, alright. What can I say? This is just a really fun episode. Seeing Gordon sulk all the time is really funny, and especially seeing him get what he deserves in the crash is awesome. Plus, I like the new station they made for him a lot. Great episode here. Classic. 108 episodes in, and Sir Topham Hatt finally gets his own episode. It's Lady Hatt's birthday, and he doesn't want to run late. However, misfortune follows him everywhere he goes. This one is just the definition of funny. Seeing Topham consistently get in more wild and wild situations just becomes funnier and funnier, and seeing him drive Thomas at the end was really awesome. What can I say? This is one of the most entertaining episodes of the whole show. Another banger.
Yourself a car, you're a disgrace to the road. Find yourself a scrapyard.
James, as always, boasts about his paintwork. However, there have been rumors lying around that trees have been landsliding into the rails due to the rain, and James has to take a goods train. Unfortunately, he runs into one of these and nearly gets into a crash. What an amazing episode here. James, as always, is really entertaining, and I love the part where Thomas saves him and doesn't even crack a joke. It's also really cool to know that the trees falling onto the rails is actually based on something that actually happened on British railways. Such a fun episode here, I love it.
Color's nice, James. Pity about your face, though, said a freight car.
Gordon really isn't working the best, and all the other engines tease him about gremlins. Then Topham wants Gordon to pick up a special visitor. But after that, things just kind of start to get a little random. Like, there's this whole dog that runs around. He runs into a bowl. It's not a bad episode or anything. It's really entertaining. But I think just compared to what we've had up to this point in the season, this one's a bit of a mess. It was really cool to see Dowager Hat for the first time, though. That character's fun. George is just being the absolute worst on the railway, causing mayhem for absolutely everyone. And I absolutely love this episode. Every little action George does against the engines is absolutely hilarious in this episode. And just every little crash and accident, just everything that could go wrong does, and it's so engaging. And the ending comeuppance with George was amazing. One of my favorite episodes of the season for sure.
I need to flatten little engines in the scrapyard, retorted George. Hillsdale End, said Percy. That's my home, replied Toby. That's why I like it, especially when you're there and not here saying I'm silly. Good night.
Percy helps Maithway try to win the Best Dressed Station Award, but then there is trouble with a ram. It's alright. Nothing bad. It's just okay.
Percy is annoyed, thinking that too much work has been put upon him. Later, he's given the job to work at a mine, but accidentally pushes trucks too far into the mine, and a cave-in ends up happening. Thankfully, with a lot of quick thinking, Percy saves himself and his crew. This is one of Percy's best episodes, without a doubt. Percy's grumbling about putting upon too much work is just a little too true to life, and the cave-in sequence is one of my favorites in the series. Definitely one of Percy's best episodes.
It's raining bad on the island of Sodor, and there's a worry something bad will happen. And it does, as the dam breaks, and Toby is on the ride of his life, hoping he, survives. What can I say about this episode? It's just so exhilarating the whole way through. It's dangerous, suspenseful, engaging, fun. The model crew have really been giving it their all on what episodes of Thomas can truly be. This is definitely one of my favorites of the whole show. I love this one. Henry is going down the old line, but something doesn't feel right. There's something spooky, eerie going on. And later that night, he has to go down there again, and hoping that the worst doesn't come to him. And, well, what can I say about this episode that no one else has? The visuals are phenomenal. The feel is just super eerie. And just everything about this episode literally works for me. Man, Season 5 has been on a hot streak. Almost every episode's been a banger up to this point. Definitely another season best for sure here.
Bill and Ben are having trouble with work as always. But this time around, Topham brings in a new diesel named Derek, and he isn't working the best though. But the twins don't understand that, and then have to pull their weight at the end. I really enjoyed this one. Alec Baldwin gave Bill and Ben the funniest voices, and I found them so funny as a kid and now. And also, I just think it's a really entertaining episode, and once again, I'm very glad to see Bill and Ben truly can pull their weight.
Stepney is working in the quarry with Toby and Mavis. However, at night, it's time for him to go back home. But he gets lost and two diesels plan to scrap him. But don't worry, Topham saves him. Yup, another great episode. Gee, Season 5 is like the best season ever or something. The visuals are as good as Haunted Henry. The scope is entertaining. The atmosphere is eerie. Arian Burt's introductions are iconic. Great stuff. Topham finds a map to an old castle and wants to explore it. At night, Toby is scared of a ghost, but thankfully it's just a small engine. This one's pretty good. I like the visuals of this one a lot. It's got a fun adventure along with some creepiness, though the new character Bertram could be a little more interesting. He's not super bad, I mean he appears for like 20 seconds, but he feels more like a toy character. Still a good episode. Henry pulls the flying kipper again. Unfortunately, like usual, it doesn't go very well, as he submerges into the ocean. This is a good one here. I like the visuals a lot. It reminds me a lot of Fish, and it's got some fun interactions. Very good episode here. Love that shot of Henry in the sea.
My, Henry. I expect you'll have some fishy tales to tell.
Thomas and Percy find an old, slow coach. She is sad as she's going to be broken down soon. Later, James catches on fire, and Thomas and Percy have to put out another fire. And then, after the realization that the firemen don't have a home anymore, they use old, slow coach as that home. This is a very well-constructed episode. I like how all these disjumbled plots connect. And it has all the creativity that I come to expect from Season 5. Very good one. The kids' playground needs repair, but in the meantime, the big engines are upset because Harold is taking a very important person around the island, and Thomas inevitably asks Topham what it's about. Pretty good episode here about needing to speak up against your authority and not just keep things in just because the other big engines don't want to. And it was fun seeing them squabble against Harold. I like this one. Oliver's tired of his main run and wants a change, and after an accident, he ends up being able to run the mail line, though he is late and ends up on a different line altogether, where he discovers an old station. Another episode I enjoy quite a bit. The visuals of this one are really good, as it always is in the nighttime, and I always love seeing the expansion of lore through abandoned places. Good episode.
Percy has to put together a wedding package for Mrs. Kindly's daughter. It's a very simple episode, but I really like a lot of the character moments, and honestly, this is just such a sweet episode. It's very enjoyable. I like it a lot. Sir Topham Hatt tries to take a holiday, but everything goes poorly for him. This is a great episode. I really enjoy seeing pretty much every major transport on Sodor. I love all the locations we visit. It's a lot of fun. Also, weird side note, but Annie and Clarabelle have been like really dirty and bruised throughout the season, and this episode randomly acknowledges that? That's just kind of weird to me.
Still a great episode to watch. Hey look, they fixed the dam. Percy is tired of the same old, same old. It feels like every engine's having that conundrum now. So the trucks break away and a big surprise happens as he has to chase them down. Yeah, this episode's fine. Pretty standard runaway episode, though.
Hello, Percy. How are things? Asked Toby. Boring.
Mrs. Kindly is sad, and, well, everyone on Sodor tries their best to make her happy. What can I say? This is one of the most wholesome episodes of the whole series. I love everyone coming together just to make one old woman smile. Toad has forward-thinking views, and he wants to move forward instead of backwards for a change. Well, the trucks give him exactly what he wants, and he goes on the ride of his life. This is one of the most fun episodes of the whole show, period. The runaway is exhilarating, it's got a lot of really funny bits, and overall, it's just thoroughly engaging. I love this one.
He could only smile. A pond is the only place for a toad, I suppose?
Peter Sam had trouble with trucks and is shut up in the sheds. Duncan finds it funny, and Rusty tells him a story about an engine who fell into the ravine. A trick is later played on Duncan by his driver on the bridge, too. This is one of my favorite episodes of the whole show, really. I love that we get to actually see the full ghost story of the engine falling in, and I also love that there is interpretation to this episode. The ghost engine could be real, or it couldn't be. The music's on point, it's a gorgeous episode. Literally everything about this episode clicks for me. Without a doubt, one of my favorites of the whole show, and probably my favorite Duncan episode, period. Definitely a classic. A new quarry is opening up on the island of Sodor. Rusty finds the boulder pretty unnerving, and during construction on the new quarry site, the boulder falls off and chases the little diesel, and then chases a few of the other steam engines, and just causes havoc throughout. I know this episode can be a little controversial, and understandably so. It does feel a bit like a toy commercial episode, and it is a bit sillier than usual. But I love this episode. There's such a strong thrill to this episode. Like, any moment, that boulder could just run you down, and it's so dangerous. I also love the discussion on how much man should be involved with nature, and how much of a danger that can present. And I like that, like I said last time, you can infer either the boulder being alive or not. Leaves it up to interpretation. Honestly, this is my favorite episode of the whole show. I could watch it over and over again and not get enough of it. I love it. Thomas gets stuck in the snow, and Rusty tells him the story about how Skarloey got trapped in an avalanche and then got out. This is a really good episode. I love how the snow looks here. I really enjoyed the avalanche scene, and it was really nice to get a Skarloey-themed episode after not seeing him too much this season. Very good one here. Good end to the season.
Then it happened.
Season 5, new best season. What can I say, really? Every episode was an absolute banger. I loved every single one of them. That thing I mentioned in Season 3 about tone, even better here. Almost every episode's a banger, and what can I just say? I love this season. Every single aspect about it. For me, at least, this is the peak of the show. Now would be the time I'd say I'm really excited to jump into the next season, but we got a little problem. Thomas and the Magic Railroad came out after this season. The film definitely has its fans. I don't want to say everybody on the planet hates this movie because that's far from true, but I'm kind of more ambivalent on this film. I think it does some things cool and a lot of things not so much. But we're not talking about it. I've already talked about Magic Railroad in other videos. But now we've got to go into the season that follows up this movie that made a few pretty odd decisions with the Thomas Lawrence story. Will some of Magic Railroad's weird oddities be in Season 6? Or was this movie just a fluke and the show is going to be as good as ever? Let's find out as we jump into Season 6. A new diesel named Salty comes to the island of Sodor and is forced to work at the quarry with Bill, Ben, and Mavis. He doesn't really like it as he sees himself more as a dockside diesel, but he puts in all the work he can, and thankfully it does pay off as Topham lets him work at the docks. This is thankfully a really good episode right here. Being after Magic Railroad, it doesn't seem like too much is different. The color palette's a little uglier, but the episode is still thankfully very entertaining, and Salty is a really likable character who I'm excited to see more of. Great episode to start off the season.
A new engine arrives to the island of Sodor. His name is Harvey. The engines don't really like him though, because he looks different and weird. But he proves that his weirdness is pretty helpful. It's fine. It's a good moral to teach kids, but it's not really done very interestingly. Also, there's this weird point where Edward's out of character, but still, this isn't a bad one. It's okay. After causing an accident in Brendam Docks, Cranky, Bill, Ben, and Salty are all trapped there for a day. Very simple story, but honestly, this one is just really funny. Salty's interactions with Cranky are hilarious. And I like how Bill and Ben are egging him on just to annoy Cranky. This is a really good episode. I'm glad they still have their humor in check.
Definitely one of the funniest episodes in the series. Favorite episode of the season so far.
One was hurt.
Set my ears, wailed Cranky.
So for the first time since Season 3, Percy and Harold have their rivalry yet again. Percy is upset because a signal is stopping him from delivering the mail. Harold is later sent in to grab the mail. Unfortunately, he gets into a crash because he carried too much of it. And this is a really enjoyable episode, I feel like. I'm glad to see the Percy and Harold rivalry again, and I like the way the two make up. Good episode. One of Thomas's side rods breaks in front of a shed. His driver finds a lorry that he drives out to find a new one, and she's put back into steam. Meh, this episode's just kind of there. It's not horrible or anything, but Elizabeth is kind of annoying. I think it's funny that she's rude to Sir Topham Hatt, but she doesn't really do much for me. It's fine, though. It's been foggy on the island of Sodor. A fogman named Cyril puts detonators around and makes sure to warn them of landslides. Topham wants to replace Cyril with a foghorn that is very loud and causes landslides. Cyril makes sure then to stop a crash between Thomas and Toby. This episode is pretty ahead of its time, with the commentary of machine taking over man's work. I enjoy the Misty Valley set they made here. It's actually the one time I think the gray works for Season 6. And it's got a good moral of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Also, side note, it's kind of mean to think that Topham was going to fire this guy, isn't it? Wow, an episode not directed by David Mitton. Instead, we have Steve Asquith, as this is a backdoor pilot for the spin-off Jack in the Pack, which I've covered before. So, Thomas brings Jack to a construction site, and we really just meet a bunch of vehicles. However, in this case, that is not a bad thing at all. Characters like Oliver, Kelly, Byron are all really fun and entertaining characters. It's just entertaining to see them interact, really. I like this. Let's see where part 2 goes. Jack is still not sure about his place on the pack from the previous episode. However, Ned later knocks down portions of the bridge, and Thomas is coming by. In a burning moment of heroicness, Jack goes in and holds the bridge steady to make sure Thomas crosses, even if he breaks his front. This and the last episode are a really fun two-parter here. I love how it expands on Sodor's story, and we see a new cast of characters. And in general, it's just a really good story that redeems Jack. I like this one a lot, one of my favorites of the season. Oh boy, a Christmas... Oh, wait. I mean a winter holiday episode. That's not as exciting. Thomas has to pick up a Christmas tree, though he uses his terrible snowplow. Thought he got over that. Okay. It breaks off, and he has to trudge through without his snowplow. It's a fine episode. Nothing super wrong with it, but it's definitely not one of the best or anything. Man, the show hasn't done a lot of things in like 2 seasons now. We have a Donald and Douglas episode. The two crash into Trevor's little hay cart, and they both blame each other for it. They decide to separate, they miss each other, and then they come back together after an accident. I enjoyed this one a lot. It was nice to see a different side of the twins that we've never seen before. The two actually being able to kind of get into conflict with each other. And the resolution was really sweet. It's a good thing that they made up completely after this, and we'll never have to see a story like this ever again. Diesel is back yet again for the first time since Season 3. What are the odds? He has to pull a long line of trucks while Henry is away, thinking he's the world's strongest engine, until the trucks dupe him. It's a fun episode, I like it, though I don't really understand how this is going to get rid of all the steam engines, Diesel. Oh wow, it has taken 6 seasons, but we have finally had a Halloween episode. Thomas, Percy, and Duck are sent to work on the smelter's yard on Halloween, and Percy is feeling scared. Thomas finds it a fun time to tease him, but he doesn't realize he's going too far, until he's left alone in the yard, and, well, he gets scared. But Percy thankfully decides to comfort him. The scary vibes of it are really cool, and I love just how unsettling the smelter's yard feels. And that feeling of Thomas when he's alone, you really see it. I also really love how Thomas and Percy come together at the end. It really shows how much growth the two have had since, like, Season 2. Man, Season 6 has had some really good episodes still. I'm glad we haven't dipped too hard. Okay, so I think this might be my least favorite episode of the whole show so far. Percy helps Maithwaite in a Best Dressed Station contest. However, he sees a mine break down, and now he becomes really scared. And then he sees lawn gnomes and screams dearly. It is gonna get worse from here, admittedly. This isn't gonna be the worst offender, but this is the first offender of Percy is scared of everything and screams about it. It's just like the mine crashing down bit is really cool, admittedly, but Percy just being scared and whiny about everything really brings it down. It's not even that horrible in retrospect, but it's not really good. Definitely my least favorite of the whole show so far. Sucks too, we just had a really good Percy episode before this. Harry and Bert return. They make Percy a middle engine, and Percy is now sad. Later on, Henry pushes him into a coal tipper, and for some reason he gets blamed and not Henry. But then James gets a big ego, and then he becomes middle engine, and Percy helps him. Wow, this episode actually kind of sucks too. Uh-oh. Percy just really didn't get any justice here, so I don't know why he's so happy at the end. It also doesn't help that Harry and Bert now really suck compared to their first appearances, where they were awesome. And just in general, this episode is just so unsatisfying. Like, nothing really paid off from what was set up. Like, Percy didn't get justice for the coal tipper. I guess you could say James, but even then he didn't really do anything that bad. I guess it was funny at the end, but other than that, this one's kind of bad. Thomas brings a hot air balloon to a station, and James suddenly thinks it's going to take all their passengers away. That's a really wild escalation. But this episode's fine. I like some of the panning shots. Thomas and James have some fun interactions, but overall, I did like the balloon crashing into James, though. That was pretty funny. It's winter on the island of Sodor, and the engines are talking about Jack Frost. After Percy's deliveries are done, he's left in a siding, and icicles start falling on his head, and James sees him and finds Jack Frost scary. Solid scary episode here. I like the fact it takes place at the snow. It's fun.
Scary Jack Frost.
Oh, come on, Baldwin. You can do better than that. Still an alright episode. Gordon gets upset with Salty after making fun of him in the docks. Then he is sent to pull a goods train and then gets into an epic crash. This crash is awesome, but as a whole, this episode feels like a less good version of A Better View for Gordon. It's not bad or anything. This one's still pretty entertaining, but that one was just much funnier in terms of how Gordon sulked and then got his comeuppance. Here it's a bit more monotone, but still, I like this one. It's good. Percy is tired of constantly getting dirty, so he tries to take on more clean jobs, but keeps getting dirtier. It all comes to a crashing point, get it? When he crashes into a chocolate factory. This is a pretty solid episode here. Feels very put upon Percy, and definitely not as good as that episode, but it's still got some funny moments.
Pudding, Percy, teased James.
Ben needs to fix up his buffers, and Bill complains he's not getting new ones. All this episode really is just Bill non-stop complaining for 4 minutes, and what also has to be the ugliest Thomas episode so far. This one sucks. One Good Turn was more entertaining than this episode. It's winter on the island of Sodor, and Toby runs into a farmer and has to save his lambs. This is a really good episode right here. The visuals of this one are actually pretty nice, and Toby going out of his way to save these lambs is really sweet. This is just a really strong episode from beginning to end.
Don't call me Dirty Percy.
The engines.
Thomas gets to pull Alicia Body for a concert. However, he hears some squeaking in Annie and or Clarabelle. It turns out it was a mouse, and Alicia Body decides not to go inside them. So then she takes Percy's train instead. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just there. I'm getting tired of talking about mediocre Thomas episodes. Someone else can take the next one.
A big thanks to Spider-Fan for letting me talk about this episode. Believe it or not, this is my favorite Thomas episode. So, let's talk about it. The story is, Thomas wants to go fast like Gordon, and when Cranky fucks up in a good way for once, Thomas gets his wish, and well, fun ensues. What I love about this episode is it's nothing but pure fun. Both narrators are having a blast, and the music makes it crazy, but very fun. And my god, the comedy is perfect. The reactions of everyone as Thomas goes by is so funny.
Thomas flew by James and rocketed past Henry.
Especially Bertie.
Want a race, Thomas? Beat Bertie? Never mind.
It's all just so funny to me. It may be unrealistic, but honestly, who gives a shit? So yeah, this is my favorite episode for a good reason. It's pure fun, and that's what I love to watch. If you haven't seen it already, do yourself a favor and definitely give it a watch. It's definitely worth your time. Again, a big thanks to Spider-Fan for letting me review this episode. That said, back to you, Matt.
But he's still full of hot air, whistled James, and Gordon wheeshed away.
Aw man, you got to review a good episode. The big engines don't believe Edward is useful. I thought we resolved this plot. Well, it looks like they're back at it again. Topham comes up with a really convoluted plan to, well, get the engines to respect Edward, and it's just kind of lame, honestly, to see this regression happen. Like, it feels so unearned at the end when Gordon apologizes. Not the worst episode in the world, but a very underwhelming one. 3 narrow gauge episodes to end off the season. Duncan wants work at the incline to go faster, so he becomes careless and then gets into a massive crash. Yeah, it's an alright episode, but really, it doesn't do anything that any other Duncan episode hasn't already. Hey, wait, wasn't that the same scream from World's Strongest Engine? Somehow, Skarloey and Rheneas' line is in complete disrepair, and Topham threatens to close it down, and Rusty has to save it? Okay, this episode makes absolutely no sense. Like, isn't the Skarloey line a popular tourist attraction? Why is it getting closed down? It's just a standard Save the Railways story. It does have a few funny moments, like there's this one scene between Elizabeth and Rusty I liked, but overall, it's a pretty poor episode and really unremarkable. Duncan has to pull a pianoist. However, he gets obsessed with whistles after Peter Sam loses his, and he blows his whistle like a rocket. And then he has to use the pianoist to somewhat whistle around. It's a fine episode. There's nothing really wrong with it. The part where he blows his whistle like a rocket is kind of funny, but other than that, it's just kind of there. Okay, so I know I was harder on that season compared to the previous 5, but it all comes from a place of I just didn't think this season was as good as the first 5. On its own, it's pretty solid, but following up on 5 seasons in a row that built up on its lore, its storytelling, and refined its format more and more, this season just kind of didn't really do anything that impressive. It did have episodes I did really enjoy. I don't want to say this was an unenjoyable experience. I liked it more than I didn't. But it's hard to say that the season isn't a downgrade and that Magic Railroad's impact on the show isn't a little felt. But to be fair to this season, it was the first one worked on by staff that weren't Britt Allcroft and David Mitton, so obviously some changes were gonna happen. That's just a part of the process. Now, my biggest hope is that they learn from this season and improve upon it for the next, because the next one's kind of more like the last quote-unquote classic or traditional season, however you want to see it, before Hit Entertainment fully takes over, even though Hit also worked on Season 7 anyway. So, let's just jump into Season 7 and see if it's an improvement on this one. Really hoping it is.
I can't believe it's taken us 157 episodes, but Emily finally exists. And, it's an okay episode. Emily gets confused about her coaches and takes Thomas's instead, and then she has to save Oliver. It's not a bad episode. I'd view it on the same way I view something like Harvey to the Rescue. It's fine, it has a decent moral, but it doesn't do much to win me over with the character. Still, it's okay. I want to make that clear.
Man, that footage from Season 5 is out of place. On Toby's line, Percy finds out the tracks are very wobbly and tries to warn people. However, nobody really ends up listening to him. But then Thomas gets into a crash, and thankfully, Percy saves him. This is a really good one here. I can relate to Percy on this situation, and it really shows how responsible and resourceful Percy has been throughout these 7 seasons. It's a really good episode. I like this one a lot. It's a shame. I never hear this one talked about much. A new traction engine named Fergus arrives on the island of Sodor to work at the quarry. Bill and Ben don't really like him because he's all about rules. They try to play a trick on them, but end up nearly getting into a landslide. Thankfully, Fergus comes in to save the day, though unfortunately his TV career is ruined forever. It's an okay episode here. Fergus is admittedly far from my favorite character, but I do like him in this episode as being over the top about rules, and Bill and Ben being over the top about chaos, and that they need to learn to work together. Not a bad one. There's a crack in the old bridge, and Skarloey has a near accident. However, now he doesn't want to go and do his work like the little baby he is in this episode. Yeah, not a contrarian take. This episode's not that good. I'll at least give it this. I do like the part where he immediately saves Rheneas when he realizes he's in danger, but still, why is Skarloey the main character? Pretty poor episode.
Edward wants to take a brass band out, but Cranky hits him and he's damaged. Birdie has to take him the next day, but then he gets stuck and Edward has to save him. It's fine. I like the part with Cranky, but other than that, this is pretty forgettable.
Henry is feeling sick, so instead of sympathizing with him, Thomas and Percy mess with him and give him even more work to do when he's clearly too ill to do it. Why are Thomas and Percy so mean? Yeah, they're playful characters, but I think this is a little too far even for them. Everyone just beat down on Henry in this episode. I really feel bad for him. Also, weird season 4 stock footage. Not a very good episode at all, I'm gonna be real. Okay, seriously, what's going on with the stock footage here? This is getting a little ridiculous. James will not stop boasting about all the cool jobs he's been getting, and it's really starting to get to Gordon, so he tricks him into taking the Queen of Sodor without him realizing it's a dirty barge, which he tries to avoid being dirty all day, and this is actually a really funny episode here. I love all of James's attempts to stay away from the dirtiness, and then Percy gets him dirty at the end. Classic. Probably my favorite episode so far.
Readier than ever. I'm such a splendid engine.
A sequel episode to Peter, Sam, and the Refreshment Lady. Let's see how this one goes. Peter Sam is tasked with trying to find an area for the Refreshment Lady's tea shop. However, a big storm hits the island of Sodor, and Peter Sam is worried. But thankfully, it might have benefited, as they found out that they could do a refreshment stand on wheels. Fun fact, this episode is based on something that happened in real life. And hey, thankfully, this episode's really good. I liked seeing Peter Sam try to help the Refreshment Lady, and the tea shop is actually a really nice coach here. I like it. A new tank engine named Arthur arrives on the island of Sodor, who is prim, proper, and perfect, but Thomas wants to play a little trick on him like the child he is, and now Arthur's spotless record is officially broken. I really enjoy this episode here. Arthur is just such a really fun character that I really wish they used more. It was kind of cool to see Thomas knock down this prim and proper character, but now he's kind of taking stride in something new. Great episode here, one of my favorites of the season, even if it had that weird blatant moral at the end.
Toby saves the windmill. It's an okay episode. I like the effect when the windmill gets struck by lightning. That's really the biggest standout to me other than the stock footage at the beginning. But still, it's okay.
Donald and Douglas are taking a train to Callan Castle. The two, however, end up getting trapped just before they get to Loch, and spooky things are floating about. As the two were complaining about a monster at Castle Loch before, and now they're afraid they might run into one. This one's really good. I like the spooky atmosphere, and it's pretty eerie. I like it. Glad to see another Donald and Douglas spotlight. Renes has to take school children around the Skarloey Railway, and then he ends up taking all the kids on the ride of their life in the dumbest way possible. So he could have just backed up, but instead he just kept going, and they try to make it look really cool with all these weird angles, but this episode ends up coming off really lame. Definitely a weak one here. Thomas and Percy are making fun of Salty, and Salty is now sad, but then he has to escort Fergus before the storm hits, but a lighthouse goes out, and a ship isn't sure where to go, so Fergus and Salty, with their quick thinking, help the ship get back to land. Very torn on this one. First half's pretty lame, but the second half is really cool. It's okay all around. It's winter on the island of Sodor, and Oliver cannot stand the cold, but Toad loves it. But after doing some work, Oliver ends up crashing into a giant snowman, and him and Toad sit there all night in the big cold. Oliver grows to like the cold, and Toad doesn't. This is just a really fun episode here. I liked seeing Toad and Oliver's feelings change, and the visual of Oliver in a snowman's stomach is really funny to me. And just in general, this is a really cozy episode. One of my favorites of the season. Arthur wants to start working at the fishing village. However, Topham gives Thomas the job instead, but then Thomas gets into a crash, and Arthur then begs for it as, well, Thomas hates fish. And this is a fantastic episode right here. With Arthur losing his spotless record, it seems like they knew how to evolve the character and show new sides of him, showing that he's getting a little more into the dirty work, and showing his appreciation for the sea, a place he probably never saw. Amazing episode right here. One of my favorites.
A busy engine. And a fussy one, too, said the fisherman.
Duncan is tasked with pulling an elephant statue. However, things don't go as planned, and Duncan ends up going on the ride for his life. Now, this is a really fun runaway episode here. These are always really exciting, and thankfully I think this is the most fun Duncan episode in a long time. Man, Season 7 has been really entertaining. I've been having such a good time watching it. More distracting stock footage. A new orange engine named Murdoch arrives on the island of Sodor, who values peace and quiet. Initially, he finds Harvey and Salty really annoying, but after being around some really annoying sheep, he grows to appreciate them. Great introduction here. Murdoch's pretty understandable. You know, sometimes talking goes too much, but he learns to respect the people he has to live with. Very good episode. I like Murdoch. Diesel plays a trick on Fergus to get him out of the quarry. He goes to the cement works and gets scared. It's got some alright atmosphere. I really love the fog and smelter shed, and I like that Diesel was back to being a little more cunning, but overall, it's just okay. Peter Sam has his old funnel in this shot. There's been too much passenger work on the island of Sodor, and Topham tries to get Bulgy back on the road to help with the passengers. Unfortunately, there's some trouble with some chickens, and Bulgy realizes, man, passengers are just as fussy. So, he decides to become a vegetable stand instead. This episode's alright. It was neat to see Bulgy come back, and I liked seeing the roadside of the island, although I feel like Bulgy's a little too nice in this episode and a bit too eager. But still, it was enjoyable.
Wow, Duke returns, albeit through stock footage. Anyways, Harold has to save a horse named Pegasus. This one's alright. I don't mind Harold's little fear of feeling left out and stuff, but overall, not much really sticks out about this one. Still, it's an okay episode. I don't mind it.
Skarloey has been consistently running late, and Topham needs to get to a new station. However, Harold is out of commission, so he takes a hot air balloon. Unfortunately, things don't go Topham's way. It's not the best iteration of this. It's not as good as, say, Topham's Holiday or Lady Hat's Birthday, but still an alright episode of Topham having troubles. It's definitely a pretty episode, at least. It's a beautiful day on the island of Sodor with a Best Dressed Station contest going on. The engines want to play along and get into a Best Dressed Engine contest. Everyone except for Gordon, who's being a big curmudgeon about it. Though there's a banner that accidentally flies into Gordon's face and covers up what he can see. He later ends up being able to join the contest and unintentionally wins, and everyone congratulates him. I enjoyed this one a lot. There's just something so festive and special about watching this episode, and I really liked seeing Gordon be a little like, this is actually kind of fun, but not fully be able to admit it. And in general, this episode's just got really good vibes all around. I like this one a lot, though this shot's really weird.
Enjoying himself, he was bringing the maypole. The farmer's children waved, and Tom...
Did they not have a more recent tracking shot?
A new streamlined engine named Spencer comes to the island of Sodor, and Gordon feels weird about it, as Spencer's a bit of a reflection of who he used to be. He tries to warn him about responsibility and taking coal and water, but Spencer isn't listening to that old geezer. Unfortunately, ends up biting him, and Gordon then has to help him. I really like this episode a lot. Gordon and Spencer are a really fun duo here, and I love seeing that Gordon has grown so much since the beginning of this show. Very great one, my favorite of the season. Starting off with Henry in his old shape. This is just funny at this point. Elizabeth is sent to get Christmas puddings, and Thomas is jealous about it. However, Elizabeth gets into a crash, and Thomas has to save her. This is an alright episode. Honestly, when you pair Elizabeth and Thomas together, they're a bit more fun. I enjoyed their dynamic a little bit in here, better than Elizabeth's first episode, though this scene is really weird.
Crosser still. The snow was heavy, but Thomas arrived at every station.
Like, how the heck do you do this? Rusty discovers the old wooden bridge isn't holding up well, and Duncan crosses it in spite of his warnings and nearly crashes. Just another episode of Duncan ignoring Rusty's advice. It functions, but compared to all the other really good episodes we've had this season, this one really just exists.
Good morning, called Harold.
Another sequel episode. Thomas and Bertie get into a race again. However, in the middle of the race, Thomas has to stop participating because he needs to get some medals for the kids' soccer game. Now this is a really good episode right here. It was fun to see Thomas and Bertie race again. It's been such a long time since we've seen it. Their race, for what little of it we got, was really fun, and I also love seeing Thomas's responsibility here and putting his job over racing. This is a really great episode. Heck, it could have been the series finale. Of course it's not, but hey, still worthwhile, and definitely a great finale to Season 7. Wow, I'm impressed on my rewatch of this. I used to think this season was really boring and uninteresting, and I was actually ready to praise Season 6 and then call this the real start of the downfall. But after rewatching Season 6 and that one not being as good as I remembered, this one was actually way better than I remembered. Maybe it was because I watched the UK dub this time. Obviously you can tell by the accent I'm more American, so I watched Brandon's dub normally, but for this video I was trying to watch all the UK dubs for all the episodes, and hey, maybe that contributed to my enjoyment, but I had a great time with most of Season 7. There definitely were some clunker episodes, but I still think this was a really good season, and it seemed like they made a lot of improvements over Season 6, which felt really underwhelming. I'm genuinely really glad to say that. Now, this would be a point where I'm like, hey, maybe I'm excited for Season 8. Unfortunately, this is the last season done by a lot of the classic crew. No more Brett Alcroft, no more David Mitton, and while a couple people do stick on, a lot of the biggest players leave. So Season 8 is our first entirely hit entertainment season. Oh boy. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's really good. Maybe it'll surprise me. Let's get into it and find out.
Man, we are finally at this point. Season 8, Hit Entertainment's full-on takeover. Now, what's their first episode like? Thomas loses a tuba player after being given a job to get the brass band to Lady Hat's birthday and runs around the island looking for it. And it's boring. It's just 7 minutes of Thomas running around. Yes, I said 7. Honestly, I think this episode would have been okay if it wasn't 7 minutes, because it drags. Yeah, not a good way to start this new era. Harry and Bert make fun of Percy's whistle. In turn, Percy learns how to blow his whistle louder, so I guess the title, Percy's New Whistle, is just a lie, and causes mayhem around the island by blowing his whistle loudly, and needs to learn to use it safely.
This one's just a whole load of nothing. Percy acts like a little baby the whole time watching, and there's just something so mindless about watching this. Nothing really happens in this episode. The biggest highlight, of course, was the moment where Percy got hit by a giant snowball. That part was pretty cool, I'll give him that. Thomas is sent to work at Farquhar Quarry with Mavis, but Diesel is also working there too. Later on, Diesel tells him that steam engines are all gonna get replaced. He believes that for some reason. But with all the diesels breaking down, Thomas decides to help him. The episode's okay. It was nice to see Thomas put aside their differences and help the diesels, but I don't know, it's just kind of standard. There's nothing wrong with it, but it just functions, that's all I'll say.
Wow, they brought back Henry's love of nature. That's cool. What isn't cool is the actual episode. Henry wishes on a tree that he could pull coaches just for a day. However, he has no skills in pulling them. Okay, just gonna throw the previous seasons out of the way. And he doesn't want to pull them anymore, so he tries to find the tree again, only to realize Gordon was sent for repairs. This one's kinda dumb. Not even for the retcon. Henry just, can't pull things pretty calmly. Instead, he's always gotta be rough. What? Yeah, one of the really weak episode, though it does have probably my favorite model sequence in the whole series, so that makes it a little more interesting.
Tried his best to be gentle, but he shunted the buffet car so hard everything flew into the air.
James gets a new coat of paint and really loves it. He loves it so much that he diddly-daddles and doesn't help Percy at the coal mines. This one's pretty good. I like James quite a bit in this one, and I find the ending really funny. Though I will say, this one feels a bit stretched out, like this could have easily been a 4-minute one. But still, best episode of the season so far. Thomas struggles to cross a difficult bend after Annie and Clarabelle are sent for repairs. It's fine. The action scene at the end is alright, but still, this one's pretty forgettable, and I gotta say, not a fan of Thomas's new warrior personality. It's kind of annoying.
Percy has been consistently running late with his jobs, and he is afraid that Topham might scrap him. We're 8 seasons in. If he was gonna do that at any time, he would have done it sooner. This episode's just kind of dumb. Percy's overly worried about literally nothing and hides from everyone instead of just talking to Topham. Also, why is his driver not telling him this? I think that was a bad narrative move right there.
Winter is coming to the island of Sodor, and all the engines are being required to wear their snowplows. Thomas, like usual, wouldn't want to wear his, and Emily has to enforce him, but doesn't realize that it's the word of Topham. This one is actually alright. I don't mind Thomas and Emily's little rivalry here. You got the perfectionist in Emily versus the rule breaker in Thomas. This one's decent. I don't mind it. The engines are throwing a winter surprise party for Thomas. Thomas does not realize the surprise is for him and gets upset at his friends for not telling him. And it isn't until the end he finds out, they thought of him all along. It's a fine episode, I guess, but nothing about it really sticks out to me. I just want to say, it's not like the show is getting bad at the moment, just a little too standard. That's the best way to put it. Emily is consistently late, and after a few mess-ups, Topham takes her to do the Blacklock run. However, she's afraid as she hears scary stories, only to realize they're not true. This one's okay. I don't really mind this one. I find the part where Topham is mad that he's not going to get his breakfast more than Emily's late pretty funny, and I like the Blacklock set. Yeah, this is an okay episode. Man, someone loves this shot from Thomas and the Rumors. It's been reused like 3 times now. Anyways, Thomas and James are told about a fireworks display. James is the one who gets to take it, while Thomas does basic yard work. James eventually breaks down, and the two have to put aside their differences to get the fireworks to the kids. I enjoyed Thomas and James' little rivalry turned having to work together here. I feel like this one could have been shortened a little, admittedly, but this one's pretty fun. I like it quite a bit. One of the best of the season. Gordon is tasked with teaching Percy how to pull coaches. However, it starts to go to Gordon's head as he starts to think he's better than everyone else, only to be knocked down by the world. This one is a lot of fun, honestly. I really like Gordon and Percy's dynamic, and it's quite entertaining seeing Gordon be an ego. It's kind of like Season 5, honestly. If anything, this is the first episode that felt like it needed to be 7 minutes. All the other ones haven't. This is easily my favorite of the season so far. I like it a lot. A railway inspector is coming to the island of Sodor. Thomas and Percy want to win an award for best looking engine, but Gordon, Emily, and James want to take it as well. Thomas and Percy consistently find themselves in dirty jobs, only for them to be clean and come out as the winner. It's okay, I don't mind it. The ending's pretty funny, though.
Oh great, another Edward is useless episode. Thankfully, though, this episode isn't too bad. It's about him and Spencer getting into a race to see who can get to the Duke and Duchess's summer house first. It's fine. It was nice to see some people actually encourage Edward, but it's just kind of okay. Diesel floats the idea into Gordon's head that steam engines are gonna get scrapped, and Gordon starts hearing some clanking, and he's not sure if he'll work as well. But he starts going slower and realizes the clanking stops. Later, he has to take some kids to the harbor, but he's not going fast enough. And he pumps his pistons hardest so that he can go as fast as he can. Wow, this is a really great episode. Like, genuinely worth watching here. Gordon's character really makes this one. I love his determination as soon as he hears that they might be late. And I love the ending where Topham's like, well, no crap, I wasn't going to scrap you. Still, this one is really entertaining. I love this one. Favorite of the season. Thomas has to pull a circus train, but he doesn't want to share it, and then learns he has to share it. This is such a boring episode with a really forced moral. I like that Toad appeared, but otherwise this episode's really uninteresting. Probably my least favorite overall so far. A storm hits the island, and all the engines are given tasks to clean up. Thomas has to deliver eggs for Farmer McColl and learns not to rush. It's really boring. I have little to say about it other than that. Moving on. Yo, we made it to episode 200! Too bad this episode sucks. You'd think by the name this one was about Gordon, but no, it's about Emily. Emily has to take the express for the day while Gordon is out, but she's not patient and rushes every part of the job. Just pretty standard episode here. Really nothing special to celebrate 200. I like the autumn set, that's really cool, but other than that, this one is just nothing. It's whatever. Moving on. Did they already forget they called an episode Fish back in season 4? Anyways, Thomas has to help Arthur with the fish delivery and learns not to rush. He literally learned that 2 episodes ago. Not the worst episode, but nothing really worth remembering about it. Only real highlight was seeing Arthur again. A storm hits the island, and Emily needs to get supplies for Farmer McColl, but can't really muster the time to say please and thank you. Like, I get this is a kid's show, a really young kid's show at that, but it was never this blatant with its morals early on, and never felt the need to shove them down kids' throats. Now we have this, and one of my least favorites of the season so far. I did like the storm portion at the opening though, that was cool. Wow, another Halloween episode. It's been a little bit. Anyways, Thomas and Emily have to go to the scrapyard for work. However, Ari and Bert decide to trick them, only for a tarp to fall on Emily, and scares for everyone. This one is a lot of fun, and it's just really engaging. The ending with Topham in his pajamas is really funny, and it's just a fun episode to watch. Not much else to say. For a season that's really waning in quality, I'm glad there's still a few good nuggets like this one. One of the best of the season. Gordon says mean things about Toby, and Toby now thinks he can't do anything, and then proves himself later to Gordon when pushing him up his hill. This one sucks. They've completely ruined Toby. He's now just this warrior guy. And every little thing everyone says to him really matters to him, even though back then it didn't. This one's bad.
Cars for Donald. He even shunted fruit and vegetable cars for Douglas.
God, I missed the side cast. James is given an important job by Sir Topham Hatt. He doesn't really help other engines in need and is told he must help people and not be selfish. This is an okay episode. I know a lot of people really like this one, but I feel like the moral can be a bit preachy. Not as bad as, say, Emily's Adventure, but still. I do admittedly like seeing Sodor in the snow, though, and James does feel in character in this one, so this one's okay all around. Thomas is given a job to deliver 3 things to specific locations, but he messes up and needs to learn to ask his friends for help sometimes. It's really boring. It takes forever to actually get into the plot where he needs to ask for his friends. You get like 5 agonizingly long minutes of him misremembering to deliver children, chickens, and sheep places. It does have this Edward moment, but other than that, this one is really boring.
Needs help, moaned Thomas. Ha! Laughed Edward. I'm always helping Gordon up the hill.
It's a hot day on the island of Sodor, and Thomas wants to take children to the beach, but he's got other jobs to do, and he has to learn he can't rush them. Yup, another Thomas learns not to rush episode. Moving on.
We are only 4 years removed from Magic Railroad. You can't use that word. Anyways, Percy is sent to dig a carpet from Brendam Docks, which isn't tied up. But then the wind, or maybe something else, is blowing it away. This one is, not as bad as I thought it would be. I kind of like some of the wind effects. I think Gordon and Percy's interactions are alright. Even though the concept's kind of dumb, I think they made the best of a dumb concept. Not saying this episode's good or anything, but it's okay.
Season 8. Yeah, that one was okay, I guess. It wasn't super awful, admittedly, but it definitely could have been a lot better. I had my problems with Season 6, but man, that season was just more exciting than this one. This one's a lot slower, a lot more about feelings. It's not bad, though. I want to make that clear. There were only a few in here I thought were really bad, but also only a few in here I thought were really good. A lot of the episodes were just fine. I could sit through them, but I really wouldn't choose to normally. It's just kind of a standard season of Thomas with a pretty watered-down tone. It's just hard to watch this one and not realize how much changed from one year to the next. It's just so jarring to sit through. But this was Hit Entertainment's first season, and maybe all these oddities will be fixed up next season. Let's hope so as we jump into Season 9. Wait, hang on, I forgot to mention Calling All Engines comes in between. I probably forgot because it doesn't really do anything directly towards Season 9, outside of the 7th berth in Tidmouth Shed. Also, the airport, but that won't pop until Season 10. Back to the Season 9 review.
Man, you really can't tell the difference going from one season to the next here. Anyways, Percy is given the task of sending an oil painter around the island to find something special to paint. He doesn't like anything until Percy lashes out on him and he chooses to paint Percy. This is a great episode, honestly. Percy feels perfectly in character in this one, and I really enjoyed the snooty painter, and Percy just lashing out on him was really fun. This is a good way to start the season. I'm impressed. Hope they're all like this.
Thomas wants to learn what's at the end of a rainbow, and after a few mishaps, he learns it's the friends he made all along. Meh, whatever episode. Nothing super horrible, but extremely forgettable and standard. A new engine is introduced to the island of Sodor. Here we have pointless toy character number 3, Molly. She's a shy engine, and she wants all the other engines to like her, so Thomas tries to make her job look special. They fly away, and she fears that she's not special, and then suddenly her job was special. This episode's nothing special. Molly's a really boring character to follow, and overall, I just don't find this episode that appealing. It's whatever.
Gordon starts making rattling noises, and every engine starts making fun of him. He gets really annoyed by this and commands respect. Everyone thinks he's ridiculous, and then he accidentally causes a crash because he was ignorant about respect. Then afterwards, when he's in repairs, Emily and Henry have to do his job and realize his job isn't as easy as they thought it was, and both parties mutually agree on the kind of respect they should get. This is a really good episode, easily the best of the season. I like seeing both sides of it. I also like the part where they're all making fun of Gordon after he crashes into the jam. The best episode of the season, can't recommend it enough. Man, remember when there were like 2 Thomas Needs to Learn Not to Rush episodes in Season 1, and then they didn't touch the plot for several seasons? Now we're getting them all the time. I just got nothing to say about Milkshake Muddle. Turns milk into butter. Cool, moving on. Skarloey Railway returns after being absent last season. Just in time too, as we got Pointless Toy character number 4, Mighty Mac. Gotta say though, for Pointless Toy character episodes, this was actually pretty good. New controller Mr. Versival asks Mighty Mac to bring some visitors to the mountains. However, the two struggle to go the ways they want to and have to learn to see things clearly. I like it a lot. I think the concept's really fun. I think the character banter is really engaging. And generally, this just feels like an inspired idea. Second favorite of the season. Dowager Hat returns with a prominent role for the first time since Season 5. Thomas has to take her and the Topham family around the island to find a place for her birthday picnic. None of them really work, and then Thomas comes up with an idea to make her birthday special that does work. I liked seeing Dowager again. I liked this part where they were jiggling in Annie and Clarabelle, but other than that, this episode's really boring.
Rusty toots his horn in a new way, but the other narrow-gauge engines can't stand it. But when Rusty is tasked with taking the brass band around the island, he loves how his horn sounds with their music. But then Rusty breaks down because of all the horn honking, and by fusing their sounds together, and then the others find Rusty in the band. It's fine, I guess. There's nothing really wrong with it, but the only thing people remember this one for is Rusty's gender change. A new toy shop is opening on the island of Sodor, and Thomas wants to bring both the children and the toys to the shop. However, Emily and Henry are given those jobs, but both later get into accidents, and Thomas does get to do both of these tasks. Unfortunately, he's not strong enough to do these. Yeah, this is kind of the definition of an extremely standard Thomas episode during this time. Not horrible, just there. I liked seeing a Railway series drawing, though.
A dinosaur skeleton is found alongside the Skarloey Railway tracks. Rheneas really wants to take it, but Skarloey is pretty reckless, so Rheneas has to take it on his own, only to realize it's too heavy for him, and has to learn the value of friendship with Skarloey. This one really sucks. Rheneas and Skarloey just act like little toddlers, and the moral is really forced at the end. This is easily the worst episode so far. I do not like it. Might have spoke too soon last time. This one is really bad. New character Neville is introduced, and Ari and Bert are bullying him, only for Thomas to think he's playing friends with them. So a little telephone game goes on with pretty much everyone on the island thinking Neville is horrible, when in reality, he's not. And then he nearly gets into a crash and Thomas saves him. This one's really bad. Everybody is just so out of character and just assumes the worst out of Neville, even just because he was talking to Ari and Bert, only for them to learn, oh, he was just getting bullied by them, now that makes it better. There was a whole direct-to-DVD movie just before this that was all about them getting along with the Diesels and realizing there was some merit to them. So glad it was remembered for the show going forward. This has gotta be the worst episode yet. Well, I guess with the last being so bad, that anything looks better coming after it. A new museum is opening, and Topham didn't tell Toby about it, leading him to believe he is left out of it. So he tries to do a bunch of jobs to impress Topham, only for Topham to tell him he wanted him a part of the museum all along. It's fine. I'm just tired of the whole Toby putting himself down because he doesn't think he's useful kind of plot at this point. I like the ending, though. A carnival's coming to the island of Sodor. Thomas wants to have a part in it, but he has to do a job for Farmer McColl and learn not to rush. This is kind of like that one from last season, Thomas Tries His Best, and it's just as boring. One of the most forgettable episodes yet. Another episode with magic in the title. Alright. So, Skarloey tells a story all about new character Proteus and how he once roamed the land and hoping that you could find his magic lamp. Peter Sam doesn't believe any of this, but then after going on a night trip, things get a little eerie and he's unsure of what's real and what's not. I'm a bit mixed on this one. I love the new lore edition of Proteus, and I generally like the atmosphere and tone of this one. I think that there was a lot of really good model scenery. but I don't think the writing for this one's all that great. I did like seeing Peter Sam's old model again, though. That was nice. Mixed bag overall. It was okay.
The statue was of me, boasted Thomas. Really, Thomas? Yawned Percy. That's nice.
A new statue is arriving on the island of Sodor. Nobody initially knows what it is, but after getting a whiff of it at Brendam Docks, Thomas thinks it's of him. He endlessly brags about it, and everybody gets really tired of it. A snowstorm comes along and the ceremony is almost cancelled, but Thomas comes to plow the way to make sure everybody gets to see it. This is a really good episode. Thomas endlessly bragging about something is really relatable to me. I've always had that issue of feeling like I talk about something too much to the point where no one wants to hear it. And this is honestly a really good example of that kind of moral of not taking it too far while understanding what your friend's going for. Really good episode, I like it a lot. One of the best of the season. A new flagpole is needed at Callan Castle. Henry is sent to grab one, but smashes into the flatbed and Salty accidentally runs it over. He has to take some workmen to the forest to chop down some trees. He's afraid that his favorite oak tree is gonna get chopped down, so he stalls for time. And then he finds a solution with an old boat. It's fine. I'm glad they're at least playing into Henry's love of nature again, but they're not really doing much with it. The biggest highlight was seeing Tiger Moth again.
Do. I always know what to do, huffed Emily. Toby laughed.
After seeing a castle, Emily longs to be seen as a queen. However, Toby doesn't believe in her abilities, so she tries to tell Percy what to do, only to learn, wow, she kinda sucks at this, so has to make things right by listening to Toby. This one's actually got some pretty solid moments. I like seeing Toby and Percy hang out again, that's been a while. And Emily's just really entertaining. Honestly, this character shift has been the best thing to happen to Emily. One of the best of the season. I liked it quite a bit. Thomas has a day off. Who's running the branch line then? Anyway, on his day off, he runs into Pointless Toy Character number 8, Dennis. I just realized I forgot to call Neville Pointless Toy Character number 7, but whatever. Anyway, Thomas has to help him because Dennis is lazy. He gets too lazy that he stops working, and then he gets to the work time proper. It's fine, nothing really wrong with it. I feel like this plot would have worked better with Daisy, but who else but Thomas? Still, for this season, it's an okay episode.
James gets new trucks and shows them around the island. Thomas then later gets his own, and he needs to try to keep them clean. But they get dirty, and he has to learn that's how trucks function. It's an alright episode. Thomas and James are pretty funny in this one together, and I love the ending with James. Even if the concept's a bit weird, I can overlook it for a fun episode like this.
Duncan is craving adventure, and delivering coal just isn't cutting it, so he finds an exit to an abandoned mine, and then gets stuck until he's able to find a way out. This is another okay episode, I don't mind it. The mine setting's kinda fun, and the idea's okay. Duncan's a little too nice for my liking in this episode, but still, it's an alright one.
Thomas is sent out to the beach, and Diesel tells him that there's a curse around the beach that Thomas finds a little eerie, but he's not fully sure to trust. Later on, Thomas runs into Ben, without Bill, who's afraid to go into a tunnel because Diesel told him something scary was inside. Thomas goes in with a bit of fear, but it turns out nothing was there all along. This isn't actually that bad of an episode, honestly. Diesel was really well characterized. It's got a good moral about not always trusting what you hear. I like it. Oh god, we're on this episode. Skarloey goes up the incline to prove how brave he is. But after his accident, he proves the value of being responsible. What did they do to Skarloey here? He acts like a little 5-year-old. Did they forget he's like 100-something? We're fully cemented into little baby Skarloey that was already cemented in the old bridge. He's obnoxious and whiny here. Hate this one. Least favorite so far. Yet another Edward is worthless episode. Edward doesn't feel like he can do the work anymore, so he has Thomas help him do it. I just feel sorry for Edward at this point. Like, You're the first Railway Series character, and this is how the show's treating you? I'm just sick of seeing the sad and worthless Edward. The only real highlight for me was seeing Thomas and Edward work together again, but other than that, this one blows.
Thomas and Percy want to see a golden eagle. It's boring, moving on.
James is careless in the snow and just slides around the rails. However, after a big accident, James needs to learn not to rush. And I know I complained a lot about these with Thomas, but this one's actually really good. Edward and James have a really fun dynamic here of him trying to be careful and James being reckless. Who knew a fun character pairing would make a tired plot more interesting? Good episode here. This kid's bedroom has some really weird stuff in it. We got a Magic Railroad poster, a medal from 3 Cheers for Thomas, and an Earl Percy. We got another Halloween episode on our hands, and Thomas is sent to go work with Diesel, which he, of course, doesn't like, as Diesel consistently tries to scare him. So Thomas wants revenge and tries to scare him back by covering himself in flour. This is a really fun episode here. They always go all out with these Halloween episodes. So it's a good thing this is the last one then, whoopee. But no, this one's a blast. The atmosphere is good, I like the flower-covered Thomas. Honestly, everything is great about this one. Also, here's Satan Topham Hatt. What a good way to end the season. Love this one. Well, Season 9 was definitely better than Season 8, though it kind of suffered a lot of the same problems. It just didn't do them as bad and had at least a few more fun episode concepts. Honestly, I'd argue the worst episodes are way worse than 8, but I'd consider the best better than 8. There's still a lot of episodes in here I just call kind of so-so, but for the most part, I would say it's a bit of an improvement. Still, I'd probably give it the same score as Season 8 in that it's just okay, but it's a better okay, you know what I mean. But still, I can't stress enough this is an improvement on Season 8. Now all I gotta hope is that Season 10 is an improvement on Season 9. I'm really hoping so too, because Season 10 is 2 episodes longer for some reason. So let's just jump in and see if Season 10 is the best hit season yet, or the worst one. Who knows?
Really? Another episode about Yo, is that Sir Handel? He hasn't appeared since episode 96 pulled out. Welcome back, buddy! Oh yeah, the actual episode's kinda lame. All it is Thomas hiding a flower car from James. The only other highlight besides Sir Handel was that Bulgy returned. And hey, he's in green too, so that's cool. Oh wow, Sir Handel actually gets an episode to himself. I can't be too excited though, because he doesn't even act like Sir Handel. He's now old and wise and has trouble going up hills. It's not bad or anything, just kinda whatever.
It's mainly just carried by seeing Sir Handel again. Whatever episode.
Wouldn't be a new season without a pointless toy character. I'm gonna stop numbering them, by the way, because I think I've been getting it wrong. Anyways, Thomas meets new character Jeremy the Jet Plane. He's the jet plane, alright. Thomas is jealous because he wishes he was as cool as a jet plane, and learns he's special as a steam engine. I just got nothing to say. It's just an uninteresting character introduction. A new carnival is opening on the island, and everybody is helping but Percy, who has to take coal. He tries to initially share a job with someone else, but nobody wants to, and then he learns delivering coal was actually important. This isn't a bad episode, but I've got nothing to say. I do remember as a kid this cool carnival set. I never had it, but it looked really fun. But other than that, the only real highlight within the episode is the Chinese dragon's return. That was cool.
Oh, the indignity, huffed Gordon.
Get ready for that to become Gordon's new catchphrase. Percy is given job of controller for the day. Why Topham gave it to a train and not an actual person, I'll never get. He messes up the instructions Lady Hat gives him and then needs to fix it. It takes forever for him to even mess it up, and then when it is, it's just kind of fixed almost immediately. This episode's just really boring, probably my least favorite so far. Duncan is given the job to deliver a bell, but he loves the way it rings along with his wheels clanging. He is reckless with it and drops it.
You know, the most neat thing about this episode is that Thomas wasn't in it. That was awesome. Oh yeah, for the rest of the episode, it's whatever. It's cool to see an episode exclusively about the narrow gauge at least, but overall it's just a very forgettable episode.
Another winter on the island of Sodor goes by. Thomas wants to pick up a Christmas tree, but after playing jokes on him, Thomas believes the narrow gauge engines won't help him, so he tries to do it on his own. He messes it up and then he has to fix it. It's just boring. I've got nothing else to say.
Toby gets all his jobs done for the day and wants to see some farm animals. However, he's given more jobs and begs everyone for help, but everyone's actually got work to do. Then he realizes Henry was ill and Toby needs to help out. This episode sucks. Toby is like super whiny and insufferable about it. He's such a douche here. I can't stand him. The one thing that was weird is that Henry needs special coal again? I thought that was fixed like 9 seasons ago. Wonder if this is going to become a recurring thing.
It does! Gordon wants to break a speed record, however, accidentally takes Henry's special coal, and he sees how bad Henry is having it, so he decides to swap tenders instead of getting his record. Honestly, this one's really good. I love the bond between Gordon and Henry in this one, and how Gordon was just willing to give up his record in order to help Henry. This is honestly a really good episode, and easily the best of the season so far. I recommend it. Thomas is given an important job to show visitors around the island. Gordon boasts he could do a better job showing them more parts of the island, so Thomas rushes his job and leaves people behind, and then needs to fix it. It's just another Thomas messes up a simple job and then has to fix it episode. It's just as boring as all the others. The only kind of cool thing I can say is that we got to see characters like the refreshment lady and Cyril again. Oh boy, another toy character episode. Here we have Fearless Freddy, an old friend of the Skarloey Railway. However, Skarloey and Rheneas don't seemingly know him, but they do challenge him to a race, and Freddy takes shortcuts because he's too old and not fast as he used to be. And then it results in an accident and he has to fix it. You know what, this one's actually okay. Rheneas and Skarloey are kind of annoying, but I don't mind Freddy, honestly, and I do admittedly like some of the racing sequences. It's alright.
Thomas notices some holes in Toby's shed and he wants to fix it up. However, Toby then gets sad because he liked that the birds could come into his shed, so Thomas has to set things right. This is actually a really good episode, and I really like the fact that Thomas really did try to do the right thing, but didn't realize that it was something special to Toby. This is a really good one all around. Second favorite of the season.
Dang, we're here already? Okay, so the plot is Edward really hates pointless toy character Rocky here, and messes things up until he actually needs his help. Edward just doesn't act like Edward. He's annoyed, he's whiny, he's irrational. Like, it feels like this episode was made for James, but was given to Edward. Honestly, this is the worst one so far. If they're gonna disrespect a character like this, then it's gotta go at the bottom. Thomas races Spencer. He accidentally blows away Topham's hat due to his speed and needs to get it back. This has gotta be the most mindless episode of the show so far. Literally, it's just Thomas chasing Topham's hat from the wind for 7 minutes. Like, doesn't he have a job to do? While it's not as bad as the last one, it's not too far from its quality. Rusty rushes workmen to put up signs faster, but they mess up and he needs to figure out where the Topham family went. It's just boring. I know I keep saying that, but really, nothing interesting has been happening. A shooting star is coming to the island of Sodor. Thomas is sent to bring some workmen to a power station to bring back the lights of Sodor. He goes through areas with clear sky view so he won't miss the shooting star. And then he gets lost. Meh, this one's fine. I do like seeing Sodor at nighttime, and I like Gordon and James's interactions at the beginning, but it's fine. Henry feels embarrassed around Gordon for not being as strong. However, he tries to prove how strong he is by pulling some hay cars. Unfortunately, it doesn't go well. Later, Gordon has some trouble with some cows, and Henry uses his own way to fix it. This is actually a really good episode for Henry and Gordon. I like that Henry does try to prove he's just as capable as Gordon, but accepts it when he knows that he can do things in his own way. Also, the ending's really funny. This one is shockingly really good. I've also noticed Henry's become a bit more mellow since this era started. Obviously, I'm sure it's to soften the show, but still, I like it.
Do you agree, Gordon? Gordon's face went as red as a signal.
Thomas wants to get involved in a kid's costume contest. Then he derails Toby and has to deliver his toffee. Remember when Thomas had a branch line and we got episodes about that? I missed that. This episode's just the definition of what gimmick car can we sell the kids next. Skarloey is sad because he's scared, worried, and whiny. Yup, it's just like every other Skarloey episode. Though it really sucks in this one's case because there's actually some cool sequences, but it's all just dragged down because of how insufferable of a character Skarloey is to follow nowadays. Definitely one of the weakest of the season. A snowman balloon attaches itself to Thomas's buffer beam, and Thomas thinks it's alive and chasing after him. I'm sorry, what did I just say? This has got to be the dumbest episode of the whole show up to this point. Thomas, for some reason, thinks this snowman balloon is alive, even though he saw it was a balloon earlier. No one else thinks it's alive, it's just him. And this is just so mindless to sit through, seeing Thomas just think this balloon is alive. I remember when this show respected its audience's intelligence. Watching this actively feels like it insults mine. Horrible episode. Least favorite of the whole show so far. Even as a kid, I thought this was dumb.
Gordon broke that speed record he mentioned back in It's Good to Be Gordon. Wow, I'm impressed they remember that. Emily has to pick up his 2 coaches as he got as an award. However, Diesel feels neglected and takes some. And honestly, this is actually a really fun episode. Diesel and Emily work pretty well off each other. And I like the ending where Diesel just wished he was appreciated as much as Gordon was. This is a really good episode for the season. I liked it a ton. James is given the job to pull a football team that Thomas really wants to, so he tries everything in his power to make James change his mind. Nah. Yeah, I usually love Thomas and James rivalry episodes, but this has got to be one of the most forgettable they've done yet. I couldn't really think of much else to say. Oh boy, another toy character episode. Here we have Rosie. It's weird, they don't even introduce her like she's a new character. They just act like she's been here the whole time. So the plot is Thomas has to deliver presents to new character Alice, but Rosie won't stop following him, so he tries to take shortcuts only for Rosie to end up taking the mail for him. It just kind of happens, nothing bad, but nothing special. The only important thing about this episode is that Rosie's introduced, but even then, she's not all that interesting.
It's me!
Thomas and James are tasked with delivering coal to the wharf. At the wharf, James meets up with Duncan, who tries to say he's faster and better than James. So to have a contest to see who's better by who can take the most coal trucks to the wharf. However, Duncan uses cheating tactics to do it. Honestly, this one's actually pretty good. I really like James and Duncan's little rivalry here. I'm surprised they haven't done anything like this sooner. It's a lot of fun, and Duncan feels like himself in this one. This is a pretty good one. Not sure how I feel about this James model, though. Ew.
I'm tired.
Rheneas wants to help Skarloey deliver some coal cars after all the work he's been given. However, the coal cars are way too heavy with his main load, so he hides them and saves them for later, only to lose them and not be sure where they are until Peter Sam finds them. Meh, I'm glad Rheneas is a little more in character, or at least more than usual, I should say. He actually wants to help Skarloey, but I've just got nothing to say about it. It's so run-of-the-mill. Salty tells a story about buried treasure and Thomas wants to find it. He takes all the clues and discovers where it is. This one is actually decent. I wouldn't call it good or anything, but the varied locations and Salty having a decent role in it make me like this one a little more than I admittedly should. Though then again, I always like me a good pirate story, so maybe there's some bias there. Edward is chosen to be on the poster that James really wants to, so James tries to prove he's just as good as Edward, however has to learn that his way is better than just copying Edward. This is a really good episode for James, honestly. I like the fact that he doesn't just see Edward as useless, but wants to prove he can be just as good as him, but needs to learn it's something he earns and not wants. Honestly, it lives up to the title. It's the second best of the season. Recommend it a lot. So we end off with Thomas and Skarloey's big day out. Thomas brings Skarloey around the standard gauge rails to go to the repairs yard, but he tries to show him the sights to make him happy. This one's okay. It's kind of an episode carried by its idea alone, and that makes it a little charming, but Skarloey is pretty annoying in this episode. It was nice to see his old model at least, so it's alright.
Yup. Season 10 was definitely another season of Thomas. This is definitely the weakest of Hit Entertainment's run so far. It just feels really dragged out, especially getting to the end of this. And while I have been very negative, you might be surprised to know I still would call this season okay. I think that the good episodes were pretty good, the bad episodes were really bad, but a lot of it was just their episodes. Like, if it's on, I guess it's good background noise for, I don't know, when I'm working on a video or something. But it's just more of the hit run of Thomas, and it feels like it combines all the worst parts of the last two seasons and puts them into one season. I still would say this season's watchable, but I'm hoping next season is at least a lot more than watchable. Season 11, here I come. Let's hope for a big improvement.
Oh wow, there's actually a visual difference this time. There's this weird yellow hue. Might be because this is the first season in 1080p, but I can't fully tell you. Anyway, Thomas is given the task of taking a storyteller around the island so that she can write a story. However, has to help his friends after they're in trouble, and then learns that she wrote a story all about him. This is actually a really good one. It shows Thomas's progression over the years, and it's nice to see Thomas genuinely act like Thomas in this episode. It's not one of the best episodes of all time, but a pretty good start to the season. Another toy character. Here we have Whiff the Garbage Engine. He has to help Emily push around trash, but Emily doesn't want to be seen with him. It isn't until Spencer is blocked by some trash that she should have been collecting that she realizes he needs his help. That, honestly, I really like this one. It teaches a really good moral about not judging others just by their appearances, and considering how selfish Emily's been these past few seasons, it fits perfectly with how she's been characterized. I like this one. It's not as good as the last, but still pretty good. Spencer returns to the island of Sodor. He is boastful, and Thomas finds it annoying, so he tries to prove he can be just as good as Spencer, only to realize he's good being Thomas. It's a standard moral, but I actually enjoy the way it's portrayed a lot. Thomas's more rambunctious side comes out as he rivals against Spencer. And the ending with him having to bring the Duke to the airport was really entertaining, especially when he was making fun of Spencer. Probably my favorite of the season so far. I swear we've already had an episode called this, but you know what? This one's pretty good, so I won't even complain too much. So, James is given the task of collecting the mayor of Sodor to bring to the festival, and he initially ignores helping Thomas, Percy, and James with their jobs. However, after realizing they won't be able to go to the carnival because they're taking too long, he decides to assist them and realizes the importance of being useful. Just another really good one. I like that James comes to the realization of his own, and it still feels like James. He wants people to see him for how cool he actually is. One of the best of the season. I really liked it a lot. Bill and Ben bring in a new toy truck called Hector. Thomas has to fill it up so that James and Edward can pull their trains. However, Hector is proving to be a lot of trouble, and all the tactics initially fail. Thomas stands his ground and hits him, only to realize Hector is kinda sad and doesn't want to be filled with coal because he doesn't know what it's like. But Thomas shows him there's nothing to be afraid of. What the heck is with Season 11? Why have there been so many good episodes? This is probably my favorite of the season. I really like Hector as a character. I like the fear that goes into him, and I like that Thomas stands up for himself, not even just because Hector's bothering him, but because he's been bothering his friends and stalling his job. One of the best episodes of the whole season. I'm shocked how good Season 11 has been. Gordon is tasked with taking an engineer to a signal box so he can fix all the signals on the island. However, he messes up and needs to fix it with the help of Donald and Douglas. This is a pretty good episode. I like that Gordon feels that sense of ego he usually does, and then gets humiliated when he realized who he was taking wasn't the mechanic. It was also nice to see Donald and Douglas again. This was a good one, not one of Gordon's all-time best, but still good. I wonder when this Season 11 streak's gonna end. Percy thinks he saw a spaceship, and Thomas goes around the island trying to see what he found, only to find out it's Jeremy, and asks Gordon to help him deliver the mail. Meh, pretty average episode. Well, season had to have one eventually. I'll at least say I think this is visually the most entertaining episode. Like, I like the way the fog and the night look, but overall, it's pretty average. Hope it was a fluke. Henry believes his trucks are lucky, so tries everything in his power to find them after he loses them. However, he needs to learn that he can make his own luck. Meh, just pretty nothing. Henry is pretty annoying, complaining about his lucky trucks. It's just one of the most forgettable yet. Thomas is given the job of delivering a light bulb to a lighthouse. However, he sees his friends getting ready for the carnival and wants to go, but then needs to learn to not rush again. It's fine, I guess, but there's really little to say about it. All I could think of was, oh, there's the Chinese dragon again, and when did Cyril become a lighthouse keeper? Other than that, it's just a standard episode. At the wharf, Thomas is given a job, and then he makes Rheneas jump after blowing his whistle, and the rest of the episode is just dedicated to him trying to prank everybody on the wharf, and it's just so mindless. It's just them causing a bunch of reckless crashes and, you know, not doing what trains should be doing. Like, it's such a mindless episode, easily the worst one so far. Thomas has to collect some items for the magician to use at his performance, but he messes it up and needs to fix it. Just another standard episode with nothing to say. All I can say is the ending is weird, where the magician uses magic on Thomas? Is Magic Railroad canon? Man, Season 11, you started so well. Thomas is given the task of delivering a sailboat to the mayor. However, he does not let the mast get lowered and needs to learn to not rush. Pretty stock episode. Oh god, we're here already. Here we have another toy character, Silly Billy. And if you know me, he's my least favorite character in the whole franchise, especially with his favorite catchphrase,
"Stop telling me what to do. You are a very bossy engine."
He says it like 5 times in this whole episode.
What can I say about Billy that hasn't already been said? He's a very insufferable character, and he brings this whole episode down. Definitely one of my least favorites of the season. Thankfully, Billy never became a recurring character after this, though, as soon as this episode aired, he never popped up in the show again.
Finally, an episode not about Thomas. Edward is tasked with delivering the mail while Percy's at the works. However, he's unsure of the order he should be delivering them in and has to figure it out. Meh, it's fine. I at least like the idea of Edward having that struggle, that everybody sees him as this perfect role model, that when he doesn't know how to do something, it feels, well, weird. But it's not all that interesting, and I feel like they don't go far enough with the concept. Overall, though, it is fine. It's one of the better of the season, unfortunately. To wait for a ship arriving with a delivery, Thomas and Percy play hide and seek. Remember when this show was about trains? I got nothing to say about it. It's just them playing hide and seek. I like that Cranky had a semi-prominent role, but overall, this episode's lame. It doesn't even feel like a Thomas episode. Toby is given the task of picking up Alicia Body from the airport and, yet again, is worried he's gonna make mistakes and is afraid he's not as good as he could be. Can they just not think of anything else to do with Toby? This one's horrible. All it is Toby being worried and getting into mistakes. I really can't stand it. One of the worst yet. Thomas is designated to pick up Topham's new car. However, Gordon wants to prove he's faster, so they have a race to see who can get to the carnival first. But then Thomas loses the car as he was impatient, and a runaway ensues. It has been such a long time since there's been a runaway episode in retrospect, but honestly, this one's a lot of fun. It isn't mind-blowing, but it kept me interested the whole time, and seeing the ways they made the runaway happen was entertaining. I liked it.
Shot into the air. Oh no! Cried Arthur.
Man, poor Arthur. I forgave this last time, but really, again, another episode title being reused twice in the same season. Anyway, Thomas has to take a children's choir to a concert, but doesn't bother getting checked up, so doesn't work properly and needs to learn to wait. Cool. Like every Thomas episode now. Annie and Clarabelle spoke in this one, and that's all I took away from it. So, Thomas is being bullied by Diesel, Ari, and Bert because they keep calling him Stinky. Then he's given a job to deliver stinky cheese. What do I have to say about it? My brain was completely on autopilot. It's like Diesel, Ari, and Bert are the equivalent of third-grade bullies at this point. They're lame, and Thomas pulling a gimmicky item. The only interesting thing about it is they actually did a CGI test with this one, which actually stayed pretty close to the model era if you could look at this. It's kind of interesting. Too bad the actual episode kind of sucks. Wow, it's taken me now to realize Percy has hardly done anything all season. So Percy is tasked with delivering Dowager Hat's luggage to the airport, but puts it off at the last minute. Yeah, this is sure an episode that exists. So season 11 ends with 6 narrow gauge themed episodes in a row. Great. So here we have Skarloey storms through. Mr. Percival orders Peter, Sam, Rheneas, and Skarloey to get some sheep. However, it's thundering out and Skarloey's afraid of the thunder. Yup, it's just as you expect. Skarloey's afraid and needs to prove he's more brave. Just an average bad Skarloey episode, nothing else to say. New toy character Madge has to take Duncan to the transfer yards, but tries to have fun like he would and ends up getting in trouble. This one's actually a lot of fun. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Duncan and the new character Madge are a very entertaining pair, and I liked this one a lot. I actually recommend it.
And then the bushes. She even sprayed a policeman. Sorry.
Duncan is tired of pulling straw all day, so takes on the jobs of other narrow gauge characters. All I can say is, this episode sure does exist.
Oh sweet, another Madge episode. She has to look over Skarloey and Rheneas and make sure they're clean for a festival. However, she then gets dirty, and they all need to learn to get cleaned up. This is a really sweet episode. Madge is a fun character. I like her dynamic with Skarloey and Rheneas, even if I don't like their new characterizations. Good episode all around.
Mr. Percival is off at a meeting and puts Sir Handel in charge of setting up a train. It's very similar to the Green Controller, but instead of Percy messing up the jobs, Sir Handel just doesn't give anyone jobs. It's boring, I've got nothing else to say. We end off Season 11 with an episode about Fearless Freddy of all characters. He is looking for a bell for Mr. Percival's bike. Yup, add it to the pile of episodes that exist.
Season 11. This was an interesting season. With how good this one started, I was really shocked. But the further it went along, it kind of drove into the same hit entertainment stuff as usual. And again, I know I was a bit negative on this one, but I'll admit, I didn't have as bad of a time with it as I did Season 10, and honestly Season 8 as well. I'd say this is closer to Season 9 in quality. Which one's better? I think 11 might be a little more consistent, but 9's highs are probably better. But you could be the deciding factor of that. But, like usual for Hit, it's another okay season. Man, 4 of these in a row. Yikes. But we are reaching an end point. Season 12, our last model season. Oh boy, we're at the end now. And funny enough, I actually don't remember this one as much from childhood. Season 11 was the last season I was really regularly keeping up with, and then the release of The Great Discovery, which came out after this film, with the characters Stanley and Great Waterton that are going to be in next season. I just kind of fell out of Thomas. I was starting to grow into Phineas and Ferb, which then became my favorite show for a little while, and then I'd get into the other shows on Disney, Nick, and Cartoon Network, and I kind of just lost interest in stuff airing on PBS. So, for the most part, nostalgia will not be playing much of a factor from this point on, really. Obviously, I've seen all the seasons coming up. I'm just making it clear I have pretty much no nostalgia connection to just about any season afterwards, but enough stalling. Let's go into Season 12 and see if it's a really good swan song for the model era or not.
So a photographer... Oh. Ew. Yeah, I should have mentioned this, but this season's a model CGI hybrid. Looks really bad, as you can tell. So the story of this one is a photographer comes to the island to take a picture of the main 8 and Diesel for some reason for a billboard. Diesel photobombs Thomas, and Thomas tries to take another picture without Diesel. It's just nothing. It feels like nothing happened this whole episode, and the few locations in this one makes this one feel so limiting. Like, Thomas really can't have basic speaking skills and just say, "Oh, Diesel blocked me," but whatever, it's just uninteresting. Is it just me, or do Edward's eyes make him look like he's on something? Anyway, the episode is about Edward delivering a water wheel. He wants attention for it, so takes the worst path, and then hijinks ensue. I just got nothing to say. It's more of what you usually expect. I'm only putting it over the last episode because it has my favorite frame of the show. Oh, also, look it! Arthur and Oliver are back. That's cool.
Rosie? Rosie? We're getting an episode about Rosie? She doesn't want to be Emily's back engine while pulling a circus train, so the thing breaks in half and she messes up the job, like usual. Percy could have had this episode and literally nothing would be different. Great. I'm tired of these kind of episodes. Stepney popped up. That's cool, I guess. Bad episode overall.
Oh my god, we're on the halfway point of the whole show. So, Peter Sam finds a statue of Proteus and wants to bring it to Miss Marvel's storytelling event. I doesn't want anyone else to see it until he brings it there. He messes up a job because the statue's too heavy for him, and then he relies on his friends. It feels like I'm saying that description for every episode, but that's because it applies to too many of them. Pretty average overall. It's cool that it ties in with a Season 9 episode, but they don't really do anything with it tying in, so it's hard to really say it should get much credit for it. I'll also say it's kind of distracting how often they say the word Miss Marvel, because all I think of is the Marvel character. It's unfortunately probably the best so far. Let that sink in. The Wishing Tree returns. Wow, that's 2 callbacks in a row. Anyway, after it's struck by lightning, Henry has to take some woodmen to take care of it. However, he thinks they're gonna tear it down, so wastes several minutes on end collecting rolling stock to block the path, only to realize they were gonna save it. This is such a boring episode. Literally nothing happens in it, and the resolution is solved so quickly. Going at the bottom of the list. Another toy character episode. Here's Hank. He's from America. Thomas feels embarrassed around him because he wants to prove Sodor engines are better, so tries to take on heavy loads that Hank would be famously known for. And then needs to learn he needs to ask for help. Meh, Hank isn't honestly that bad of a character, but this episode's just so there. Nothing's really wrong with it, it's just not that interesting. Meaning it's one of the better of the season. Yay.
Toby isn't given a special job by Topham, so he believes it's because all the other engines have done special stuff with flashbacks to older episodes. Huh, it's weird how much continuity there is in this season. So Toby tries to find something special. Yup, another Toby episode about how unimportant and lame Toby is, but no, he has to be reassured how special he is. Another bad one.
A storm hits the island of Sodor like it does in every hit season, and Emily is one of the only few very functioning engines. It gives her a big head after Topham calls her Excellent Emily, and it makes her a little egotistical and not listen to others. You'd probably think I don't like this episode because Emily's being ignorant, but honestly, considering how egotistical the characters become in this later model era, this is actually very fitting, and honestly, this might be my favorite episode of the season. Had a lot of good moments to it. I especially liked the scene where Emily was sinking in the mud. Honestly, who knew Emily would be getting all the good episodes? Also, Duck came back, so that's always a bonus. Favorite of the season so far. Dang, why does Freddy keep getting so much focus? He wants to set up a surprise party for toy character Cullen. Yup, this is sure an episode. That's all I gotta say. Thomas is sent to pick up a firefighter because he's winning an award. However, he sees things alongside the tracks and thinks he's helping others. However, he's actually not helping and just causing more trouble. This one's just annoying. Thomas thinking he's being better and actually trying to help, instead causing more harm. And it's also just exhausting to see. This is probably my least favorite episode so far. It was cool seeing Duck, Donald, and Douglas again, but that can only do so much. Also, this ending shot makes it look like Thomas's face is falling off.
Duncan is upset he won't be able to take Mr. Percival's kids out for their birthday. Instead, they're getting taken out by a hot air balloon. So Duncan tries to sabotage the hot air balloon. This is just kind of a dumb episode. Why is it already floating? This is just kind of wild. I mean, I guess it's cool to see the red balloon again, but this is stupid.
To do his best, and to show the other engines he knows best, too.
Okay, that's a pretty funny line. So, we're on episode 300. How do they celebrate the occasion? James has to take a long line of trucks to Great Waterton. However, the lighting away is getting dangerous, and James is going with Hector, who's trying to give him advice, but James doesn't want to take advice from a truck. Considering last season, James didn't really seem to like Hector, I'm shocked they actually played into continuity. Now that I think about it, 12's doing that a lot, but this one's honestly really entertaining. I liked it quite a bit.
Hector and James make for a really fun duo. I love the snow setting, and I love that James has to get over his prejudice with trucks. Wow, a good Season 12 episode. Who would have guessed? Definitely my favorite of the season.
Last toy character of the season. Here's Flora. Yup, she exists. So, Thomas thinks that Toby would be upset if he saw there was another steam tram on the island. For 7 agonizingly long minutes, hides Flora from Toby. It's just boring. That's all I gotta say about it. I know I'm saying that a lot, but nothing's happening anymore.
Thomas and Diesel have a backwards race and keep causing crashes. Ugh, this episode is so dumb. Like, do Thomas and Diesel not hear or feel the people they're crashing into? Without a doubt, my least favorite of the whole season so far. I hate this one.
Gordon wants to beat Stanley to gain the Great Waterton, so takes a shortcut but gets lost. It's okay. It was cool seeing Duck, Oliver, and Toad again, but other than that, you know, it's fine. It's an okay story. Probably the second best of the season. Thomas wants to find a man in the hills for Mr. Percival's birthday. Legit, nothing interesting happened in this whole episode. Moving on. Thomas's brakes aren't working right, so instead of using common sense and getting them fixed, he keeps trying to do a job, but oh no, messes it up. This is like that episode from last season, Thomas in Trouble, the season 11 version. Nothing else I gotta say, just the standard Thomas messes up a basic job because of a fault with him. Moving on.
Percy has to take Lady Hat around the island to stall for a surprise. However, when she doesn't want to leave, Percy has to be assertive with her. Yup, this one exists. It was cool seeing the pack again, but overall, at least Percy wasn't as annoying as he usually is in these seasons, I guess.
Skarloey wants to pull a puppet show train, and he fights over it with Rheneas, and then, lo and behold, messes it up, and Rheneas needs to help him fix it. This episode is really annoying. This is like two 5-year-olds fighting over a toy for 7 minutes annoying. Like, bottom of the list. I cannot stand this episode. We're at the end of the model era now. How are they gonna close off 24 years of models? Thomas is given a job Percy really wants and hides it because he knows Percy will get sad. Percy finds out and gets sad, and Thomas later makes it up to him. Thomas and Percy have the most artificial friendship nowadays. Remember when these two used to be asses to each other? This episode's just really annoying. The two just can't have anything bad happen. They're so sappy and pure. Going right above the last one, but it's still a pretty bad episode.
Season 12 sucked. You know, I was on Season 11 really thinking to myself, man, the show really hasn't gotten that bad yet in those previous seasons. But not here. This season was so tough to sit through. The writing just took the biggest hit. I don't know what happened, but every character is just written to be the dumb one this year. And just every episode came off as mindless. There was one episode I liked all season. The other 19 or fine at best, I suppose, and just straight up unbearable at worst. What a crap end to the model era. Seriously, the model series deserved to end on a better note. Let's just pretend this season doesn't exist and that Great Discovery ended it, and then bam, better ending. But we gotta move on. We are finally at the switch to CGI. Hero of the Rails came out in between this and the next season, and it was an alright special, you know. Had some of the Sharon Miller-isms, but it's better than some of the other movies. Anyways, it introduces the character Hero, Victor, and Kevin, so they're gonna play a role, not to mention the Steamworks, which just pops up out of nowhere. So, yeah, let's jump into our first CGI season and see if it's an improvement on this, or if somehow it's gonna be worse. Oh my god! Here we are! The CGI era! Is Thomas ruined forever? This episode's actually not that bad. Cranky wants to prove how strong he is to Thomas by hauling heavier and heavier loads, and then he ends up carrying Thomas and it doesn't go too well. Shockingly, I didn't mind this episode too much. It's definitely nothing mind-blowing, but the CGI is kind of nice looking, and Thomas and Cranky really carry this. They're really fun together here. Surprised how solid it is. I'm hoping the rest of the season's this watchable. Thomas needs to deliver a lion statue, but he thinks it's a real lion, so he feeds it, and, well, the lion looks like trash afterwards. Thomas's driver literally pours this stuff into the box where he can see the lion. Bad episode. Looks like we're right back with seasons 8 through 12. James needs to be repainted. However, Topham needs James to pick up his granddaughter for her birthday. However, he has to go around in his pink undercoat and doesn't want to be made fun of by everyone. I guess it's neat that they go over the concept of an undercoat, but other than that, this episode's just really boring. James is afraid to get smack talked, but like, doesn't everyone talk smack on this island? What a boring episode. Thomas needs to pick up Sir Topham Hatt and Lady Hat for a party. However, he sees a mustached version of Topham, and confusion and delay is caused by him. It isn't until he asks, he realizes, hey, that's Sir Topham Hatt's twin brother? What a random thing to introduce this late into the show. Anyways, this episode sucks. Thomas just doesn't speak out. That would have immediately solved this conflict, but no, he doesn't want to look silly. Definitely one of the weakest of the season so far. This episode has a scene where Thomas is missing his funnel. This is terrifying. Thomas has to get a new funnel because his old one is broken. Then he has to deliver bubble liquid for Mr. Bubbles. However, it keeps splashing out of the barrel, and it's up to Topham and Mr. Bubbles to warn him about it. It's just so uninteresting. This is definitely my least favorite one yet. It's just so mindless to watch. Thomas just splish and splosh the bubble. I really liked seeing Topham and Mr. Bubbles in the car, but other than those scenes, which were a little interesting, this one is just really boring. Thomas is sent to take out mail for the day, however he doesn't know how to do it, even though he did it like 12 episodes ago, and he causes everyone to wake up way too early. Yep, another Thomas messes up a job episode. I'll say at least visually, I actually think this episode is really good looking, and the plot feels loosely nostalgic to an old Thomas episode-ish, but it's not that good. Though I would probably call this my second favorite episode under Creaky Cranky. I hope that changes though. This episode's really not that great. At best, it's just mediocre. New season, new character. Here we have Charlie, one of the most insufferable characters in the franchise. Charlie loves having fun, but he doesn't think Thomas is very fun, so Thomas desperately tries his hardest to be a fun engine, but starts getting late to delivering Alicia body. Annie and Clarabelle end up getting uncoupled, and he leaves them behind. Remember when Annie and Clarabelle were characters and not props? Anyways, this one sucks. Charlie's incredibly annoying, and Thomas is as dumb as usual. Definitely one of my least favorites of the season. I just want one good one. Thomas needs to get some straw for some baby pigs, but he thinks they might like other things than straw. It turns out the baby pigs wanted the straw. Who would have guessed? What a dumb and boring episode. A pig gets named after Thomas. Cool. One of my least favorites of the season. So boring. Thomas has to deliver books for some students and the teacher. However, he takes a shortcut because he thinks it's going to make his job easier. But, oh no, it's actually very dangerous and it causes a derailment of the books, and Thomas finds some arbitrary way to fix his own mistake. I am only halfway through this season and I'm sick of talking about it already. Nothing interesting happens in any of these episodes. It's so boring. Finally, another non-Thomas episode. Percy has to deliver a present for Dowager Hat's birthday, and he really wants Mavis to see the present. However, she doesn't because she's actually busy doing an actual job, and things get messed up. Yup, just another stock episode right here. I like that Mavis has a slightly bigger role in an episode than usual, but other than that, this episode is the definition of it exists alright. Toby's bell is broken, so he gets a 3-chime whistle to replace it, and he gets scared every time he uses it. This is just a really dumb episode concept, and really they don't do anything with it at all. I guess it's neat to see Toby with a whistle, I guess. Boring episode, though. Emily has to bring flowers to Knapford Station, but when she sees Mavis sad, she tries to bring them to the quarry, but then things go awry, and it's a really boring episode. Emily is just not interesting here. She's really obsessed with flowers. If anything, there was actually a funny bit with her.
I know all about flowers. I know that buttercups are yellow.
Emily!
But a blooming mess? More like a boring mess. time, Thomas is delivering a trophy to a kite fair, and he sees Stephen and Bridget Hat playing with their kite. However, Stephen Hat is a very dumb kid and just lets go of his kite, and now Thomas has to chase after it. He ignores help from his friends, but then he realizes, hey, they're gonna help me find this kite. So what was gonna happen when they got close? They don't have hands. This is just brain dead and dumb. He's just chasing a kite for 8.5 minutes. Why did this warrant a whole episode? One of my least favorites, for sure. Victor is going to see the other narrow gauge engines in Mr. Percival. I wish that's the episode we got to see, but instead we get to see Thomas in charge of the Steamworks. And lo and behold, he doesn't know how to run it, and everything goes wrong. Just another dumb episode about engines in charge. And it sucks all these episodes have to be so lame, because the production value is pretty good, and I love the music, and generally, I feel like there's so much potential in all these episodes. The writing kills it, though. Everyone's just so unlikable. It's a muddy day on the island of Sodor, and Thomas splashes mud on everyone and causes confusion and delay like usual. So, Thomas, whatever happened to the branch line? I kind of miss that location. This episode's really dumb. It's just Thomas playing in the mud for 8 minutes straight. There's like a slightly funny visual gag of Topham covering Alicia body with his hat. That was kind of funny. But other than that, this one sucks. Probably my least favorite so far. Hiro returns from Japan back to Sodor, and he's thrown a party. Thomas forgets to tell everyone about it. No one comes to Hiro's party, and then he tells everyone about it. It was that easy to fix it, huh? Such a nothing episode. I guess it's cool to see Hiro again, but other than that, this episode's really boring. Oh sweet, an episode that looks a little different from the rest of them. Gordon is given a special and he has to traverse through the snow. However, later on, Thomas ends up getting stuck in the snow and Gordon has to help him. This is actually a watchable episode from this era. It's nothing mind-blowing, but the snow aesthetic definitely helps this one stick out more, and Thomas and Gordon have a fun little bromance here. I actually enjoyed this one within the confines of Season 13. It's still got dumb stuff, but it's more watchable than the rest. Henry sees Thomas do good deeds, so he wants to replicate them, but oh no, Henry does them wrong, and he needs to make up for it. Just such a nothing episode again. I honestly just wish more stuff would happen in these. With the 8-minute increase, you'd think more would go on. Thomas has to deliver some bees to Farmer Trotter, and Hiro warns him how to handle them, but Thomas, of course, doesn't listen, and do I even need to keep going? Isn't it obvious what's gonna go on? It's a bad episode like usual, and it's got bees in them too, and I hate bees. Definitely one of my least favorites. It's just so empty, and also bees. They just suck. I hate them. Oh wow, Hiro's getting an episode. I like that actually. Too bad the episode's awful. Topham is feeling overworked, so Hiro just feels like putting himself in charge, I guess, and telling everyone what to do, except, oh no, he's not a good controller because he's a train. I'm getting so sick of these plots of the engines being in charge for the day. It's just such a boring and slow episode, and I'd probably call this my least favorite of the season, probably my least favorite of the show so far, just for the fact it wasted the potential of making a good Hiro episode. What a shame. So Season 13 sucked. I don't think you could tell by the review. Okay, in all seriousness though, this season was super boring. Season 12 was already really bad and tiresome to sit through, but at least a lot of the episodes were like overly bad. This is just so dull. I honestly can't imagine making a worse season than 12, but here we are. Every character is somehow even less intelligent than last season, Every plot is a lot more brain dead. And in general, everything just feels so automated and wooden. Yes, the later seasons were a lot more flawed too, but I'd at least say there was some life sparked into some of those weaker episodes. But here, I don't feel any life in any episode this season. It's all just so wooden. I can see why when I was younger I ditched watching the show at this point. This was the last season I saw any of as a kid before I just ditched watching Thomas until like season 20 came around. But hey, this is the first CGI season. Maybe it'll get better with 14. So let's just go into season 14 and at least hope it's a little more interesting. Also, before season 14 came out, we had Misty Island Rescue. Movie's not good, but we're not going to review it here. Anyways, so it introduced the logging locos who are going to pop up like halfway through. And we're going to get Captain the Sailboat, but I mean, am I ever going to even mention his name in this ranking besides this point? Well, let's see. Let's just go into 14 now. Thomas is sent to get a giraffe from Brendam Docks. However, he does not get the giraffe keeper, so the giraffe refuses to sit down when he needs him to go under a bridge. Yup, and you could kind of see where this is coming. He messes with his friends, and now he won't wake up, and it's so boring and mindless. This is easily the show's worst premiere so far. One of my least favorites in the whole show at this moment in time. And we just started the season. James is sent to pick up Alicia Body for a concert, but it's dark out and he needs a lamp. He doesn't want to wear it though because it makes him look silly, and he messes up the job. This is just such a brainless one. There's 2 instances of James not being able to recognize Thomas or Edward's voices, even though he's known them for how long at this point. And then there's parts where Farmer McCullough and Farmer Trotter just get on his train. Like, why would they be going with him? Terrible episode. Easily the worst of the season so far. And we're only on episode 2. I'm really hoping this one picks up. Sodor's football team is preparing for a game, and all the engines are given jobs. Emily is given the job of taking the football team's laundry. This is a real episode written by a real person. Other than the questionable sexism, this one is just really boring. Nothing interesting happened in it. Better than the last one, but worse than the first one. Still, none of these have been worth watching so far. Charlie claims that Edward is no fun, so Edward tries to prove... What's with this sense of deja vu? Oh, that's right. Charlie's debut episode was about that. Just Thomas was the one who was trying to prove he was fun to Charlie. Yeah, this is a bad one. It's just ripping off Playtime, an episode I already don't like. Toby is afraid of the Whistling Woods and doesn't want to ask Thomas and James for help to go through it because he's old and doesn't think he needs it. This is just terrible. What happened to the Toby that could brave a flood or cross a collapsing bridge to save some baby lambs? Easily the worst in the whole show so far. This one is so irritating. Henry crashes into a truck and becomes more cautious. However, his caution ends up causing confusion and delay. This is the start of Henry becoming a worrier. At least it makes a little more sense here, but this episode is still really dumb as it feels like things just happen. Going near the bottom, I did not like it at all. Oh wow, an episode about Diesel. That's kinda cool. So what's he gonna do? He's upset that the children don't like him as much as James Pig, so he tries to get other work to make himself look cool, but realizes the job he was doing was worth doing all along. It's a very boring episode, but it's the best of the season so far. Probably only because Diesel stars in it. But also, there's this very questionable moment.
Never clapped and cheered. That's because you are a Diesel.
Like, wow, James. That's very, racist. Thomas is given the task to deliver soda. However, he hears a popping sound he likes and ruins the soda and needs to learn not to rush for like the 50th time now. Nothing to say about this one, honestly. I'm really struggling to find anything new to say. A large number of engines are breaking down on the island of Sodor. Victor wants to say he can fix all of them, but the work is too much for him, and he needs to say enough is enough. Meh, it's kind of boring. I appreciate the fact they at least tried giving Victor an episode, but literally nothing happens in this one, which means it is one of the better episodes of the season. How sad. An Expector is coming to the island of Sodor, and Thomas is put in charge of working at Brendam Docks. He takes Percy and Mavis away from their jobs to help work, but oh no, it ends up all going south. It's just their handle in charge again, which was just the Green Controller again. Why does Topham keep putting his engines in charge of work? It's never proven to go well. Terrible episode. Moving on. Percy is tired of not being seen, so he tries to act like Gordon to be seen and causes confusion and delay. And it's not very good. It's not the worst the season has to offer. In fact, it's probably the best of the season. But it's nothing special, but I do at least appreciate seeing another Percy and Gordon-ish episode again. It's watchable. Thomas is given the job of delivering the star to Knapford. He wants to bring the star to all of his friends, hoping they can have wishes. Unfortunately, things go awry. It's just kind of boring. It's not the worst, but I never will think about this episode again. Some kids are sad that their snowman doesn't have a hat, so Thomas goes around stealing hats for them and forgets to pick up a package for Topham. Yes, we're really at this point. Thomas is barely punished too. It feels like no consequences are given for this. It's a very bad one, and it's also just really boring. Moving on. Oh god, this is the point where the logging locos start popping up in episodes. Thomas has to train the logging locos in how to be really useful, but oh no, Percy really wants to play with him at the same time, so he tries to do both, but can't manage the time. I'm so tired of these two playing games and stuff. Like, I get that this is a show for little kids, I'm not arguing that, but they're not characters who need to act like parody versions of what kids are like. This episode's just annoying. Thomas and Percy just suck as a duo now. One of the worst of the season, in my opinion. Thomas and Edward are sent to get Joby Woods from Misty Islands. Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand offer to help, but Thomas doesn't take it. It sucks. Thomas is just really annoying in this one, and I just feel sorry for Edward, who's stuck on the Shake Shake Bridge. Another terrible episode to add to the season. New toy character Scruff is introduced. Thomas wants him to get clean to make him really useful, so Scruff hides, and Thomas has to find a way to get him out. Literally nothing happens in this whole episode. It's one of the most boring yet. Gordon is put in charge of Whiff's waste dump. I guess the Express just doesn't have any passengers today. But he doesn't want to be seen by anyone, so he hides and doesn't get work done. I love how Topham just has this big blue express engine, and the only thing he can think to do with him is make him pull around garbage all day. Gordon's supposed to be the beacon of hope during the bad seasons. What happened? This episode sucks! Thomas brings Dowager Hat to Misty Island to have fun. However, Thomas is being a bit of a fuddy-duddy and having no fun with Dowager. This episode's kind of weird. Like, they're on Misty Island for almost all of it, but the logging locos are nowhere to be seen. Not complaining about that, though, because this episode, kind of decent, actually. Dowager Hat's a pretty fun character, and her interactions with Thomas aren't too bad. I surprisingly didn't mind this episode. It's not super good or anything, but it's less bad than usual. That deserves a compliment. The logging locos want to throw a Christmas party. However, they don't ask for any of the main engines for help, even though they were being such a stickler about it and jumping Joby would. But hey, and the party is a disaster. I don't like the logging locos, so this episode does absolutely nothing for me. I'm happy to see them fail. One of my least favorites yet. It's so boring. Henry is getting a box for a winter holiday party. However, he doesn't realize trees are in it, so when it disappears, he thinks it's a magic box. Just why? This is such a dumb concept for this show. Like, Henry really thinks a box is alive? It's just too much for me. Without a doubt, one of my least favorites of the whole series, and a very bad way to end what has been the worst season so far. That was the new worst season of the show. Yup, it topped the last season pretty easily. Not a single episode in here was really all that significant. I think you could tell I was breezing through a lot of them, but that's because there was so little to honestly say. The substance is non-existent, and every episode in here was just so empty to sit through and mindless. Like, the best episodes, I want to make clear, will not be going very high in the overall ranking for this season, because there barely were any bests. There were like 2 in here I thought were, I guess, mildly watchable, and then the rest of these are like the series' worst. Yeah, in general, season 14 is definitely the worst season so far. Really nothing about it stuck out. Let's just hope season 15 is maybe a little better. In between, or technically released after, but we're talking about this in chronological order, Day of the Diesel's released. Movie's horrible, but you gotta know that characters Fiery Flynn, Belle, Paxton, Norman, Den, and Dart are all gonna pop up in the next season. Please let season 15 at max just be watchable. Great to know that season 13 starts with 3 episodes about the Logging Locos. Yay. Gordon has to take the Lion of Sodor with Ferdinand, but he doesn't want to be seen with Ferdinand, so he intentionally takes routes that would make it harder to be seen with him, but oh no, the Lion of Sodor falls into some mud, and he has to learn that Ferdinand is useful, and I guess it wasn't the worst episode in the world, but it really didn't do anything to make me like Ferdinand more, so I guess it's just more of the same from the previous season. Yay. Toby and Bash start working together. However, Toby thinks Bash needs a brand new home, but after failing to find a new location, he realizes he just wanted to live on Misty Island the whole time. Toby is just extremely unlikable in this episode. It's like, dude, just listen to what Bash has to say. Definitely my least favorite so far. Emily wants to whistle like Dash. Yup, that was an episode. It was cool to see Trevor again. Not the biggest Trevor fan, but it's something classic-y. The best part about this episode was it was the end of the Logging Loco trilogy. Thank God. Maybe he'll start picking up. Percy is sad because no one wants to play with him. Does he not have any jobs? But then he goes into the forest and finds creatures he tries to befriend, but oh no, he's way too loud with them. Percy is just so obnoxious in this episode. Like, he's not plucky or fun anymore, he's just annoying. This episode doesn't even feel all that Thomas-y. Probably my least favorite of the whole show so far. I couldn't stand this one. Percy's so annoying. Edward goes around the island wanting to do good. He feels like he's not doing good enough, but everyone assures him he is. It's fine. It's definitely not a horrible episode or anything. It was nice to see the engine actually help people instead of just causing 3 mistakes, but it's not super interesting. Still, it's the best of the season, no question. James starts working at the Sodor Search and Rescue Center alongside Toby. He doesn't think he's helpful, but when he tries to save Gordon in the most stupid possible way, he learns how helpful of an engine Toby is. This episode is really dumb, but my god, it's actually pretty funny. Every leap in logic made in this episode does kind of get a laugh out of me, and James stupidly trying to save Gordon does make me laugh when he gets crushed. Probably my second favorite.
I'm the silliest and muddiest engine.
Hiro is sad because he misses Japan. I don't know why he doesn't just go back. So Thomas brings him to Misty Island to try to cheer him up. Why are the logging locos being used so much this season? Shouldn't they have been used a lot more last season, considering it released the same year as Misty Island? Anyway, this episode is boring. Nothing happens in it. I don't know. I'm running out of things to talk about at this point. It is hard to believe I'm at Up, and Away at this point. Thomas and Percy have to deliver a balloon to a fair, but oh no, inconveniences consistently happen, and Thomas takes the stupid route of listening to Percy. This episode is just so brain dead. It's one of the worst in the whole show. I feel like I'm saying that a lot now, but everything in this series has become so mindless at this point. It's getting really hard to watch. A railway coal inspector is coming to the island of Sodor, and Henry has to take him around the island. However, he doesn't want to get bullied for using special coal, so he tries to use normal coal and realizes he doesn't work very well on it. I just got nothing to say. This episode, nothing happened in it. I guess I kind of like the ending of Henry embracing the fact he needs it, even though technically he shouldn't, but whatever. Other than that, though, this one's just kind of boring. Still, one of the better of the season, I guess. Oh boy, another Christmas episode. Thomas and Gordon are sent to Misty Come on. Thomas tries to get it to snow on Misty Island by singing, and just nothing interesting happened in this one. It is boring as sin. Easily one of their worst Christmas episodes. Oh boy, another Christmas episode. Thomas wants to set up a party at the Steamworks for his broken down friends, but he doesn't tell Victor, and things go poorly. I don't know, nothing really interesting happened in this one either. I honestly wish I had more to talk about. This must have been the easiest episode to produce all season. Spencer tries to find the Duke and Duchess's summer house, but, well, it's a foggy day on Sodor, so he can't figure out his way around it. I don't think I need to say what the problem with this episode is. I feel like you can just look at this one. It's really hard to watch from just a looking at it standpoint. Beyond that, though, it's just a standard season 15 episode, meaning it's bad, obviously, but the visuals really bring it down. Birdie's getting some focus for the first time since, season 2. He wants to see the sights Thomas usually gets to, so Thomas brings him on a flatbed. This is kind of like Thomas and Skarloey's Big Day Out, except it's in season 15, meaning it sucks. And Birdie keeps warning Thomas about, hey, I need to get Dowager Hat and her friends, but Thomas doesn't listen. He brings him to Misty Island, and they even cross the Shake Shake Bridge. Not a very good episode, but the idea alone really carries this one, so it's one of the best of the season, sadly. Thomas is given the role of rescue engine for the day, so he works with Butch? You mean that background tow truck who's done absolutely nothing in the whole show finally gets a speaking role? Don't get too excited, though. This episode is really bad. He gets stuck to Thomas. Andy refuses to ask for help, but needs to learn he needs to get the magnet off. Bad episode. What do you expect at this point? Belle wants to befriend Toby because he also has a Belle. But Belle is wild and over the top, and Toby doesn't like that. And they just don't do anything interesting with these two characters together. There is no fun clashing or pairing. It's just boring. Kevin is put in charge of the Steamworks, but he wants to play Biff Bash Bosh with Thomas and Percy. So, as you expect, things go awry and he messes up the entire Steamworks. Hey, didn't we do this episode 2 seasons ago called Steamy Sodor? Just replace Kevin with Thomas. I'm really starting to realize how malleable all these plots are now. The most infamous of them all. Here we are at Wonky Whistle. Thomas's whistle isn't working right, so instead of just waiting at the steamworks to fix it, he goes out to deliver the animals for Farmer McColl. But oh no, they all fly out as soon as he starts whistling. It's just as dumb as everybody says it is, mindless and bad, and there's nothing new to add. It's just a really bad episode. Maybe it's not as bad as some of these other ones, but it's still terrible, one of the worst. Topham gives Thomas a holiday special, but oh no, Percy is sad because he doesn't get to pull it. So Thomas says they'll work together on it later, but uh-oh, Thomas keeps covering Percy in snow and doesn't know where he is. I like that it reminds me of snow when Percy's covered in snow. Other than that, it's boring as crap. Thomas competes with the Diesels to see who can get the best Christmas tree. It's really not that eventful, but I will say it's probably the best Christmas episode of like the 4 we got this season. At least Thomas has like a fun dynamic with the Diesels a little bit, but still pretty lame. Also, why is Gordon going to Misty Island with the Express here? Finally, we're done with season 15. Flynn is going around the island looking for a blue engine on fire. He puts out Edward and Gordon, who are very obviously not on fire. This is just so dumb. Flynn's supposed to be like a heroic firefighter. Why is he this stupid? It's obvious they're not on fire and you're just wasting your water. Oh, not to mention this scene.
His firebox was on fire.
If that doesn't constitute worst episode of the series so far, I don't know what does. There's really nothing new I can say about season 15 that I didn't say about 14 or 13. It's just the same as those two, except 10 times worse, with even worse episodes like Fiery Flynn or Percy's Best Friends, all the Logic Loco episodes. It's just so brain dead and dumb to watch at this point. The Andrew Brenner era honestly can't come any sooner. These episodes are really not exciting to talk about at all, and it's just so brain melting sitting through these back to back. Unfortunately, we've got one more season just like this. I really don't have any hope for season 16, but maybe, just maybe, they might have learned looking back at these 3 seasons, and this one will be a huge improvement and at least be a little watchable. Oh my god, I really hope so. And in between, we got Blue Mountain Mystery, which was actually pretty good. But outside of Winston, most of the new characters either don't do anything or just don't appear at all in Luke's case, which is kind of weird. Oh, and speaking of that, we are getting the narrow gauge engines back, so that makes me hope this will at least be a little more interesting. Let's jump into season 16 and find out. Flynn... Another Flynn episode already? Really? He has a hard time driving on the road. I thought he was made to go on the road and rails, but okay. Charlie, the spawn of Satan himself, makes fun of him, and he doesn't think he should be on the road because of his wobbly wheels, so he goes on the rails, but oh no, he can't get close to Topham's shed that's on fire because it's on the road. Why is Flynn such an idiot? Like, this episode is better than his last, but not by much. This episode still makes him feel very unlikable and extremely incompetent at his job. Bad way to start the season. Old Wheezy isn't working right, and Thomas thinks Den and Dart can fix it, but for some reason doesn't bring both of them and brings them one at a time. Not relevant to the episode, but why is there so much focus on Day of the Diesels at the beginning of this season? Like I said last season, wasn't that the season before? Anyway, this episode's boring, nothing interesting happens at all, and the resolution is so obvious. Like, no crap, bringing them together would make sense. Come on, Thomas, you should be smarter than this. Dowager Hat is having a party, and Thomas is sent to take her and her special passengers. Instead of taking Annie and Clarabelle, though, he takes the Express to prove to Gordon he can do it. But surprisingly, the Express is way too heavy for him, so he leaves some of the passengers behind, and thus ruins Dowager Hat's party. It's very unremarkable. This whole season's been on autopilot for me so far. Though I will say this is probably the best episode purely because I like the aesthetic of Thomas pulling the express. That's the only reason it's at number 1 at the moment. Ooh, a scary episode. It's been a while since we've had one of these. Salty tells Percy a tale about the monster of Brendam. He tells all his friends about it, but when they see something, they all get scared. This one sucks. Everybody is incredibly annoying, and it's just so dumb. They see something that vaguely looks like a monster in the fog, but no, it's nothing scary at all. It's just, compared to all the other old scary episodes, this one doesn't have as much tension. Also, the twist at the end really sucks. I guarantee the target audience guessed this the second it happened. Definitely one of my least favorites of the whole show, honestly. Easily the worst of this season. I can't imagine it getting worse from here. I spoke way too soon about the last episode. This one is 10 times worse. Charlie wants to have fun with Henry, so he pretends to be a snowman, and Henry gets freaked out by it. I just don't know where they come up with this stuff. This is just such a dumb plot. And it doesn't help that all the characters are acting, well, I say dumber than usual, but in Henry's case, this has unfortunately become very normal for him. And considering I can't stand Charlie or CGI-era Henry, yeah, it results in an extremely horrible mixture of characters to make a brainless episode like this. I am praying this is the worst it gets. And the honor for most random title in the series goes to... A photographer is coming to the island of Sodor, and Thomas wants to be in more pictures than Gordon, so photobombs his friends and causes confusion and delay. I like the part where City of Churro popped up. On that pretty run-of-the-mill episode. Nothing special about it. The Duchess of Boxford wants to meet up with Lady Hat, and Thomas wants to take her. However, he doesn't want to come off as smelly while pulling Whiff's garbage train, so he takes shortcuts to make sure he's not as dirty when picking up the Duchess. However, he ends up causing a crash, and he needs to fix it while Whiff takes her. I liked seeing the beach return. It actually looks pretty neat in CGI. Other than that, though, this episode is really uninteresting. Nothing went on. Thomas toots crows around the island for Farmer McCall and causes confusion and delay. This is such a brain-dead episode. One of my least favorites of the whole show. It is just so mindless to sit through. Gordon delivers parts to the diesel works, however breaks his buffers on the way, so Den and Dart offer to fix him. Gordon is resistant to the idea, however after Den and Dart prove that they can fix him, he realizes how useful diesels can actually be. Shockingly, this one's kinda solid. It's not the best episode or anything, but I actually enjoyed the message of Gordon needing to put his prejudices aside and listen to diesels, and I also think it has good messages that people are equal regardless. Shockingly decent episode for this era, easily the best of the season so far. Diesel and Percy are tasked with taking some garbage that includes a calliope. Percy thinks it can still work and tries everything to get it done. He does it in admittedly dumb ways, like really he's gonna put coal in the calliope. But I won't lie, this one's actually okay. It's a little more in line with who Percy is normally of him trying to. It reminds me a bit of him trying to save old Slowcoach back in Season 5, for example. It was nice to hear the original theme tune again. Shockingly alright episode. Wow, there has been 2 of these in a row. Let's see if they can keep the streak going. Thomas has to take a composer around the island of Sodor to find the sounds of Sodor. This episode sure happened. It's not bad by any means, but I got nothing to say. This was the only scene that stuck out to me.
Fat controller.
Man, everyone's just been fat-shaming Topham lately. Edward wants to get Salty a present. However, after Salty rejects all of his previous presents, what he learns is that Salty got the best present of all by being able to tell Edward his stories. Actually enjoyed this one. Edward feels like he's in character. Salty's twist at the end makes a lot of sense. It just comes from such an earnest place. Honestly, I'm impressed. Season 16's been kind of picking up in these past couple episodes. Maybe we got a pretty decent season here. Hey, remember what I said about the season picking up? I think I was wrong. This one's really bad. Thomas really wants to surprise Gordon on Sodor Surprise Day and desperately tries everything he can, but causes confusion and delay and causes fireworks to go off in a crate. Why were they even lit? This episode sucks. I don't know why Thomas is so generally insistent that Gordon must have a good time on Sodor Surprise Day. And it's just such an annoying one on his end. Also, the fireworks scene, just too much. One of my least favorites of the whole season. Emily wants to be the winter party engine, however Topham's hat blows away, and Emily thinks if she finds it, she'll be given the job, but doesn't go around finding it and instead boasts about getting the job that she doesn't have yet. I got nothing to say. This episode is super boring. James is tasked with bringing Farmer McColl's sheep to the fairgrounds. On his travels, he sees a muddy track, but he doesn't want to go down it, so decides to go along a bumpy track. A latch breaks on his wagons, and the sheep break loose. And James struggles to find them until he realizes he has to be muddy to go the right way. Just kind of a nothing episode. Like, it's not horrible, but man, season 16's become so uninteresting in these past few. Quick side note, the CGI is starting to get really good in this end portion of Nitrogen's run. They've been doing a really good job. Anyways, we have an episode about Whiff. He wants to be his grandest Spencer, so ignores his core job and tries to do other people's. But then after it causes confusion and delay, he goes back to collecting garbage and realizes he's as grand in his own special way. It's a pretty standard episode, not horrible, not great. It sure exists. Man, this episode just made me realize there was not a toy character episode last season. Spencer is tasked with showing new toy character Stafford around the island. However, he does not realize Stafford's an electric engine, so anytime he tries to introduce him, Stafford's battery already ran out before they made it to the location. It's boring. Nothing even mildly interesting happens. One of the most forgettable of the whole show. We're finally at the point where the narrow gauge engines return. It's like they forgot this season was supposed to tie in with Blue Mountain Mystery and just added 2 episodes as a bonus. Peter Sam is put in charge after Mr. Percival leaves for a meeting. Yep, character in charge episode. I'll say, however, this is probably the best one of these, mostly just because Rheneas has some funny lines towards Peter Sam about it. That pretty average episode.
He needs Victor. No, Rheneas. We mustn't bother Victor with little things.
It's Sir Topham Hatt's birthday, and Thomas is put in charge of Winston while Topham is away shopping. Winston tries to break away and look for the carriage that Topham used to ride in his youth, however Thomas doesn't believe he'll find it. But then the two do and restore it. This one's pretty solid. I like the lore it adds with Edward pulling him around on his birthday every year. It's kinda nice that they're just trying to do something sweet for his birthday. Pretty solid episode here, one of the best of the season. Fun fact about this episode, all the other episodes this season aired from February to March of 2012. This one aired on Christmas Day of 2012. Was the wait worth it? No. Toby brings Rheneas to Misty Island to try to find a Christmas tree for the Blue Mountain Quarry. Toby is very scared of being on Misty Island though, so Rheneas has to try to calm him. I don't really like this one, honestly. Toby is the sad whiner he always is in these CGI seasons, and Rheneas acts like a giddy 5-year-old. I also really don't get why Toby is so afraid of Misty Islands. He's been here in both Merry Misty Island and Toby and Bash. The fact I remember that is very sad. But all around, very weak end to season 16. Season 16. I mean, it was an improvement on 15, 14, 13, and probably 12 if I really think about it. But by that, I mean it's not a 1 out of 10, it's a 2 out of 10. It's basically plagued with all the same problems, just nowhere near as bad. And I will say, compared to 15, which at least had a lot of really bad episodes, this one doesn't have as many. I mean, it's still full of them. You got Sodor Surprise Day and Ho-Ho Snowman in here. But, and even the better episodes in here, like Bust My Buffers, Salty Surprise, and Percy and the Calliope, are only really the best for this era's standards, and I wouldn't really call them, like, series best. But I will still admit this is an improvement and is the best season of CGI Thomas so far. But I have a strong feeling that's going to quickly change as Andrew Brenner takes over the show following the next season. And after this season came out, we had King of the Railway, a pretty alright special, but you gotta know that Steven, Millie, Connor, and Caitlin, along with the Earl of Sodor, are gonna start popping up in the next season. So let's jump into season 17 and see how this brand new take on Thomas with Andrew Brenner and Mattel and everyone else involved in the new production is gonna go. God, I am really hoping this is an improvement over these seasons. Wow, gotta say, visually, this is pretty strong. I think the scenery and environments are a massive improvement on what Nitrogen did. I think some of the engines look a little weird, but still, I absolutely love how this looks. Glad ARC did a good job here. So Kevin is sent to work at Brendam Docks after Cranky is getting overwhelmed. Cranky initially isn't into Kevin's more cheery and optimistic demeanor, but as they start working together, Cranky starts to grow more attached to Kevin. And honestly, this is a pretty good episode to start with. Cranky and Kevin work off each other really well, and it's nice to see some new sides to Cranky. He's no longer just the angry guy. We see him get stressed and a little more anxious about his job. I really liked this one. It's without a doubt the best CGI episode so far. Good start to the season. Gruff is cleaned up at the steamworks. After being cleaned up, he wants to find a job that won't be dirty at the waste dump, but he can't get one, so just gets dirty and works at the waste dump yet again. It's a fine episode, it's not awful or anything, still better than the past few seasons, but it's pretty average. Scruff doesn't really seem like the character who can carry a whole episode to me. Also, Annie and Clarabelle spoke in this episode. This is the first time in over 100 episodes they've spoken. Why did it take so long? Winston is tired of Topham's poor driving, so he decides not to tell him to put his brakes on so that he can go out on his own, and he ends up going for the ride of his life. This is a really fun episode. It's been quite a while since we've had a runaway episode, and this one is extremely unique with having Winston as the main character, you know, as an inspection car. I also like that both Topham and Winston were in the wrong in this instance. It was really exciting and full of thrills. I enjoyed this one a lot. This feels like something I could have seen out of like season 3 or 4, honestly. But I will say at times, I think the way it's animated, it feels slower than how it's narrated. But this is ARC's first time doing one of these, so I'll give them a pass. Favorite of the season so far.
Stay where you are, Bertie! Don't move!
All right, I won't move then. I wonder for how long.
Gordon nearly crashes into Paxton. However, a little pebble hits Gordon's boiler and he starts leaking out water. He keeps taking stops with the express and it causes confusion. Not a bad episode. I like how simple it is, and the ending was really funny with all of them making fun of him. Good episode. Vickersdown Bridge is closed for repair, so Caitlin is stuck on the island of Sodor, and she needs to learn to calm down while doing Percy and Henry's jobs. The episode is okay. I liked seeing Sodor at night, but I felt like this one could be a bit much at times, and I felt like the moral was a bit too preachy, but it isn't bad, and I respect the fact they gave Caitlin a spotlight episode. It's alright all around. Stafford wants to be like a steam engine, so makes steam engine noises and causes trouble. This feels like a leftover Miller era episode. Granted, I'll say it's better than most of them usually are, But still, this one isn't really anything to me. My least favorite of the season so far. Stafford really can't carry an episode on his own. Henry and Hero are sent to take some trucks to Brendam Docks. However, after they're told they've gotten some bad coal, Henry decides he wants to wait until good coal comes in, but Hero is determined to make the delivery. After the delivery is completed, Topham asks them to do another delivery, but Hero can't do it without Henry and tries to push him to do it. Hero inevitably breaks down, but Henry is determined to do it after Hero was able to perform the other task. This is honestly one of the best episodes in CGI. Honestly, it might be one of the best episodes of the show, period. I like how both characters are presented as not being entirely in the right, and Henry's determination is really nice. It's good that Henry's getting a good episode again. It's been a while. If you were initially put off by watching the show in CGI, I recommend starting with this episode. I think this proves that the show can be just as good in CGI as it was in models. You know, though, I feel like I'm forgetting to mention something. Oh yeah, that duck guy returned, I guess. Cool. Luke finally makes his debut into the TV show proper, and in a very good episode at that. A deer is seen at the Blue Mountain Quarry, and Luke wants to take it in. The others know it's a bad idea, but they do try their hardest to make it accommodable for him. But Luke needs to accept that a quarry is not the right place for a deer. I really hate animal episodes in this show normally, but this is easily the best one of these kind of things. It's just so sweet, and it teaches an honest message about needing to let go of things sometimes. Second favorite of the season, I enjoyed it a ton. Wow, I'm impressed. 2 episodes in a row with no Thomas or the other Steam Team members. Like, this is so surprising to see. Anyway, this episode sees Luke and Millie switch places for the day. It's all I really have to say about the story, but it's fun to see how they would interact with each other's workplaces. I like it. Also, we get to see that deer from the last episode. That's sweet. Good episode. Charlie sees an elephant on the tracks, and he needs to start warning people and getting help. However, no one believes him because Charlie is all about making jokes. It isn't until he finds Harold, who actually does believe him, and he vows to stop making jokes, until he starts doing it again in the end. It's a fine episode. It's definitely the best episode with Charlie, but unfortunately Charlie is still a moderately annoying character. Still, it's okay. Thomas and Paxton are being silly on rails. Paxton overhears that Thomas quote-unquote lost his puff, which means his fire went out, but Paxton thinks he actually lost Puff and goes around looking for it. It's fine, I guess, but nothing really interesting happened. It sure is an episode that exists. We are on the 400th Thomas episode, and we even see a model picture of Duck. I really liked that. Oh, speaking of which, this is an episode about Duck. That hasn't happened since, like, Fish way back in Season 4. So him and Thomas have to take Harold to the Sodor Search and Rescue Center to get repaired, but Thomas shows Harold around the island and causes a little confusion. However, Duck then tries to go the Great Western way, and that doesn't end up working out either, so Thomas presents his own way. Seeing Thomas and Duck pair up together was really fun, and seeing their different ways of approaching the same situation was really entertaining, and I like that it didn't present either as being right or wrong exclusively. Great way to celebrate 400 episodes. James tells a spooky story about the Phantom Express, and Percy starts to feel scared. And then Stephen also starts to feel scared. And then somehow James starts to feel scared, even though he's playing a trick on them. Okay, this episode is really dumb. This one never really got off the ground for me, unfortunately. It's just kind of a standard kids show scary episode. It's not as cool as some of the older ones. I feel like maybe it would have worked better if we didn't know the Phantom Express was fake, but oh well. Meh episode all around. Bill and Ben return. Love to see it. Percy, after several misfortunate events throughout the day, starts to feel like he's the least lucky engine on the island. He goes to Stephen, who tries to give him a lucky horseshoe, but then Percy forgets to go with it, and he thinks he's getting lucky, but oh no, when he sees he doesn't have the horseshoe, he thinks he's unlucky. But he plucks up the courage and saves Bill and Ben even if his luck isn't there. I honestly always like a luck-based episode of any show, so thankfully this one appeals a lot to me. And I think it makes sense for Percy, considering all the crashes and accidents he gets into. And I love the ending where he has to make up his own luck no matter what. Great episode. Bill and Ben run into Connor. Thinking that he's a big show-off, they mess with him. That's all I really gotta say about the plot, but this one more than makes up for it by being very charming and funny. Bill and Ben really feel like themselves from like seasons 2 or 3 in this episode, with them playing tricks on a bigger engine. It honestly gives me a lot of the Diesel vibes. Very fun one here, and the ending where they're painted blue is really cool too. After being unsuccessful at stopping some fires around the island of Sodor, Flynn questions if he's really needed on the search and rescue center team. However, when Belle is away protecting Ulfstead Castle, a fire happens at Brendam Docks and it's up to Flynn to stop it. What is this? A good fiery Flynn episode? I didn't think that was possible. He actually feels like someone who's trying to be like an awesome hero instead of just the idiot we had for the last 2 seasons. His motivation makes sense here, you know, he's sad that he thinks he's not worthy of protecting the island of Sodor. And he redeems himself and proves that there's more than one needed. This is a shockingly good episode. I'm surprised. Thomas is tired of using his snowplow, like usual, so he decides to hide it. Unfortunately, he sees Emily having a lot of fun in the snow, and he wants to have fun with it too. It's very similar to Thomas, Emily, and the Snowplow from Season 8, but unfortunately it's not as good. Honestly, it's pretty standard overall. Like, it wasn't bad or anything, but I didn't feel the conflict was too severe. The Earl of Sodor wants Topham to dress up as Santa Claus for a party. However, Topham is afraid of driving a sleigh, and while he tries to avoid it, a compromise does arise when Thomas has to save him after driving the sleigh. It's a charming Christmas episode here. I like seeing Topham actually have some fears, and having an episode about him was nice, and I really like Thomas's reindeer outfit. It's a really good one. I enjoy it. It has taken 407 episodes, but Diesel 10 finally pops up in an episode of the TV show. Andy steals Christmas decorations. I sounded very mean about it, I know, but honestly, this episode's really not that bad. In fact, it's a pretty solid Christmas episode. It gives me very Grinch vibes, and seeing the Steam team work together against the Diesels was kinda neat. It's solid all around. Oh, and also, Sydney from Day of the Diesels finally does something. Percy brings in his wheels, and he becomes a pretty prominent character from here. The turntable at Tidmouth Sheds is frozen. Everybody has to find a place to sleep instead of Tidmouth Sheds. However, Gordon is not satisfied anywhere they go, so he does go with the one berth he can go into. The turntable starts working, but only for a little bit, and Gordon is stuck. This one's alright, I don't mind it too much. I like that it's a very simple story, and it feels like something I could see in Season 3. It's an okay one overall, and I like that Gordon is punished at the end by pulling Percy's mail train. Didn't mind it. The character Porter is introduced, and Salty becomes afraid as, with his poor working condition lately, Topham might replace him. However, after trying to get fixed in many ways, Topham assures him that Salty is as useful as ever, and he just thought he needed some help. It's a really nice episode here. It's kind of sweet to see Salty's more vulnerable side again. It's been a while, and it serves as a good reminder why we all love Salty. It was also nice to see a flashback from Salty's secret way back in Season 6. This is a good one here, I enjoy it. Harvey returns, and with a starring episode no less. Bill and Ben make fun of Harvey's crane, and Harvey wants to prove he is useful as an engine. However, after an accident, he also shows that he's useful as a crane too. Honestly, it's a way better starring role than Harvey to the rescue. It really shows the value of a character like Harvey being both a crane and an engine. I really enjoyed it quite a bit. Stephen is consistently picking up juices and jams for the Earl of Sodor. However, because of how slow he is, this gets to the other engines, so they push him around to make him go as fast as possible. This ends up going to Steven's head, however, as these thrills are something he keeps wanting to chase. And he needs to remember being efficient is way more important than being fast. I really enjoy this one. This shows that an old character like Steven isn't above doing dumb stuff like this. And it really does a good job expanding on what he actually does beyond King of the Railways release. However, if I had one complaint, I can't stand the fact there's an animation error with Steven's funnel the whole time. It's supposed to be white. But still, good episode. Henry dares James to take the flying kipper. However, James ends up refusing to do it and lying to Henry. Then everybody dunks on James about it for him to actually have to pull the kipper, and barring the smelly fish, it goes pretty well. This is a nice, really simple story in here. It's very fun to see James do a job he hasn't before, and everybody making fun of him is funny. I like it quite a bit. Though man, the flying kipper must be cursed or something. Diesel's been rallying up the trucks lately to be violent so that Hero will be violent towards them. However, Hero, being as nice as he is, refuses to do so Diesel tries everything in his power to make him rude to the trucks. This is a very fun dynamic between Diesel and Hero we've never seen before. The purest character on the island versus the roughest character. It's a fun one, I enjoyed a ton. Birdie has been rerouted and wins every race that him and Thomas have because he takes a shortcut. So Thomas in turn wants to take a shortcut of his own and it doesn't go very well. Very simple story, but really fun one. This feels like a season 3 or 5 episode, honestly. I enjoyed a ton. It was also nice to see Annie and Clarabelle have something to do in an episode again. Definitely a good way to end the season. Okay, wow. Talk about a massive glow up. Season 17 was without a doubt the best season of Thomas in a long time. It beats all of the CGI seasons before it, and Hit Entertainment's previous model seasons. In general, this is a really good season. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a really great season. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy this one a lot, but I feel like the season's a bit too plain as a Thomas season. Like, with how bad the show has been up to this point, I totally get it. But I wouldn't put this over, like, the first 5 seasons. Heck, even 6 and 7 I think I like more than this one, to put it lightly. Being plain is definitely fine for this period of the show, but my biggest fear is that this is going to be how the show is from here on out. I'm sure it won't be, but we'll have to check in on the following seasons to see. But keep in mind, I still like season 17. Good season, just not the best one, and that's okay. I'm just glad to have something I liked watching again. So let's go into season 18, which before it released, we also got the movie Tale the Brave, which was amazing in my opinion. But we're not here to talk about the movie. So just know that Marion, Timothy, Gator, and Reg, I almost forgot him, all appear in the next season. So let's see how season 18 is. We're back to the plot that Gordon doesn't value Edward. Again. Though, thankfully this time around, I actually like this episode. Mainly because Edward actually takes charge. I also like seeing Thomas and Edward interact. It doesn't happen as often in this show as you think, and it's kind of fun to see them team up to make Edward actually get respect from Gordon for once. Thomas's trick was a lot of fun. This was surprisingly a really good premiere. I enjoyed it a lot. Hope more good ones like this to come along. Annie and Clarabelle are consistently complaining about Thomas's speed, so he consistently teases them about it. However, Thomas ends up becoming late for his duties at the quarry. He leaves Annie and Clarabelle in the shunting yard, where they get accidentally coupled to Caitlin's coaches, and the two go on the ride of their life. Now it's up to Thomas to chase them down and get them back. This is a really fun, fast-paced episode. It really shows you the bond between Thomas, Annie, and Clarabelle a lot. And this episode really just gets going, too. Like, there is no stopping as soon as Annie and Clarabelle are attached to Caitlin's coaches. This is one of the greatest episodes in CGI in general. Probably my favorite of the season so far. Salty tells Thomas the story of the Flatbeds of Fear. Him, Henry, and Emily are all afraid of the flatbeds, and it kinda sucks, actually. It's the big problem that I've had with all the CGI horror episodes. There's just nothing scary about them. There is no sense of fear or eeriness like the model ones did. The CGI seasons have really failed to recapture that vibe. I just wish there was something to latch onto or think about while watching these, but they always want to make it clear that what's scary isn't real. If I had any compliments, I would say this is a better version of Percy and the Monster of Brendam. But considering I even made the comparison at all, I mean, do you really want to be compared to that episode? Diesel and the other Diesels play a prank on Paxton to hide and make it look like he's the only Diesel left on the island of Sodor. Diesel thinks it's a joke, however Paxton does not, and he's worried greatly. Later at Brendam Docks, Paxton and Diesel bump into each other, but Diesel tries his hardest not to be seen by Paxton. This is a fun one, I like it quite a bit. Paxton's just such a sweet character, it's very hard to dislike him, and Diesel's as mischievous as ever. It's a very fun duo, I liked this one a ton, it was a lot of fun.
I'm a truckload of sausages!
Toby can't read signals and becomes late for every job. Honestly, this episode just kind of sucks. Toby's the same worrier he always is at this point in the show, and there's just an aura of annoyance around this one. Not very good. The only real highlight is that Henrietta finally gains a face and actually is able to speak. They use her really well, I like that. Also, Ferdinand pops up in this episode. Didn't need to be reminded of Misty Island. Toad and Oliver return. Oh boy, we're finally gonna get to see what Oliver... ew! What'd they do to him? Oliver looks terrible in CGI. Thankfully, though, this episode is based on Toad, so we don't need to look at ugly Oliver. So Toad is tired of Oliver telling him the same story about how he escaped that fateful night with a lot of misinformation. And James desperately needs a brake van, and Toad suggests he'll go with him. James gets into an accident, and Toad has to brake hard enough to make sure he doesn't cause a crash with Thomas and Percy. This is a really good episode here that shows how useful Toad is, and I really like seeing him bounce off of James a lot, and James standing up for him in the end was really nice. This is a really great episode. It was worth Oliver's ugly design for this. Duck gets stuck in the water, and James has to rescue him, but he does it in a reckless fashion so that he can get his job done faster. Pretty standard James episode here. Not bad, but not great either. I feel like they could have done more with the Duck and James rivalry, but it's definitely one of the weaker episodes of the season so far. It's fine, though. Duck tells a story about slip coaches back when he worked on the Sunshine Railway. James tells Topham about it and gets to be the engine who pulls the slip coaches. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to pull them and things go wrong. This is a lot of world building for Duck's return, and I really like seeing it. Not to mention Duck and James have a fun little rivalry here. Really good one all around, I enjoy it. Mavis is convincing Thomas to stay at the quarry to do her work while she goes out of the quarry for once to see the rest of Sodor. Thomas, getting fed up with how long Mavis and Diesel are taking to get back to the quarry, decides to just do a delivery on his own, which ends up not going his way. This is a really good one. I like it quite a bit. It's fun to see Thomas work at the quarry, and it's nice to see Mavis actually do something. She's in this show a lot, but she actually rarely does anything that noteworthy every season. And Diesel's a lot of fun in this episode too. Overall, a really good episode. On his branch line, Thomas runs into a bird watcher who's looking for a rare bird. Thinking the bird watcher saw it, he accidentally puts on the brakes, but that destroys Annie's wheels. Thus, Thomas is reduced down to only pulling Clarabelle. Thomas initially doesn't want to pick up the bird watcher the next time he sees him, but learns it's not the right thing to do. This is a pretty good one. It's nice to see Thomas actually work on his branch line again. For years, you forgot he even had one. And I like the message that doing the right thing is more important than getting petty revenge. Very good episode overall. This could honestly be a Christopher Audrey story, and I'd believe it. Duncan returns, and just like Oliver, he kinda looks terrible. Honestly, I actually think he looks way worse than Oliver, like, ugh. Thankfully, this episode is actually really good. Duncan has to take a grumpy passenger around the island and tries everything to make him happy on his way. But Duncan then has to accept that he's just not going to make this guy happy. This is a really good episode, honestly. It's really interesting to see Duncan in this position of desperately trying to make someone happy, even though he's very rarely seen as the happy guy, constantly grumbling all the time, and needing to accept that, yeah, I'm just not going to be able to do it. Also, a lot of the visuals are beautiful in this episode. This is one of the best looking CGI episodes too. Great one here. While digging, Marion finds a water pipe and it starts leaking. Yeah, this episode definitely exists. It's not an awful episode, but there's really nothing to say about it. Easily one of the most forgettable in the show. Since the events of Tale of the Brave, Percy has been missing Gator. Trying to get his mind off it, he tries to just keep himself busy and work hard. But after losing some trucks after getting distracted and not being coupled up, he has to face his fears head on. Wow, what a great one here. It's nice to see them follow up on Tale of the Brave more directly, and I love the fact that Percy has really evolved from that movie, learning to face his fears head on. This is a really good episode here. An instant classic for sure. Go watch it if you haven't already. Bill and Ben forget to pick up some coal at Brendam Docks. They decide to make fun of Timothy for being the only engine in the clay pits to not run on coal. Eventually, they really need him to get the coal, and he gets it. It's an okay episode. I will say Bill and Ben feel a bit more extreme than they did in the classic seasons. Like, they seem a lot meaner than usual. But I don't mind too much, and also it has a nice resolution. Okay episode. Spencer is bringing a VIP to the island of Sodor. However, after some carelessness, he doesn't want to go home on Spencer. So someone on Sodor is going to have to bring him back. However, everybody really wants to show off, and in the end decides to go with Spencer anyways after an incredibly forced speech. This episode's really not all that good, honestly. Everybody just decides to rush their jobs because they're desperate for the attention, even though I feel like half of the people doing it know better. And Spencer's moral at the end feels extremely forced. Not a very big fan of this one, unfortunately. Okay, wow, this has got to be the most unique episode we've ever had of the show up to this point. This episode takes place during Tale of the Brave. That's really cool, actually. So Gator is bored being at Brendam Docks. However, Oliver breaks down and Gator takes his train. But then a problem arises with Gator's lamp, which isn't working the best, and he's tired of stopping to fix it every time. So Toad comes up with a bright idea to make things go well. This is a really good episode. Gator and Toad bounce off each other really well, and I love the way this episode is shot. Not to mention, I love the fact they even tried giving extra context to stuff that happened in Tale of the Brave a lot. This is just such a creative episode here, and Toad and Gator bounced off each other very well. Definitely one of the best. Gator returns for Christmas this year. Percy is excited when he hears the news that he's back and he wants to see him. However, the two keep missing each other until the very end with a sweet reunion. Honestly, this is just such a sweet episode of the two just trying to rekindle their friendship again and just wanting to see each other for the holidays. Not much more to say other than I really like this one. It's so wholesome. Connor is taking passengers through the snowstorm to make sure that everyone's home for Christmas. However, the snow is starting to pile up a lot, and it's a race to the end to make sure that everyone gets home on time through every engine clearing their way. This is just such a wholesome Christmas episode. Everybody working together to make sure the snow is completely removed so everybody can meet up for their families. Just with everybody being a team player and helping Connor get his job done, it's just such a wholesome Christmas episode. And honestly, it might be my favorite Christmas episode of the series. I love this one. It's Christmas time on the narrow gauge railway, and everybody's happy, except for Duncan. But he is excited when he hears Mr. Percival is offering to give all the engines a new coat of paint. However, Duncan has to be cheery all day for him to get it. This is a really good one. It shows how helpful Duncan can be, even if he can grumble quite a bit. Just gotta accept that's how people will be about things sometimes. Very sweet Christmas episode. Percy wants to make Reg's Christmas special, but he needs to realize it was special the way it was for him. Yeah, this episode's fine. It's not horrible or anything, but especially with the last 3 Christmas episodes being so good, this one will fall to the wayside. It's kind of forgettable. Not bad or anything, but just kind of eh.
Well, once I had to deliver a great big dinosaur skeleton.
Why would you choose to reference that episode? So Emily overhears everyone talking about their most special deliveries, and she realizes she's been super insignificant throughout this whole series. So she pulls a giant globe, hoping it's special. She tries to show it off to everyone, but oh no, the globe falls off her flatbed and goes around the island, and this episode is really dumb. I find this episode incredibly mindless to sit through. It was neat to see some of the references, but as soon as the globe starts roaming around the island, I just start losing interest in this episode. It's just too mindless for me. Definitely one of Season 18's weaker episodes. Bill and Ben trick Timothy into hunting for a rainbow truck, and what follows is a bunch of scenes of him looking for this truck. It's a pretty average episode for most of it, but the ending of him finding a waste dump truck with all the colors they requested is really funny, especially with that ending of the two complaining at the waste dump. It's an okay episode overall, though it's really saved by its ending. Marion thinks she sees dinosaurs. She initially passes it off as a dream, but then she sees them again in real life. But it turns out they're just for an attraction at the Earl's estate. It's a fine episode, but it doesn't really feel like anything happens in it. It's hard to really describe other than she's afraid and then she's not, and that's kind of it. Not bad, but it definitely is just an episode that exists. Oh wow, we get an episode about that engine who brought the Earl's dinosaurs, his name being Samson. That's neat. Samson is tasked with getting rocks from the Blue Mountain Quarry, however he's accidentally coupled to the Express and doesn't realize it. And anytime anyone tries to tell him, he's kind of a jerk about it. This episode's just really annoying. Samson's an extremely unlikable character, and he's just the worst character to follow for his own episode. The only part of this episode I liked was seeing Gordon pull Annie and Clarabelle. Other than that, this one's pretty bad. Scruff breaks down and he needs someone to take his job. Samson then takes it, however he starts picking up stuff that isn't trash and putting it in the trash, so it's up to Scruff to stop him. This episode sucks. Samson is just still as annoying as ever, and oblivious to the fact he's just the most unlikable and dumb character possible. It's a shame, really. I like the fact these episodes connect, but it's not a good character connecting them. Millie is upset that Samson calls her small, so she tries to get back at him. It's a fine episode, but nothing really significant about it. It's the best of the Samson saga, but I think that says more about the Samson saga than it does this episode. Okay, so I know I got pretty negative on Season 18 there by the end, but I want to make it clear, up until that point, Season 18 has been the best season of Thomas in a long time. It easily surpasses 17, which was already really good, and obviously surpasses Seasons 8 through 16. You can clearly tell they were experimenting a little more with reconnecting the episodes like they did in the first 4 seasons, or doing episodes that take place during the TV movie. The writing is just a lot stronger in general. It's a really strong season all around with some of the best episodes that CGI Thomas has ever produced at this point. Well, definitely not as good as the first 5 seasons. I'd easily put this over Season 6, and honestly, probably even 7 if I really think about it. I enjoyed the season that much. Granted, it still had a few clunkers like Signals Crossed or the Samson Saga. However, when you have episodes like Toad's Bright Idea, Toad's Adventure, Not So Slow Coaches, Old Reliable Edward, Last Train for Christmas, Long Lost Friend, Missing Gator, does it really matter if there's a few clunkers in there? The highs definitely outweigh it. Now it's time to jump into Season 19, and I can definitely say I'm really excited to jump into it because they've proven themselves worthy. Also, Lost Treasure and The Adventure Begins came out in between, or well, during Season 19, but they don't really affect the season, so I guess I don't really need to tell you what happens in those. So let's just jump into Season 19, I guess. It feels kind of weird not to tell you about the new characters now, huh? Oh wow, we got a new intro for the first time in 6 seasons. Looks really good, and I love the remix of Engine Roll Call. Along with that too, the visuals have really picked up. You can tell ARC has improved greatly in their time working on the show. Unfortunately, I don't think this episode's anything to write home about. Thomas causes an accident at Brendam Docks and makes up a lie about a character called Jeffrey, and everybody wants to see him, but he doesn't exist. It's not an awful episode by any means, but pretty average for this time period standards. It's carried by a couple funny line deliveries, but overall pretty skippable. Toby ignores Henrietta on her plea for him to get coal and gets stuck at the scrapyard all day, and a rumor is spread that he's gonna get scrapped, but no, he obviously isn't. Not an awful episode, but it felt like nothing really happened in it. I don't have much else to say, this one's just there. Some railway inspectors come to the island of Sodor. However, it is possibly the worst day to inspect Thomas's branch line. One of them leaves their watch behind in Annie, and Thomas has to go give it back. This is a pretty good one here. I really liked getting to see a new look at Thomas's branch line. I like just how this is the worst possible day they could have inspected it, and it's a pretty fun plot, all things considered. Though I will say I'm kind of getting tired of the comedy they're trying to force in. But still, this is a very enjoyable episode about responsibility. Very good one. It's a good thing that watch was important to the inspector. Henry is afraid of chicken pox, so anytime someone comes around with spots on their face, Henry screams and gets scared. Is that funny? No? Then you're not gonna like this episode. This episode's terrible, one of the worst in a while, honestly. It's just Henry screaming over people with spots. There's also a scene where Topham rips his pants. How funny. I get this is a kid's show, but like, it used to be smarter than that, and this is just becoming too lowbrow. Easily the worst episode so far. Thomas is sent to pick up a crate for Topham for a surprise that will be for the holidays. Cranky accidentally thinks he broke something and tries to hide it, but then it's revealed to be a pair of ice skates all along. This is a pretty good one. I really loved Salty's Christmas decorations here, and I like the twist that it's just ice skates and not something Cranky actually broke. It was really well foreshadowed. Good episode overall.
That's what I felt when I dropped it.
When you dropped it?
Snow has come to the island of Sodor, and Kevin really wants to go out in it, though Victor tells him that it's dangerous. Kevin ignores his wishes, but then gets stuck in it himself, and with no hesitation, Victor goes out to save him. In the meantime, Thomas brings Emily's wheels and finds Kevin for Victor. This is a really good episode, honestly, for Victor. Victor just charges in when he knows his little buddy is in danger, and I love the snow effects a lot. Seriously, I know I mentioned it before, but the CGI is getting really good at this point. Easily my favorite of the season. I enjoyed this one a lot. Spencer and Henry are sent to deliver goods, but Spencer keeps teasing Henry about a beast of Sodor. Meanwhile, Topham's trying to get lunch with his mother, but things go poorly. This episode is the definition of a mixed bag. I kinda like some of the scenes with Dowager Hat, and I like the part where Henry stands up for himself at the end, but I also don't like how scared Henry is throughout most of it, and Topham's slapstick is getting a bit too much. It's not completely awful, but episode all around.
You're the abominable controller. Oh.
Man, poor Oliver. He keeps getting shafted. Toad's had like 3 episodes at this point in CGI, and Oliver's had none. Thankfully, though, this is a really good episode. Toad sees a beached whale, and everyone tries to figure out how to bring it back to the sea. They initially don't value Toad's idea at first, but after a while realize Toad was actually onto something. This is a really good episode, like a really good one. The search and rescue team is shockingly used really well. I like that Toad's a bit of an underdog here and nobody really believes him because he's just a little brake van. It shows how much speaking up can really matter. And I like that there's just some general severity to this kind of story. With how comedic the season has been, I like that we just get an honest story. This is easily my favorite of the season so far, going at the top of the ranking. Excited to see if the season improves from here.
Spring lambs and ewes.
Me, sir?
No, ewes.
Percy is tasked with collecting Farmer McColl's lambs. However, there's a hole in the cattle car he's carrying, and the lambs jump out. Thus, Thomas has to pick them up and bring them to the fair. It's an alright episode. It's got some funny moments, and I like that it's treated with some severity, that there's just a bunch of lambs on the rails. Yeah, it's an alright episode. I don't mind it. Salty is given a job to go to the mainland to help sort out some stuff, but he doesn't want to go because he's afraid of the sea because he's shockingly never been out there before, and funny enough believes in all the stories he lies about. You know what? This is actually a pretty good episode. Wasn't sold on it the first time I watched it, but after rewatching it, I think this is kind of a funny twist that Salty got so engrossed in his own sea tales that he thinks they're all just real. And it's nice to see him out of the Brendam docks for once. This is a really good one. After an accident at the quarry, Mavis is sent to the diesel works. Den takes her job, and Dart has to stay behind and fix her. This is a really good episode. Den and Dart really come into their own in this episode, with Den learning how to master the quarry through Toby, who is used really well here for the first time in ages, and Dart learning that he can fix Mavis without the need of Den. It's a really good episode. I'm surprised to say a Den and Dart episode is this good. Going near the top of the list. Thomas causes Hero to get into a crash, and being afraid that Topham won't be able to fix him, he goes to his old hideout to find parts and then gets stuck in the woods. It was neat to see them flash back to Hero the Rails, but other than that, this episode's okay. I don't know what else to say about it, really. A bolt on the suspension bridge comes loose and it's about to snap. Gordon's coming in at a fast speed with the express, so Steven has to stop him before it's too late. This is another really good episode. Steven proves how old and useful he can still be, and there's a lot of genuine tension to it. I like this one a lot. Another one of the best of the season. Season 19's really starting to pick up now. Thomas, Bertie, and Spencer argue about who has the most important amount of wheels. Things go awry, but at the end of the day, no wheels is the answer. This is a pretty fun one here. Seeing Thomas, Bertie, and Spencer is an interesting trio, and all the mishaps they come across on the railway is a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this episode. It's a pretty solid one all around.
Over here. There you go, lads.
A soccer match is happening on the island of Sodor. Topham tells Thomas and James to work together. However, the two get big heads after realizing that they're the team's colors, so the two end up competing to see who can get their stuff there the fastest, but they end up missing important passengers. This is a really fun one. It's nice to see another Thomas versus James rivalry. We haven't had that since like season 10's Thomas and the Colors, which this is also kind of familiar to. But yeah, I liked Thomas and James's interactions, and I especially enjoyed Topham's bit to being the referee. Really good episode. I like it quite a bit. Emily wants to be just like Caitlin. However, she has to learn to be herself. It's alright. It's not a horrible episode or anything, and I think that it's one of the better Emily episodes, but doesn't really do much to stick out compared to our usual shtick at this point. But I will say I do like the dynamic between Caitlin and Emily. It's pretty sweet. Decent one all around here. Well, we're finally at the point where Philip's introduced. Some fans like him, some don't. I think he's a fun character, but I can admit he can be a bit much. Anyways, this episode's about him trying to impress Gordon. And when he can't really get Gordon's attention, he tries to race him and boasts about winning, even though Gordon never joined the contest. This is a fun introduction to Philip. Definitely not the best episode, but pretty entertaining, and it shows why Philip's kind of a fun, eccentric character. I enjoy this one. James is irritated with Philip because he keeps thinking he's showing off. Yeah, James is one to talk. So he tries to pull more trucks than him, though, when Philip tells him he's pulled more than him before. The reveal that they were all empty was really funny. James then can't control the trucks he's pulling and gets stuck on a bridge and nearly falls, but Philip saves him. This is another really good one. James and Philip have a bit of a fun little rivalry here. I love how far James is willing to push himself just to beat a little box cab. Another good one here. Philip's really proving himself as a strong part of the cast.
I'll go and get help. Oh, wait. I can't.
Well, here's a series first, a two-parter. So what big story did they have to tell that couldn't be contained in one episode? Well, Diesel's being a bit of a Scrooge for Christmas, and Thomas wants to get back at him, so has the plan to have 3 quote-unquote ghosts visit him and show him the true meaning of Oh, this is just a Christmas Carol parody, like every show ever. Okay, I know I sounded mean, but I don't mind this one so far. I like some of the visuals with what they tried with Emily and Salty's ghosts, and I love how much they're ramping up Diesel's douchiness. It's pretty fun, though it is just part 1. It's kind of hard to judge this when I've only got half the story, so let's go to part 2. Diesel is visited by the last ghosts, and as usual in a Christmas Carol story, he changes his ways and becomes better for the holidays. I like these episodes. It's interesting that they decided to do a two-parter for this of all things, but I liked it fine enough. It was a lot of fun, had some engaging character moments, and it was cool to see Diesel be put in his place again. Overall, good experiment. I wouldn't mind seeing more of these in the future. A baby and her mother boards Annie and Clarabelle for the day. However, the baby won't stop crying unless Thomas is chuffing, so Thomas keeps chuffing to make sure the baby doesn't cry. While the baby crying can be a bit annoying, seriously, it's like Yoshi's Island, I do really enjoy getting to see Thomas's branch line for a full episode, and I think this does a good job showing how responsible of a character Thomas has become. A very good one. After saving Henry, Rocky tumbles over, and the search and rescue team have to figure out how to get Rocky back onto the tracks, though they're very incompetent while doing so. This is not a very good episode at all. The search and rescue team is really incompetent, and they're just kind of annoying in this one. The shot at the end was pretty cool, but other than that, this one's pretty bad. Construction is happening on Birdie's route, so he's rerouted temporarily, and Thomas really wants to see what's on the other side of the mountain after Birdie hypes it up. This episode isn't awful, but I don't really have anything interesting to say about it. It's a pretty standard Thomas wants to see something and thinks it's way cooler than it actually is kind of episode. It exists! Also, it shows Thomas having a fantasy sequence. Ew.
But Emily is at the Steamworks, and Mavis is at the Diesel Works, and I sent Salty to the mainland.
Wow, that's some nice attention to detail. After being annoyed by Timothy's micromanaging, Bill and Ben suggest he should work at Brendam Docks after Salty's absence from the episode Salty All at Sea, and he proves he works really well. The only problem is the clay pits are now not working as well without him. This is honestly a really good episode for Timothy. I like how he shows up Bill and Ben, and Bill and Ben have really been pushed to their extremes lately. They're such jerks in this one, but it's funny, so I'm okay with it. This is a really good episode overall. I like it quite a bit. Percy overhears some painters and misunderstands what they're saying about Sir Topham Hatt. Hoping that he doesn't leave, they all decide to work harder, and when that doesn't work, they go on strike. But Topham assures them that he's not going anywhere. This is a really good Steam Team episode. It's nice to see the group actually work together to stand by Topham and keep him on the railway. And it was fun seeing them go on strike again, something that's very Season 1 reminiscent. This is a really good episode, honestly. One of the best of the season as a whole. Definitely recommend watching it. Percy is requested to take the mayor to get a photo with the search and rescue team. However, Diesel wants to take him because he thinks he'll be in the photo, so he plays a trick on Percy, only for his disappointment to arrive when he is not going to be in the photo, and Diesel then has to find Percy. This is an okay episode, like, there's nothing really wrong with it. I find the parts where Diesel is mocked for thinking he's in the photo being really funny, but other than that, it's alright. Season 19 is without a doubt the most experimental season of the show yet, and depending on who you ask, that means the season is either really good, really bad, or somewhere in between. I definitely fall very much more on the positive side if you couldn't tell by a lot of the reviews. I thought the season was really unique and distinct. However, there were definitely a few episodes like Henry Spots Trouble or Rocky Rescue Holding It Back, but that doesn't stop all the really good episodes like Toad and the Whale or Lost Property or Den and Dart. Like, there's a lot of really good episodes in this season, and this season was still really entertaining. I liked it a lot. I'd say I'd probably put it in the middle of the Brenner era so far. You know, not as good as 18, but much better than 17. I think the middle is the right place for season 19. But now we're going into season 20. Now this is a season with a pretty good reputation in the community. And hey, I hope it's really good, because it's the longest season of the whole show. And now we finally get to talk about Lost Treasure, which was a great movie. Along with that, it introduced Ryan, the Small Railway Engines, and Skiff, who will all be playing a big role. Also, The Great Race came out, but like, besides Ashima and Young Bao, do you actually remember any of the characters in those? The show won't until like season 22, so let's just get into season 20. We won't talk about that season. Not yet. So we start season 20 with an episode about Sydney, of all characters. I can appreciate them picking such an obscure character. So after Percy gets into an accident, Sydney needs to collect his wheels from Brendam Docks. However, he keeps forgetting and gets himself into fun misadventures. Definitely not the best episode in the world, but this is a pretty good way to start the season. I like that they gave Sydney some attention. It's cool to see what an average day in Sydney's life is like, and it really makes you feel bad for him that he can't remember what job he's supposed to be doing. Good episode to start the season off. Philip sees Toby, and he immediately thinks he's a diesel box cab like him, so he tries to bond over racing. However, Toby is obviously not into racing, and Philip has to respect what Toby's into with his peace and quiet. This is a really good episode here. I enjoyed Toby and Philip's dynamic quite a bit, this old man and this young child here. I also really enjoy the moral of Philip needing to take time and be patient and respect other people's interests, and that they can bond even if they don't have the same interests altogether. This is a really good one. I'm glad Philip is still being used pretty well. Gordon wants to take it easy for a bit, so he doesn't want to pull the express right away. This makes Topham mad, but then he gives Henry the opportunity to pull it all day. However, then Gordon has to do all his jobs, and there's a fear that he'll never be able to pull the express again if he doesn't pull the flying kipper. This is a wonderful episode. Actually getting to see Henry take the express again and seeing him do a good job at it was wonderful. And Gordon's personality is on point too. Seeing him mess up at a lot of Henry's jobs was really funny, and I genuinely like the fact that Henry tried helping Gordon get his express back instead of being a douche about it. This is an amazing episode, easily my favorite of the season so far. Man, this was actually a really good Henry episode. It's been so long at this point. Thomas catches Diesel with some ducklings being all cutesy and that, so he tries to have Diesel act nice for as long as possible, otherwise Thomas will spill to Arian Bert about Diesel's duckling friends. This is a pretty funny one. I like seeing Diesel desperately try to be nice, but inevitably going back in his ways. It's really funny how over the top they go with his nice side. And it was nice to see Arian Bert have a prominent role in an episode since, season 11? But I will say a complaint with this one I agree with is that Duck definitely should have been in Thomas's role. I think that would have worked better. Otherwise, though, this is a pretty good one. I like this one, though it's probably the weakest of the season so far. Samson brings his brake van Bradford to the island of Sodor. The engines are initially pleased with him because he stops the trucks from doing anything harmful. However, he turns out to be too strict and the engines don't want to use him anymore. This just feels like a classic story. Bradford's a fun new character. He doesn't feel like a toy or anything, he just feels like a fun idea they had. And it's nice to see the engines have the exact opposite problem of too much control. A really good one. I enjoy this one a lot.
Hello, Bradford.
Henry, I noticed a tiny crack in your lamp.
To be really useful and save time, Samson pulls more trucks than he can chew, as it struggles to get up the hill and he ends up wasting time. This episode's just really boring, and Samson's really unlikable throughout the whole thing, being so smug and irritating, but just not in a very funny way. I don't know, worst of the season so far. Just nothing interesting happened in this one. So for the first time since Season 4, Daisy gets a somewhat prominent role in an episode. I want to make it clear, that was back in episode 99. Man, it has been such a long time since she's done anything. So her and Ryan are working on the Harwick branch line, and Topham is increasing the amount of jobs she has to do. However, she doesn't want to do them, so forces Ryan to do all her extra duties, which ends up overworking Ryan. This is just a really entertaining episode. I love Ryan's gullibility and Daisy's persuasion. The two are a very entertaining dynamic. I like this one a lot. A very good way to return such a legacy character.
I'm a very busy man.
James is, well, being James, and gets a huge ego after pulling some coaches. He's taken off of coach duty and instead is... Thankfully though, Topham does put him back in service, but he has to do a bunch of jobs he really doesn't want to and becomes super pouty about it. This episode is a lot of fun. It's got a good message about not being pouty about things, and a lot of the facial expressions in this one are really entertaining, and it's nice to see James actually start to grow to enjoy doing jobs he normally wouldn't. Plus, this episode's got a lot of good humor, like that scene where James is like slowly passing by everything around him. This is a really great episode here. Definitely one of the best of season 20 so far. A storm is coming to the island of Sodor, and Skiff spots a tree on the line that Duck and Oliver are going down, and he gets caught in it, so he desperately tries to stop it before a crash happens. This is a really good episode. There's a lot of tension to it. It feels like a serious thing if the two do crash, and it's nice to see Skiff have a major role where people don't see him as much, but he proves himself in the end. A really good episode for season 20.
Going to Misty Island?
No!
Wow, we're really referencing Misty Islands. Also, Daisy gets another starring role so soon. Topham tells her that she's going to be collecting some very important passengers, and she gets really excited, bragging about it to Duck, Oliver, even a bull at one point. But she wants to keep herself as dignified as possible, so she won't take passengers with ice cream, or sand, or dirt, or dogs. But she doesn't realize it's a puppet show entertaining. This is just a really funny episode, if I'm going to be honest. Daisy's character really carries this one with how egotistical she is and how on top of the world she feels, only to be plummeted down when she realizes she's just taken them to a kid's puppet show. Just her interactions, and a lot of the jokes in this one just made me laugh a lot. Really good one here. Oh hey look, there's Jeremy the jet plane. That's kinda cool to see. So we get another Percy and Harold rivalry. Wow, we haven't seen that since like season 6. On his way to deliver letters to Santa, Harold has to try to drop off a remaining package that Percy forgot about, only for a snowdrift to cause Percy to be delayed, and so Harold has to help deliver the letters that he was missing, and then Percy has to save him later on. This is a really sweet episode. I love the two's little rivalries here, and I love the spirit of Christmas that's shown in giving and getting. Another really good one. Season 20's been on a roll so far. Donald and Douglas finally make their debuts in the CGI, and for the first time since Season 7 get an episode to themselves. The two are sent to plow snow throughout the island of Sodor, though Donald keeps picking the paths Douglas doesn't want to do yet, and the two have a falling out, only for Donald to realize how much Douglas means to them and for the two to reunite. I will say, this episode is a little too similar to Twin Trouble in certain areas, but because the two have been gone for a while and that is a fairly iconic episode for them, I can understand wanting to be a bit reminiscent of it. And it really does show their brotherly bond that even in their worst outings, that the two could just reunite and have a good laugh about it. It's also visually just a really good looking episode all around. I would say this is another great episode for the season. I'm glad they brought the two back in a really sweet episode. Oh hey, this is that episode I mentioned all the way back in Season 2's Daisy, remember? Probably not. But anyway, Thomas is sent to do quarry work, and Daisy has to run his branch line, and Daisy is quite unkind to Annie and Clarabelle. But then Daisy actually needs the two, and Annie and Clarabelle tried to play tricks on her to make her think she's not working right. This is another good one here. It's kind of nice to see Annie and Clarabelle be the ones who were actually in the wrong for once. Sure, Daisy deserved it, but they weren't really any better about it. And also that ending with Diesel is just really funny. Good way to follow up a story beat from 30 years ago. Another great episode to add to the Season 20 pile. Oh wow, a pack episode for the first time since like Season 6. So what happens is Max and Monty are, well, Max and Monty, and cause a lot of trouble. They dump a lot of the dirt that they're supposed to be taking to the dump in the middle of the tracks without knowing and cause confusion and delay. This is a really entertaining episode. I love their dynamic with Thomas. I like just seeing the pack do things again. And Max and Monty are just really entertaining characters, especially when they're competing with each other. Another good episode. I feel like a broken record saying this at this point. After breaking one of his coupling rods, Connor is going slow, and this makes Thomas feel really sad, so he tries to motivate Connor to go fast again, and it's not until a speech from Steven that he's able to regain his confidence. This is a really good episode, and what I really like about this is, with the exception of Thomas, this is mostly centered around newer characters like Connor and Steven, and it's got a great moral about you gotta get a little dangerous sometimes to get somewhere, and something that I think really works with the personified steam engines. Another very good episode. James is given the special task of taking Topham and the mayor around, and he needs to get all of his jobs done first. And he is doing a good job and actually trying and not being, well, James about it for once. However, after learning he has a scratch, he goes overboard about it and can't take them, so he enlists Edward to do it, but he is rewarded for his hard work. This is just a really good episode. I like it as a sequel to Pouty James, where there he needed to take some of the fun of working. Here, it really looks like he's trying to do that with the effort he's putting into his jobs now. Honestly, I like this one more than Pouty James, and that one was already incredible. I'm really glad to see they're doing more with James than we expect.
Actually, I'll only be needing James tonight, Sir Topham. Oh.
It's a hot day on the island of Sodor, and Belle and Flynn have to put out wildfires that are happening all over the island of Sodor. In the meantime, Topham is given a hat by his mother that he can't stand wearing, but it keeps him warm. This is a really good episode here. I like that they actually have this serious situation going on with the wildfires, and it uses Belle and Flynn in a good way. Plus, the Topham subplot is really funny, even if it references something coming up. Still, really good episode here.
Oh, the indignity. That's my line.
Okay, so for the first time since Season 4, we have a Railway series adaptation. This episode feels so weird after everything I've seen up to this point. Actually having drivers acknowledged and proper railway practice, it just feels so unreal in CGI. So 2 photographers come to the island of Sodor, and Bert gets mad after they splash him with mud, so Bert plans to get revenge by splashing them. You know, the average tit for tat. And this episode is just wonderful. First off, they have Wilbur Audrey talk to Thomas. Like, come on, that's just a perfect scene. And in general, this episode just has such a nostalgic vibe. Like, this could have come out in season 4. Perfect moral, amazing visuals, well-told story. Everything about this episode is amazing. Definitely one of the best of season 20 for sure.
Show me off in moving pictures on the television, too.
Don't be silly. That's never gonna happen.
But it did happen, didn't it?
Duck comes in for work today. However, his whistle is kind of clogged thanks to his driver cooking an egg on it. But this has Mike go on a big spiel about whistles and how important they are. So he always taunts it around, and when he blows it to a cow, it shoots like a rocket. And now all the crowd has to be kind of like his whistle so that he can get around. You know, it's taken me now to realize that this is pretty much faulty whistles from season 6, meaning they kind of already adapted this one. Though admittedly, I think this version's a lot better. It's a lot funnier than that episode, and I think the longer runtime really benefited this story a lot. Plus, I think it made the moral a little more clear. Overall, a really good one for sure. Season 20 is on a roll. Rex goes on about how easy his job delivering wool will be throughout the day, and for a while it's going really well, until Farmer Willie causes an accident, and Rex is now in a state of despair. This episode's alright, I don't mind it too much. The weakest of the Small Railway trilogy, but still good. I like the scenes at the end where everybody's making fun of Rex for how much he went on about it, and I do like the crash that he gets into. But still, weakest of the 3, but definitely worth watching. Henry's going in to get a new paint job. However, he accidentally gets painted with glow-in-the-dark paint, and everybody thinks he's a ghost engine. He was initially going to tell him it was just him all along, but everybody talks about how scaredy and weak he is, so he wants to prove that he's awesome and scares them. This is just a really fun episode. It's kind of like Halloween, where it's not particularly scary, but it's just meant to be more of a fun romp. The visuals are really cool. Everyone's reactions to Henry are entertaining. It's nice seeing Henry finally get the one-up on the whole scaredy cat thing. Another great episode for Henry. I am shocked to see this. So yeah, I've been praising Henry a lot this season. So is it great to know that this is Henry's last starring role in the whole show. R.I.P.
What did you want to tell us, Henry?
It doesn't matter.
Thomas, Percy, and Toby believe they hear a troll under Farquhar Bridge. However, it just turns out to be a cow and they look silly. This episode kinda sucks, to be honest. Well, I guess the positivity streak had to end at some point. But yeah, this one just doesn't feel right. Thomas and Percy and Toby just don't act like themselves. Toby's very unconcerned about his friends when he thinks a troll is gonna eat them. Percy is scared, whiny, and baby-like he was in the Miller era, and Thomas, for some reason, is the straight man? In the twist, it was a cow. It's like, they really couldn't notice what a cow sounds like? We're 20 seasons in, and they've had more than enough run-ins with cattle at this point. This is just a really bad episode that gets all the cast members wrong with an unsatisfying story. Easily one of the worst, if honestly not the worst of the season. I guess I'm glad it took a while to get here, though. Well, we had to get a toy character at some point. Here's Hugo! He's okay. I don't hate him, but I don't really love him either. So he comes and all the engines are initially wowed by him until they think he's gonna replace them, and then they realize he can't, so they try to make him more welcome. This episode kinda just exists. We've seen episodes like this where the engines believe something's gonna be replaced or replace them, and then it turns out it's all just a big misunderstanding, and this one doesn't really do anything interesting with this concept. Pretty average episode all around. The engines across the islands here were air Zeppelin and think Hugo can actually fly. But then they'll see Hugo and the Air Zeppelin in the same location, and it's clear he can't. But Hugo gets the desire to want to fly and tries everything in his power to, but needs to learn to love who he is. This one's actually a lot better than his initial episode. I feel like I get him more. He thinks his design means more than it actually does, and that he wants to go up in the air, but needs to be proud of himself. It's definitely not the best episode of the series or anything, but still a pretty solid one. It gave Hugo a little more character, and I respect that. Okay one all around. Well, we have an episode about the breakdown train, Judy and Jerome. They haven't done much in quite some time, and hey, they've gained faces too, so that's kind of cool. So Ryan tries to take them somewhere so they're less bored, but they get bored everywhere an engine takes them, and then they're needed again and they're reassigned to work at Hartwick. This episode's okay. There's nothing really wrong with it. Besides like the meta fact of them using the breakdown train again and how Rocky replaced them. And there's really just not much going on here. Still, it's fine. Skiff wants to see a mermaid, so after thinking he saw one in the water, he accidentally drags Topham into an adventure he'll never forget. This one is hilarious. Topham just absolutely loses it with all the misfortune he has to go through with this episode. It also gets really funny when him and Topham are also stranded on an island and he starts talking to a rock. I love this one. This one's just really funny.
Keep your head warm. We'll see your friends back in Sodor, won't we? When we get back there. When we get back.
Marion thinks she found a talking tree, but it's revealed later on that it's actually Glynn from The Adventure Begins. Nice to see him in the show properly. So him and Percy try to restore him and have the idea of moving him to the Earl's estate. They're afraid Topham would want to scrap him, but obviously he wouldn't. This is just a really good feel-good episode, finding an old engine and restoring them to their youth just for the holidays so that they can feel special again. I really like this one a lot. Very good way to introduce Glynn into the show.
Oh, it's you! I didn't recognize you with all those decorations.
With Glynn now starting to work at the Earl's estate, this has made Stephen jealous and feel like the Earl has left him behind. However, he is not gonna, back down. However, Stephen isn't backing down, so he challenges Glynn to a race, and whoever loses gets to be a relic in the Earl's museum. However, during the race, something strange happens. Glynn and Stephen start to get along, and generally speaking, this episode is really funny. Glynn and Stephen are just so entertaining together. Seeing them complain about the modern state of railways is really funny, and them poking fun at James and Gordon is just so enjoyable. Overall, this episode is just super entertaining, and I love the setup for the Earl's Museum, which never gets brought up ever again. Okay, that part kind of sucks, but everything else is amazing. This is a great way to end what has been a wonderful season.
Winning races before you were even a sketch on a drawing board, young Gordon.
Okay, wow. Season 20. That was an incredible season, one of the best in a long time. Don't get me wrong, the previous 3 seasons were all really good. 18 was incredible, 19 tried a lot, and 17 showed a lot of promise. But it's like everything good about those last 3 seasons was taken to make this season, and just about every episode was a banger. Sure, you had a few clunkers like Saving Time or the Hugo episodes, but even then, I didn't think they were that bad. And the good in this season is more than worthwhile to get through those few bad episodes. Just in general, it feels like a big celebration and love to everything that makes Thomas, well, Thomas. And it's without a doubt the best CGI season. Heck, honestly, it competes with the classic seasons. That's how good this season is. So yeah, if there's any CGI season that I would say you should watch, it's definitely this one. And I feel like the reason this season is so good is because initially this was going to be the last season, as confirmed by Ian McHugh in an email. However, the show got picked up for another 4 seasons, because of a certain rebrand that's coming up. But we're not there just yet. Season 21 is going to be our last normal Thomas season. Oh boy. And in between seasons 20 and 21, we had Journey Beyond Sodor. However, besides Merlin and Beresford, So yeah, pretty much nothing from that special is gonna affect the next season. Also, because of a certain rebrand, the season is only 18 episodes compared to the usual 20 or 26. I'm not complaining too much, this season was 28 episodes. So let's jump into season 21 and see how it goes. Diesel is being his usual self, rude and assertive towards everyone. He bumps into Daisy at some point in the day and actually causes one of her springs to break. He initially tries to ignore any guilt he feels about it, but he really has an earnest apology towards Daisy. But Daisy doesn't forgive him, so Diesel has to change his ways. Wow, we're starting off really strong. I love this episode. I like that they show a new side of Diesel and how he sometimes blames the others because they just don't trust him or don't like him, but he's gotta take some accountability for what he's done. And he doesn't immediately get forgiven, he has to really work for it. It's a really good episode for Diesel that shows that maybe he could change his ways and become a better engine. I can't wait to see where the show goes from here with this new plot development.
What she means is...
I know what she means.
Oh.
Diesel is tired of Daisy bragging about how cool she is, so he tries to get a feud between her and Harvey as they're the two most individual engines. Hang on, wasn't Diesel trying to get better last episode? Ah, well that sucks. Also, I know someone in the comments is going to say it, but the production order actually has this in the last episode as the first two produced and aired, so no, this wasn't intended to come before. But this episode's still okay in spite of it retconning the last episode. Diesel playing tricks is fun, and it's nice seeing Harvey and Daisy, of all characters, interact and be so chummy. It's an alright one overall, but kinda disappointing following the last episode. Sir Topham Hatt is feeling sick, so Dowager Hatt takes his job as the controller of the railway, and wild things ensue. I usually hate this plot point, but thankfully this is probably the best instance of it, mainly because this one's a lot more self-aware and goes over the top and wild, heck, even poking fun at some of the episodes like Up, Up, and Away or Thomas's Tall Friend with wild episode plots. Also, Emily is used pretty well here to helping Dowager Hatt run the railway properly. Not to mention, I love everyone's interactions. Basically, everyone's a lot more self-aware this time. Overall, a really good episode. Dowager Hatt proves to consistently be one of the funniest characters.
Who did I ask to pull the express?
Harvey gets his gear for his crane arm stuck in a tree branch, but he doesn't want to make a fuss about it. He needs to learn that sometimes making a fuss is important and that nobody would make fun of him for being damaged. This is probably my least favorite episode of the season so far. Nothing really interesting happens. It feels less like they wanted to give Harvey a unique episode, and more like they wanted to sell some Trackmaster toy with him. Oh hey look, not terrible, but easily going at the bottom of the list for season 21 so far. Millie spends all day working at the Blue Mountain Quarry. Steven and Glenn are supposed to pick up some rubble that she left behind, however don't get to it on time, so Millie leaves dirt in their shed, Steven makes a joke at her expense, and Millie thinks they're going too far. And now Steven needs to apologize. This is a really good episode right here. It really shows the bond between the Ulfstead Castle crew. Like there will be days they get along pretty well, and other days they'll struggle. And no matter what, if they talk it out, it'll all be good. You know, it's a very good and well-rounded episode here. One I don't really hear about as often. Also, Thomas isn't in this episode. That's an instant plus. A great episode.
Okay, no need to be rude.
Oh boy, episode 500. Now, is this a worthwhile episode for the occasion? Yeah, I would say so. Sir Topham Hatt gets a brand new PA system. However, there's a problem. It doesn't really work well, and confusion and delay happens because of Topham's announcements. And now Edward needs to get his old PA system back. It just feels really classic here. A nice basic railway plot. I like the fact that Sir Topham Hatt's the one who has to learn the lesson here. And I thought it was a good idea that they used Edward to tell the story, being the old reliable engine. And plus, it's one of Edward's last few major roles. A great episode overall. Henrietta is getting fixed up at the steamworks, so Toby is given a new coach called Hannah, who he doesn't really like as she tempts him to keep going faster and faster. This episode's basically like that one with Rheneas and the Christmas tree back in season 16, though Toby does have a bit more agency here. It's a fine episode, I suppose, but extremely forgettable. Hannah's just kind of annoying. After creaking lately, Cranky is concerned he will be replaced by a new, more fancy crane by the Fat Controller. Obviously, this doesn't end up happening, but this one's actually really good in spite of him obviously not being replaced. I like that Cranky's actually at least working hard for his job. You can clearly tell he's evolved since the season 5 days, no longer just complaining about his work and taking pride in what he has to do. And he's introduced to help with Carly, which he doesn't seem as confident in at first. Will they follow this up in a meaningful way in our second episode? Let's see. But for Cranky at the end of the line, I like it. It's pretty good. So on Carly's first proper day, she's consistently taking all of Cranky's jobs, which annoys Cranky, so he tries to prove he's superior to her, and the two compete for who can unload the most stuff, until the two get tangled and have to learn through Salty to work together. Again, it follows up on the last one really well. While Carly is far from my favorite character, I really like how they use her to further Cranky's development and show how far he's come, and that just asking for help is sometimes a really nice thing. Also, I really enjoyed Salty's story, and there were a lot of funny moments throughout. Oh yeah, also Big Mickey, for the first time in the whole series, speaks! That's unique to see. Another really good one for the season. Thomas and Birdie get into one of their classic races. However, Birdie ends up breaking down, so Thomas ends up taking his passengers for the time he's away. However, Topham isn't a fan of these unscheduled stops, so watches Thomas keenly and puts Birdie back in service. He hasn't appeared since season 12 at this point. This is a great episode here. I think the plot just feels so classic. It's honestly surprising we've never gotten an episode like this before. Also, Topham is just a lot of fun in this episode. The way he sneaks around is really funny. A really good episode all around. Philip questions why he's number 68, and he goes around the island trying to figure out the answer. This episode exists. There's nothing really wrong with it, but there isn't much notable about it, outside of some of the more out-there visuals Philip has in the middle of the episode. Oh, also the lame ending where Philip decides he doesn't want to know the reason, even though Topham has it right there. He wants to be known for saving 68 sheep. Like, come on, what a tease. Though in real life, Philip is number 68 because he was the 68th standard gauge engine introduced. That's cool. This episode's whatever, though. Oh, well that was a nice reference. After hearing about Rosie's repaint, James wants to prove that he's still the fastest red engine on Sodor, but the race stops after Rosie realizes James' brakes aren't working the best. James initially thinks the problem is fixed itself, but in reality his brake fluid is basically gone, so he ends up getting into an epic crash at Tidmouth Shez. This is a really good one. It's nice to see them actually try to do something with Rosie for the first time since like season 12. And James' over-the-top reactions towards her new paintwork is really funny, and that crash at the end was really epic. This is like if Edward failed in Old Iron. I really enjoyed this one. Definitely one of my favorites of the season. Oh my. We're finally here at a shed for Edward. Also, side note, they missed the opportunity to call this episode Shedward. So following up on the events of last episode in a very clever way to give them a lot of credit, Edward and Thomas actually need to find different sheds. However, we're only focusing on Edward, who initially stayed with Philip, but he's too chatty. And every other shed Edward tries to stay in just doesn't work out. So, Edward struggles to get some sleeps, but after talking it out with Philip, he decides to stay at his sheds until Tidmouth is fixed up. Until the ending, where he decides to stay with Philip for good. Now, that ending, I think, really soured people on this episode overall, and yeah, it kind of sucks. But looking at the episode as a whole, it's fine. I think it's a fine episode. I certainly wouldn't call this one of the worst Thomas episodes. Heck, worst this season? I don't know. We've got an episode like Stuck in Gear, which I'd argue is worse, but this one's pretty mediocre all around. It's cool that they connected it to Fastest Red Engine on Sodor, but really it doesn't do much of note. Also, side note, this episode initially aired without narration, which is, like, really weird to see an episode like this.
Here at the sheds, Edward, I'm sure we'll see each other all the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on that, Edward. Well, we're ending season 21 off with 5 winter-themed episodes in a row. Great. A big freeze is happening across the island of Sodor, and the coal supply is, well, limited. Thomas tries to deliver some passengers, thinking he can make it back to Tidmouth Sheds in time, but he can't. So the Diesels have to take over the railway until new coal comes. This episode sure happened. It's not bad, but it doesn't really have a central focus. Like, you'd think the Diesels starting to run the railway exclusively would be the focus, but it's not really brought much attention. Really, we just have this plot of Thomas sitting there waiting for coal. This episode definitely happened.
At last, the heavy shipment was on its way to Vickerstown.
About time.
Emily helps Donald and Douglas pull heavy steel pipes. They start telling stories to Emily about some of their famous blunders, and the two argue and fight again. And it's in the snow too. Come on, we already did this episode. I'm just gonna say it, I don't like this one at all. Donald and Douglas together have only ever had 6 episodes, and half of them have just been about them complaining at each other. I remember when these two used to love each other. And it doesn't really help that I feel like Being in the Snow draws it too many comparisons to Love Me Tender. And this one just doesn't do anything to really stand out other than just having Emily here. Honestly, I'd argue this is my least favorite episode of the whole season for basically solidifying this is Donald and Douglas from here on out. This is their last episode appearance too, and I should be sad about that, but I'm kinda grateful if they're gonna keep acting like this. Terrence returns for the first time since, like, season 7. I'm surprised they brought him back at all. So Thomas is sent out to collect Christmas trees and runs into Terrence, and they recount the old events of when they first met. Then Topham sends him to get a bigger Christmas tree for the Earl's party, which Terrence becomes a bit egotistical and tries to go over the ice, only for him to get stuck, so Thomas has to save him. It's a really good episode. It's nice to see the classic character brought back, and to see those events recounted into CGI was really cool. And I really liked the scene of Terrence cracking into the ice and Thomas needing to save him. There was some genuine tension there. A really good episode that returns such a classic character. Love to see it. It's Christmas time on the island of Sodor, and Daisy is really excited to play out her usual Christmas. However, not everything goes to plan, and things are slightly different. This initially annoys Daisy until she's talking to Ryan and Judy and Jerome, and realizes things have to change sometimes, and it's okay for it to not be exactly the same, and that's not always a bad thing. This is a pretty good Christmas episode. It makes sense that Daisy would want everything rooted in what she thinks is the prim and proper sense. This is very in character for her. And I like the message that she has to accept new things are gonna have to happen. A really good Christmas episode. I like this one quite a bit. So we end our shortest season yet on confused coaches, and it's a Gordon and Spencer rivalry. Gordon tries to talk up Platform 1 as if it's the most important. So later on, Spencer tries to be at Platform 1 and Gordon has to be at Platform 2. Little do Thomas and Philip know that they are giving each engine the wrong coaches, and the express passengers are taken where they don't want to go. This is a really good episode. It's nice to see a Gordon and Spencer rivalry again. We haven't seen this in ages. The two have very fun banter with each other, and there's a lot of really funny moments here. And it's also a New Year's episode. It comes in very last minute, but hey, it feels like a perfect year-round episode to end the season on. I really enjoyed it, and honestly kind of wish this was the series finale. Season 21. Well, what can I say? It's another great Andrew Brenner season. Well, I definitely don't think it's as good as season 20 or 18. I would still put it over 17 and 19. I think the biggest problem with this season is, well, it's only 18 episodes long. Maybe if it was a few more episodes, it could have been bumped up above 18 and maybe even 20 if the episodes were good enough. But don't take that the wrong way. The 18 we do have are amazing, and hey, being a shorter season isn't such a bad thing when I had to talk about 28 episodes last time. Granted, 28 great episodes, but still, it was a lot of the show. Now, we gotta go into the Big World, Big Adventures era. Yes, the Andrew Brenner era is unfortunately over. So because they wanted to reinvent the show to hope it gets a wider audience, we're gonna get so many changes. The Big World, Big Adventures movie came out in between seasons 21 and 22. It sucks, but we're not talking about it here. And new character Nia is gonna take Edward's spot at Tidmouth Sheds, making her one of 2 new main characters. We'll get to the other one when we hit season 22, but brace yourself for all the big changes as Thomas goes around the world, the body movement starts to become even more drastic, and overall, the show is just going to be really different to what you're used to. Get ready as we jump into season 22. I never thought this day would happen. We're finally at the Wubba era. Here we are with the #1 engine. We start in China. Don't ask why Thomas is here. No explanation is ever given. He meets a new engine called Hong Mei, and because Thomas is such a narcissist, he can't handle the idea of another engine being a #1. So he races her to try to prove who is the true #1. Just nothing really happens in this episode. It's not awful or anything, but it doesn't really show me why this kind of story needs to be told in China. The conflict in general feels really forced, and I don't know, Hong Mei is just not that interesting of a character. Pretty poor start to the rebrand all around. We're at the point where Henry's getting written out. Just how are they gonna write out that classic character?
That controller says I can stay in the sheds in Vickerstown from now on.
Yup, just that one line. And he never does much important stuff ever again. So Gordon gets upset with all the changes going around the island, one of the most meta episodes yet, and probably my least favorite of the whole show. Only 2 episodes into the rebrand, and I'm already saying that. I don't know, this episode's just Gordon complaining, and it doesn't really have any commentary. Like, I get it, it's supposed to be an attack of the critics, and you gotta accept the show is changing. Not a bad message per se, but I feel like their biggest mistake was having Nia be like, yeah, change is necessary. Instead of Edward and Henry, the characters who chose to leave, they have Nia, the character who's replacing them, be the one to give this message. And it just feels so tone-deaf and empty. Like, what do kids get out of this episode? Do they even understand what's going on? I don't even get why this episode is made the way it is, and I hate how it writes Gordon, too. He's so baby-like. This is easily my least favorite episode of the whole show, hands down. Guess on the bright side, the season can't get worse. Right? Finally, fully cemented into the Wubba era, Rebecca's introduced. Cool. So, Rebecca is upset because she thinks Gordon and Scotsman are better than her, so she tries to be faster by not stopping at stations long enough, so she ends up being early to all her destinations, and this episode just doesn't do anything to make Rebecca interesting to me. She's upset what other people think about her. She's nice. She's bubbly. Man, what a boring character. It was cool seeing Flying Scotsman again, and Topham had this funny line, but other than that, whatever episode. Best one so far, by the way.
You have caused confusion and confusion and,
We're in India now. We're really going to be bouncing around like this. So, Nishima tells Thomas about elephants and how they helped Shunt, which he doesn't believe. He then gets stuck in some mud and an elephant saves him. This has that one shot, you know, this one right here. Other than that, like, nothing happened. There wasn't really a central conflict. It just happened. That's all I can say about this episode. It's getting so brain dead. Remember, like, the past 5 seasons when I was saying the show was getting good again? What happened to that? Rebecca is sad because she doesn't think she has anything that makes her stand out, but then learns what makes her stand out is that she sees the best in people. I feel like you could say that about Edward or Percy or Peter Sam, but whatever, I guess that's Rebecca's thing. This episode sure did exist. It didn't do anything really bad, but it did mostly nothing memorable. I say mostly because we have this infamous scene right here. This sums up watching this whole era. Thomas wants to be a Bollywood star. Who watches Thomas for this? Literally nothing interesting happens in this episode. He's more or less just stuck working around the movie, but then he does something cool and he gets to be in the movie. And it's like, just nothing's going on in this episode. It's so forgettable. Thomas wants to see a giant panda. Was the thought process for all these Around the World episodes is, what is super stereotypical with that country, and then make Thomas experience it? Because that's all I'm seeing. Boring episode, by the way. Moving on. Thomas wants to go to the Monkey Palace and messes up his order of coconuts. I know, I've gotten really negative since this season has started. But can you blame me? In their attempts at becoming over the top and flashy, it's actually made the show boring and substanceless. It's become so mindless to sit through these kind of episodes. An episode like this is just nothing. It's like, why do I want to see Thomas interact with monkeys? He's a train. Following up on James crashing into Tidmouth sheds from last season, he's afraid he's gonna get repainted, and we see him dream of what it would be like to be blue, green, or silver. I actually like this episode. Yeah, finally, a good Blubba episode. It was cool to see what James would look like with different colors and the powers he thinks they have. And I also like how every one of them ends with that idea of James still getting into a crash and how much he's just got to accept that he did it wrong and he needs to make up for it. This is actually a really good episode. Is it because it tied into one from last season I like it so much? Who knows? Still though, finally, maybe we'll be back on track. We're in Australia now. Thomas wants to be a tour guide and makes up stuff about Australia and gets into trouble. So standard at this point. Nothing interesting happens in the episode, as usual with these Around the World ones at this point. Moving on.
Gordon, no! Right.
I am surprised to see a duck episode this late into the game, but here we are. The school at Harwick is destroyed, and Daisy has to take the kids to a school at Knapford to go instead. This infuriates her, so she asks Thomas to do it, but Duck wants to be the one, and he needs to find a coach, only to find a broken down one named Dexter, who isn't functioning the greatest, but he finds a new use for him as an actual school. This is a really good episode. I can't believe I'm saying that. It does a great job with Duck. It shows off how smart he can be, especially when figuring out that Dexter could just be a school as opposed to him needing to be a coach. And it's just really entertaining, and I love Duck's passion to just do something really wholesome. This is easily my favorite of the season so far. Some tiger hunters are on the loose, trying to look for tigers in India, so it's up to Thomas, Shankar, and Rajiv to stop them. This episode sure does exist. Like, they bring up the whole Hunter thing, and then it just stops after that. This episode ended before it even got started. Whatever. Merlin from Journey Beyond Sodor makes his debut in the TV show, coming over to help on the island of Sodor. Meanwhile, Percy wants to see the invisible engine everyone's talking about. They just don't do anything. The first half is just dedicated to seeing Merlin on Sodor, and then the rest of it's dedicated to Percy wanting to find Merlin to see an invisible engine, and it all just feels so through the motions, like nothing's going on. These Boba episodes have just such little substance, I swear. Not the worst episode or anything, but it doesn't really do anything substantial.
What do you think of my new steam whistle? Oh, it makes you...
I'm sorry for messing you up. My beautiful, splendid paintwork.
James annoys Philip all day by, well, just being himself, really, though to the umpth degree. It comes to a boiling point, though, when James and Philip are stood up at a bridge. This one was actually pretty entertaining. It's nice to see a more aggressive side to Philip, one that doesn't take James's crap. And James is really funny here with how far they push him. I wish the ending was a little less immediate, but honestly, one of the best of the season. Thomas is tasked with delivering a water wheel. It breaks off his flatbed and he has to go around China chasing it. Just nothing to say. This is like the definition of a jiggle keys in front of a baby's face episode. Literally nothing of substance goes on, and it hopes that this gimmick will keep you interested, which it didn't for me, so this one sucks. Samson and Bradford return to the island of Sodor for work. However, it is revealed that Samson is afraid of fireworks, and the two end up getting lost until Bradford calms his fears. This one's really good, honestly. I'm surprised to be saying that. Bradford and Samson have a really sweet dynamic, and it's nice for them to actually expand on more stuff with Samson, other than he's vain and annoying. This one's actually a good episode from the Boba era, going to the top. Also, Cyril returned. That's cool. In failing to save a truck, Thomas learns Tai Chi. Yup, this episode sure is in China, alright. Like, it's not terrible or anything, but it doesn't leave any impression. So that probably means it's the best international episode.
The steamworks is pretty hot, sir.
Quiet, Henry. I'm trying to think. Oh, how about the steamworks?
It's Christmas on the island of Sodor, and the heater at the zoo is broken down, so Thomas has to find a warm place for all the animals at the zoo. It sure is an episode. I know I keep saying that a lot, but this episode isn't all that bad. Doesn't do anything that upsets me. Just kind of happens. It's fine. The only other notable thing was that it referenced a Around the World episode. That's odd. Thomas wants to be a hero like the plane Isla. He gets his chance after having to rescue people from a cyclone. It's fine, I suppose. It's a very automated episode and very standard for this series, but I don't know, I guess him going to Cyclone was kinda interesting. I'm really grasping at straws to find things to talk about now. It's Christmas time, and Thomas is feeling sad because he's in Australia, away from the island of Sodor, and he's starting to miss his friends, as this is the first Christmas he's spending off of the island. Oh, wait, my bad, that's the wrong script. God forbid a Boba episode do anything interesting. What actually happens is a kangaroo takes some little girl's toy because he thinks it's their young, so Thomas has to reunite it with its child. Why was this even a Christmas episode? It taking place on Christmas has pretty much no impact on the story at all, and it really is just Thomas chasing a kangaroo for 7 minutes. Does that sound interesting? No. Was the first thought, like, we're in Australia, how about Thomas interacts with a kangaroo? It's becoming so mindless to talk about. Being a special guest in China, Thomas is tasked with taking a dragon, which he's afraid of. and then he's told he doesn't need to do it, but needs to take a lion instead. Yes, he's this stupid. He doesn't realize that these are fake things. I don't know why he would think that Young Bao or Hong Mei or anyone would be excited to see a real lion or a real dragon. This episode is very dumb. The only part of it that was kind of cool was this little thing of Thomas making a dragon in Steam. It's kind of outlandish how it happens, but you know what? It looks cool. Okay, I don't know what I just watched. At Brendam Docks, Thomas and Rosie are being made fun of by Diesel, and then Bill and Ben make a joke about them kissing, and the two have like these weird feelings and try to avoid each other the whole episode. And everyone just starts making jokes about Thomas and Rosie being together, and this episode feels weird. It feels like a fan fiction more than anything. Romance for the Engines has never really been established at all as a thing they feel before, and I feel like it just personifies them too much. But like, just in general, watching this episode feels so unnatural. Nothing really feels right, no one acts like themselves. Like, there's this one scene where Gordon comes by and he's like, oh, I hope you run into Rosie soon or something. And it's like, why would he ever say anything like that? It's not the worst thing in the world. I don't find it, like, completely unwatchable. There was a funny scene with Topham's mother, and there's some nice visuals, but like, I don't know, man. This episode just feels wrong to sit through, and I'm dying of cringe just talking about it now. Okay, I know I haven't had a guest star in a while, but this episode is so bad, I just want to take one break from Wubba, guys. Just for one episode. I don't care if it's even a good one. Someone else can talk about the next one.
In life, there have been several mysteries that have consumed society. Who shot Mr. Burns? Why was Thor crying? And what has Ivo Hugh contributed to society? I'm ExpressBean64, and I'm here to uncover the most influential mystery of them all, the case of the puzzling parts. When it comes to the Big World, Big Adventures era, people always mention episodes like Heart of Gold or The Great Little Railway Show. These are typically considered the best episodes of the era, yet I never hear anyone mention puzzling parts. That's because they're all cowards, okay? This episode is literally one of the best things to come out of that whole era, and I will fight you on that. Let me tell you why this episode is peak. This episode stars Sydney and Paxton as leads, which is an amazing decision. I don't know about y'all, but I have a lot of love for the Diesel trio that was introduced in Day of the Diesels. Sadly, Norman doesn't have an appearance to complete the lineup, but that's okay. This honestly feels like an episode that could have worked in the main Brenner era. This episode is literally just Paxton and Sydney sharing their only brain cell throughout the entire episode, and it's honestly really great. While watching this episode for this review, I found myself legitimately laughing at some of the gags, like when Sydney blew up. Now, let's talk about the story. Sydney finds a mysterious flatbed and teams up with Paxton to uncover what its true intention is. I was instantly hooked for the mystery and found myself yelling clues to the engines, but for some reason they just couldn't hear me. I mean, it was pretty obvious that they were for Sydney, but not gonna lie, after not seeing the episode in a minute, it actually took me a while to lock in, which was kind of embarrassing, but oh well. This episode just also jumps you straight into the action. There's shows like One Piece, where you gotta cut through like 10 minutes of recap. So I greatly appreciated that. We also got to see Red show up and spit some knowledge, and even Whiff and Scruff appeared. Maybe my sense of humor is ruined, but I laughed when the garbage landed on Sydney. Also, like, there are no engines working on Sodor today, so they had Paxton running the entire Northwestern like it was the Navy. He hit like 4 destinations before noon. They had my boy running across that island. Also, I would have appreciated a cutaway to the incident beforehand. Like, I feel like a scene akin to a Family Guy cutaway of Diesel crashing into Sydney, if timed right, could have been really funny. All in all, good graphics, responsive controls, and it's easily one of Big World, Big Adventure's best. Arguably, the peak.
Okay, because name another episode where the main character blows up. Heart of Gold? Ha! Personally, I prefer Soul Silver, thank you very much. This episode is peak. Move over Citizen Kane, move over Paddington 2. Just go ahead and clear out the entire Criterion closet because this is the only thing you'll need. It's so good it outclasses anything made by the dude who made the Mona Lisa. Wait, who painted the Mona Lisa? Da Vinci? This episode gets 5 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. This episode isn't stupid. You're stupid. But yeah, good episode. Express164 signing out, and back to you, Spider-Fan.
Thomas wants to protect a bunch of endangered animals in Australia. However, he's told he can't after one pretty minor misstep on his half. And then a forest fire happens and he saves a bunch of koalas. It just is going through the motions at this point. Like, there's really nothing super awful about this episode, maybe besides the fact that the conflict felt a bit forced in the middle. But just like, it didn't do anything. It's just there. I wish I had more to say, I swear. But I'm not going to force the review to go on any longer. Nia has to take Annie and Clarabelle out for the day, but she can't read the numbers on the signs, so she has to learn how to count. You know, I actually really enjoyed the fact they used Nia being from a different country for most of this episode, so she can't tell what the signs have to say. It kind of devolves when it becomes a lame counting game for babies, not big on that part. But up until then, I actually think this one's okay. It tried to do something with Nia being from a different country that isn't just stating she is from one. So, yeah, it's alright. I don't mind it.
Hey there, number 4.
She's already forgotten our names.
So we end off season 22 on a Bill and Ben episode, surprisingly. So the two are hiding trucks and causing mischief as usual. Edward is annoyed by this, so plays a trick on them to hide a very special truck. The two can't find it, but it turns out Edward found it and everything's good in the end. I actually really enjoyed this one. It was nice to see the Edward, Bill, and Ben dynamic come back. It was nice to see Bill and Ben in an actual panic over their actions. It had a lot of really funny moments. It was really sweet at the end with Edward, Bill, and Ben reconciling. I enjoyed this one a lot. I'm surprised to say season 22 ends on a high note, but thus ends what has so far been the most different season yet, to put it lightly. What happened? The last 5 seasons showed a lot of promise and made it clear that Thomas could still be really good into the modern day, but this season feels like a slap in the face to everything that was going into those. The faster pace, the around-the-world hijinks, Thomas narrating, everything just feels so different from what I'm used to for this series. Even the Nitrogen seasons, I would at least still say, felt like they were a part of the same show, but this doesn't feel anything like I've been used to. I get that especially a long-running show like this is going to have to evolve and change, but at least before when they did it, they slowly got to that point. This feels like such a stark shift going from the last season to this. And just in general, I just don't really like this new format. It's not really thought out well, the pacing feels weird, and generally speaking, the writing has taken a massive hit going from the last few seasons, and it just doesn't feel like the show I've been watching for the past 21 seasons. If anything, it feels very ashamed of the show it started as. There were still a few episodes I liked in here, like School of Duck or Hunt the Truck, but most of them, especially the international ones, just sucked. I didn't enjoy a lot of the season at all. Now all I gotta hope is that the next season is much better. At least there's no direct-to-DVD movie in between this time. So let's jump into season 23 and see if Bwubba improves. Really hoping so. Oh wow, a Bulgy episode. That's really cool, actually. So Bulgy is jealous of all the steam engines getting passengers because he doesn't think the buses get enough of them. But due to an accident with Max and Monty, some flour goes into the water tanks and all the engines start working worse. What is this, a good Thomas episode? Like, no, really. I enjoyed this one a lot. I love that Bulgy actually got an episode to himself, and it's a nice little simple story that takes advantage of the universe. It's also just pretty funny and creative. I had a blast watching this episode. It's quite surprising seeing an episode like this in the Bwubba era. It could have come from any of, like, the Brenner era seasons, and I wouldn't have even batted an eye. It's that good. Okay. So maybe season 23 might be a better season after all.
More the merrier. I've plenty of room.
Oh wow, an international episode not about Thomas. Instead, it's about Rajiv. Whoopi, my favorite character. So Rajiv loses his crown and, thinking that he's worthless without it, refuses to do any work all day. Look, I appreciate they gave an international character an episode to themselves. I really do. But the episode's not very interesting at all. They don't really give me a reason why Rajiv cares so much about his crown, or like how special it is to him. It's just kind of, oh no, I'm missing it. I need it. Just a pretty uninteresting episode all around. Rebecca is tasked with pulling troublesome trucks to Vickerstown, and she does it. That's all that happens in this episode. I'm not kidding when I say this is the epitome of one of the most nothing Thomas episodes yet. Literally, it's just Rebecca pulling trucks. Nothing interesting or meaningful really happens in this episode. The only part that really sticks out to me are the flashbacks at the beginning. Great. But what can I say? This is just one of those episodes that I have, like, nothing to say about. Probably my least favorite so far. It just shows how uninteresting Rebecca is, if anything. We're in Brazil now. Thomas meets a new big engine called Gustavo, who reminds him a lot of Gordon, and not wanting to be bossed around by him, goes on the express line without knowing that it's actually for an electric railway. This one's fine for an international episode. It's nothing mind-blowing or really all that interesting, but I think I like that they at least tried to integrate an electric railway theme. That's kind of neat. Does something with the country. I guess I don't mind Gustavo. He's fine. Yeah, it just kind of exists, but it's like second best so far. Toby is sent to work at Ulfstead Castle in the place of Stephen. However, people start calling him old and it makes him feel sad, though he proves himself by saving King Godred's crown. Shockingly a good Toby episode. Like, when was the last time I ever said that? Toby actually feels like the brave and courageous engine I always associate him as when he goes out to save Godred's crown. Granted, it does have that beginning part where everyone's calling him old and lame, but it more than makes up for it as this episode goes on. It's genuinely really good. I am so glad Toby finally has a good CGI app. While taking some trucks to Brazil, Thomas runs into some musicians who like the way the trucks flow with their sounds, so they want Thomas to be in their batucada. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a way to make music, or at least he thinks he doesn't, and then they remind him he can blow his whistle and the episode just abruptly stops. It's just really feeding into that problem of these episodes not having a clear direction to go in. It doesn't even feel like it ends or anything really happened, so it just ends up being like nothing. After a silly accident with Rebecca, Gordon can't stop laughing and needs to stop because he doesn't think anyone will take him seriously anymore. This is just honestly a really dumb episode. Like, you obviously know nothing bad's gonna come out of this, and they don't really do anything interesting with the fact that Gordon's just laughing constantly. I guess Bwubba really broke the streak of Gordon constantly having good episodes. Thomas delivers cars at the wrong station. Instead of just owning up to it, he tries to improve on his mistake, only to make it worse. This is literally just the definition of the most generic bad episode this show has ever had. Like, it's a bad episode, poorly written, and a hollow moral, but there's just nothing interesting about it. Episodes like Ho Ho Snowman or Fiery Flynn, as bad as they are worse than this, or at least interesting. This one, however, is just bland. Diesel is so tired of being singled out by Sir Topham Hatt for getting in trouble all the time, so for a change, he plays a trick on Rebecca to make it look like all the other Diesels aren't doing their jobs. This one's actually a lot of fun. It's nice to see that old mischievous side of Diesel again, and one of the rare good uses for Rebecca. And I love his tulling off at the end. Oh, and also the intro parody. That was really funny. Surprisingly, a really good episode. Diesel stayed one of the few consistently good things about this show, especially the CGI.
Didn't I beat you? Yes, you beat me.
Thomas runs into Raoul from The Great Race, and the two constantly compete all day. However, it ends up going too far in the end. This is actually not bad. I mean, it's certainly not an amazing episode. I would probably just say it's okay. But, I don't know, Thomas and Raoul's rivalry was kind of fun here, and seeing them consistently put each other in worse situations was a bit entertaining. For an international episode, it's alright. Probably the best one so far. I did say I wasn't talking about the direct-to-DVD movies, but these specials are only half hours, and do count as real episodes. So I have to talk about them. Salty, then later Porter, go on a commission. However, this starts to become a trend as all the Diesels end up going out of action, and Sodor is now in a big panic and everything is getting delayed. Even though we had an episode 2 seasons ago called The Big Freeze, where every steam engine on the island was out of order, and like 12 Diesels could run the island just fine. But when 7 Diesels and 1 steam engine are gone, apparently the whole railway is in shambles. How does that make any sense? Anyways, the special is fine. Like, this episode isn't bad or anything, but there's really nothing, like, super significant about it that, like, really stands out in my head as, oh yeah, that's a classic moment from Steam Team to the rescue. It doesn't really do anything super wrong, but doesn't really do anything super meaningful either. It makes me wonder why this had to be a half-hour episode at all. If I had to guess, they just wanted a big special to emphasize the big Steam Team main characters as a whole. However, if there's something I really like about this special, it's the song Don't Stop. If you haven't listened to it before, please listen to it. It is really good. But make sure you're listening to the UK dub. The US dub version is really awful. But average special all around.
Have I forgotten something? No, all good.
Thomas is given a job at Arsborough. However, because he doesn't return in a timely fashion, Percy thinks that he's gotten into a massive accident. So he panics and panics and panics. This is one of the most annoying Thomas episodes ever. You want 7 minutes of Percy screaming and whining, then this is for you. However, this is just such a disservice to this dude. Like, remember back in Season 5 when this person braved the rock slide? Yeah, what happened to that guy? Now he's afraid of his own shadow. Percy's decline is so sad. He whines, he screams, he cries in literally every scene now. And this episode is like the culmination of Percy at his worst in CGI. This is without a doubt the worst episode of the whole season so far. I pray it's not worse than this going forward. Shane is having too much fun on a journey with Thomas that he forgets to get coal, and he almost strands his passengers, but then Thomas later gets coal. It's just really uninteresting. Shane is not an interesting character who can carry an episode on his own, and nothing really happens in this episode. Well, we're on our next half-hour episode, so let's see if they improved. We're in Italy now, and Thomas wants to think he knows more than he actually does while working in Italy. And he hears about a lost engine, which he desperately tries to find and almost dies from. And it's boring. Like, seriously, this might be the most boring Thomas episode I think I've ever watched. Nothing interesting happens. Gina's a bland character. And for what is called a special, it's really uneventful. A lot of it's just sitting around. Thomas trying to prove he knows more about Italian archaeology than he really does. It's just aggressively uninteresting, and there's so little to talk about. This is probably my least favorite episode so far. Wanna know the worst part? This is only part 1 of a 2-parter. Let's see if they redeem themselves with the second part, I guess. A new portion of a Roman Colosseum is discovered, but they don't really have enough diggers. So somehow Italy contacts the island of Sodor and brings the pack to Italy. I guess no construction needs to be done on the island. Thomas is then later jealous of all the pack's discoveries and fantasizes about making his own, until accidentally stumbling upon the lost engine that was mentioned in the previous episode, who Thomas tries to save, but because he stupidly sings opera, they cause a cave-in and then have to get saved a different way. And it's just as uneventful as last time. Like, the pack are here, but they don't really do anything interesting. The lost engine Thomas finally finds is incredibly annoying, and I kinda can't stand him, and it's still really slow. I'll admit it's a little more engaging, mainly near the end compared to the last episode, but that's only compared to the last episode. As a whole, this is still an extremely bland Thomas episode, and for a 2-parter, it just drags. There's nothing really appealing or memorable, and the fact we traded out the hour-long DVD movies for this, in my eyes, was not a very good trade-off. There is this one music cue I like that plays during the fantasy sequence, and I think that's the only thing I like about this whole, 2-part special. Both of these are going at the bottom of the list because they're the same as all the garbage from the other international episodes, but they are 44 minutes long and drag and drag. They're so uninteresting to watch. Emily is sad because she has nothing significant to talk about. Again, I feel like we've done this plot so many times with Emily. If you want her to be more interesting, then do something with her. She then takes some rangers for Nia, but then gets lost, and the two just sit there on a camping trip with the other rangers, and it's just kind of bland. They've really done nothing interesting with Emily for, I want to say 11 seasons straight now. I can't think of anything memorable CGI era Emily has done. Just a pretty bland one. In China, Thomas is sad because he misses Percy. So Hong Mei and Young Bao try to cheer him up with a dragon boat race. It's fine. It's got a nice callback to Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, but why can't Thomas just leave? Is he contractually obligated to stay in China or something? All these episodes have him jumping around, so it's hard for me to believe he can't just go back and meet Percy whenever. But, for an international episode, it's alright. Ooh, a pack episode. And Miss Jennings returns? This should be good. Brenda thinks that Max and Monty are dumping stones all over her clear way, so she moves them without knowing that Jack, Alfie, and Oliver are the ones who need them. Meh, this episode kinda just exists. It's neat seeing a pack episode in the Wubba era, and the, of all things, the fantasy sequence kinda made me laugh, even if it felt very Family Guy-y, but pretty mediocre episode right here. Nothing really interesting going on. Maybe it doesn't help that Brenda's a really boring character, but yeah, kind of just there. Nia brings a new digger called Darcy to the pack sites. She initially makes mistakes, but then later makes up for them later. What a nothing Thomas episode. Darcy is basically just Rebecca, meaning she's boring as sin, like Rebecca. Shy, anxious, her whole episode is not too different from Rebecca's. Heck, the recap at the end of this one retells Rebecca's second episode. I'm running out of things to talk about. This one is so impressively uninteresting. Lorenzo is upset because he doesn't get to take a famous opera singer, so he thinks it's because he has his coach Beppe, so he decides to betray him and gets a different coach, but then he gets lost with the opera singer. Just nothing? Do you want to hear an engine sing opera for 7 minutes? And this is the episode for you, I guess, but it's just nothing meaningful or really interesting, and Lorenzo is just an extremely annoying character to follow, so episode doesn't really do anything for me. Max and Monty mess around on the work site. However, danger arises as Monty falls into a hole and Darcy has to save him. And, yup, this was definitely an episode, alright. Like, it wasn't bad or anything, and it's cool to see some pack episodes, but it really doesn't feel like they had any interesting ideas for pack episodes. And it's pretty underwhelming, unfortunately. Thomas wants to sing opera like Lorenzo, but he ends up losing his voice. It's weird that they established that Thomas can't sing in this episode when not only did we have him sing the Steam Team episode song a while back, but he also is sung throughout all the specials and stuff. Like, seriously? His singing is irritating and insufferable. It's not funny at all. Though the part where he loses his voice and has to, like, mime out what he wants to say is actually kind of cool. Makes me wish the whole episode was about Thomas needing to, like, communicate without talking. Unfortunately, this ain't it, Chief. This one is made up for by having a decent part at the tail end, but most of it's just really annoying. Diesel gets upset when he's called useless. I thought he used to revel in not doing his work, but okay. He uses glow-in-the-dark paint to disguise himself to haunt the two, and, you know what? This episode's okay, I suppose. Diesel's characterization is as fun as ever, and I like the fact that Paxton has finally become aware of how trashy Diesel as a character really is, and some of the scenes of them scaring Diesel off, and the ending joke with Diesel was pretty funny, but overall, it just kind of left me thinking the story could have been better structured with an extra minute and 45 seconds, you know, like the Brenner era. But still, for the season, I'm glad it ends on an okay note. Season 23. So I think I've officially hit my breaking point with the series. Like, sure, there were still a few good episodes here and there, but for the most part, I'm kind of just tired of this big world format in general. The pacing and storytelling just isn't my thing. And while I would say 22 and 23 are pretty comparable, the specials I think really bring this one down and prop it up to be my least favorite season of the show. And there's still one more season just like it. Will season 24 be a meaningful finale to this show? And can Big World, Big Adventures redeem itself? Let's just jump in and see what we end up with. Emily is sad she doesn't have a best friend, although I thought her and Nia had that one episode last season, but whatever. So she gaslights Henry, Edward, oh, they're acknowledged. Oh, and Philip and Marion into thinking they're her best friends. But then she forgets to deliver the sand, except no, it was delivered by Thomas and the other Steam Team members who all consider her best friend. This episode's just lame. Nothing really exciting or interesting happens even once in this episode. All it really is Emily being sad that she doesn't think she has a best friend, and, well, I wouldn't want to be her best friend either. Emily sucks. The most significant thing about this episode were that Edward and Henry got spotlight roles again, but this isn't a very good episode, so it barely is worth mentioning. I guess it's good to know that season 24 is going to be more of the same.
No! Not on my...
That joke feels so out of place in this series. Like, this is so lowbrow. Thomas is trying to look for this dog's owner. However, wacky dog hijinks ensue, delaying him from finding him. This episode's just nothing. It's just Thomas hanging out with the dog. It's so bland. The only highlight was seeing baby Thomas again, who I guess is now Kid Thomas considering he's aged. But still, really lame episode overall. A little railway show is happening. Percy thinks it's talking about all the small engines on the island of Sodor, so pretty much all of them go to Ulfsted Castle and don't do their jobs. However, it's revealed it's actually supposed to be a model railway show. Pretty solid episode, honestly. It was nice to see a bunch of old characters pop up again, and honestly for the last time in most of their cases, unfortunately. And it was nice to have a scene with Wilbur Audrey directly talking to Percy about the railway show. This was a pretty fun one. I enjoyed it all around. It's good to know this season's at least going to have a few solid episodes. Thomas runs into two twins that run on eucalyptus wood in Brazil. He decides to switch jobs with them for the day so that they can see more of Brazil. However, this ends up being a bad idea because they burn wood too fast. It's there. It's not an awful episode or anything. I just got nothing to comment on. The new characters are nothing. The conflict's nothing. It just does nothing. I guess I can say it has a decent moral of needing to accept your place, similar to All at Sea, but it's not done nearly as cool as that episode was, or in a meaningful way. It's just there. An inspector has come to the island of Sodor to see how safe it is. Topham runs a series of tests for whichever engine is closest to Rocky is the one who grabs him in case of any emergency. That sounds like a bad idea, doesn't it? Well, it is, as all of them get into a major accident. Broadway Topham, I'm sure you could have avoided this. So Emily steps up and grabs Rocky and saves the day. Also, a bridge is collapsing and Gordon almost crashes. It's just noise. It's not awful or anything. In a season like this so far, it's one of the better episodes. But doesn't really do anything all that noteworthy. Like, this is supposed to be like a big blow up for Emily, something that really defines her character. She gets a number at the end, but it just doesn't mean anything. This episode's barely about Emily at the beginning, and then later it just becomes about her, and she just does her job and is awarded as this rescue engine. It's all treated like a big deal, but it doesn't feel that grand. Well, you look back at Thomas and the Breakdown Train, and that came after a series of failures from Thomas, and the first time he did anything selfless, it felt like a meaningful thing to his character. This is just not meaningful. It just happens to Emily. It's whatever overall. We're in India again, for the last time, thank God. So, Thomas and the other engines are entering a Best Dressed Engine contest, of course. Shankar doesn't want to enter. He just wants to do actual railway work. Wow, what a surprise there. But Thomas forces him in. He does win the contest, but at the end he reveals he didn't want to be there in the first place. It's a fine moral about not forcing others to do what you want, but it's just nothing interesting happened. The most interesting thing is this guy right here who kind of looks like Mario. That's my takeaway.
Such as zebras?
Was that a mistake, or did no one catch that? I'm confused. Anyway, Nia has to transport an elephant to the Sodor Zoo, but it's uncooperative. Yep. Another bad animal episode. Goes the same way these all do. Animals uncooperative, and Nia desperately has to try to get it to become cooperative. It's boring. Moving on. Lorenzo is feeling superstitious, and Thomas is feeling the same way after a few unlucky situations, so Thomas has to brave through his bad luck. This episode's just annoying. Lorenzo is just the most annoying character, like usual, and everything is just like, oh no, this bad thing happened, oh no, that bad thing happened. Seriously, if Lorenzo wasn't in this episode so much, I'd probably like it a lot more. Otherwise, he's just like one of the most annoying characters in this show, hands down, so an episode like this really annoys me. James sees a bunch of kids reading a superhero comic book, and he wants to become a superhero. You know, like every show ever. Honestly, in spite of me complaining, this one's actually okay. Like, admittedly, I'm a big sucker for superhero stories, so this episode kind of appeals to me from that regard. But I also like the fact they use comic panels. It reminds me of the 2003 Hulk movie. Take that as a compliment, if you will. The middle really falters, though. There's like that scene of James saving a kite from a tree, but then he just is like, oh, no one needs me, even though he did something good a few seconds ago. It feels like the episode just abruptly stops in the middle. But still, this one's okay. It feels like it was just made to sell a Superhero of James toy, though, sometimes. Ace returns from the Big World Big Adventures movie. I'm surprised to see him in an actual episode. He plans on jumping over 25 double-decker buses. However, it turns out he's afraid of Australia's wildlife. But the double-decker buses don't arrive, and he has to jump over some railway engines. Yeah, this episode does definitely exist. As someone who enjoyed Ace's story in the Blah Blah movie, unfortunately this episode didn't really do anything appealing with Ace. It didn't do anything really bad, but it didn't really do anything interesting. Like, he's afraid of the wildlife and he has to get over it. I feel like I've seen this kind of plot from this show before multiple times, and it wasn't really done in a unique or meaningful way for me to say it goes above and beyond. It's kind of there. We're on our next two-parter, Marvelous Machineries. A technology fair is opening on the island of Sodor. Man, we're really far removed from the franchise's roots now. Thomas is afraid that they are going to get replaced with all the new technology. In the meantime, there are these two criminals who are gonna do something. They're not in the episode enough to figure out what it is here. This episode's just really uninteresting, actually. Most of it's just spent setting up the technology fair. Nothing really interesting happens. They're all afraid of being replaced. There's these two guys. We'll see them more in the next part. Thomas stops this jet engine in a callback to that episode from season 6. This should be more interesting to talk about, but it's not. Seriously, what's the point of making a 22-minute episode if you don't have a plot that's interesting for 22 minutes? Maybe the second part is better? I don't know, but I'm really growing tired of these half-hour specials. Well, the technology fair continues, and I do mean that quite literally, as the first half of this episode is basically just showing off technology, like the dancing robot, the magnet thingy, flying cars. This is, of course, all set up for the second half of this episode, where these two steal Ruth's plans for, I think it's flying cars? I'm pretty sure. I don't really know what they plan to do with them, though. But anyways, they steal them, and everybody's chasing after them with the new technology. Even Thomas with that jet engine from last episode. It's all just become so mindless at this point. Look at the dancing robot, look at the magnet. I feel like it's trying so hard to appeal to its young audience in the most basic surface level way. And it doesn't really do anything meaningful, try to say anything interesting. It's just the definition of brain dribble at this point. There were a few things I didn't think were too bad. Like, I actually really like the theme that plays when Thomas chases Sonny here. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Sonny. He was working with the criminals and then has a redemption arc. Whatever. Oh yeah, there is also this engine, Kenji, who was used in the final climax. Again, he's just there. I like that we have a bullet train. I don't know, I'm running out of things to talk about. This special is just so brain dead. And to think, there's still one more half-hour episode to go. But yeah, this, along with the previous one, are two really bad specials. These are some of my least favorite episodes of the entire show at this point. Thankfully, we are done with two-part half-hour episodes. Thank God. A Christmas party is happening on the island of Sodor. Sir Topham Hatt, the Duke, and the Duchess of Boxford are trying to come aboard Harold. However, there's a massive snowstorm and they can't see where they're going. So Nia comes up with an idea to guide them. Yup, this episode sure happened. It's not bad or anything, but it's just the definition of there. There's only one scene in this whole episode that stuck out to me.
On the other hand, I had plowing to do. Lots of plowing. Peep, peep.
The ordering of these episodes is really weird. Like, there's a sequel episode with this character that actually aired before her introduction, which I just found really confusing. Ruth builds a car named Cleo, and her and Thomas get into races. It's, fine. There's nothing really wrong with this episode, except maybe that Cleo's a bit annoying, but it's alright, you know, it kind of gives me some vibes of Thomas and Birdie's Great Race, just not as good. I'm gonna be real with season 24, not all these episodes are bad, but this has gotta be the most uninteresting season to talk about. I feel like I have nothing to say about most of these. Sorry.
Oh, Gordon, we all make mistakes.
I don't.
Sonny from the Marvelous Machinery episodes is given a chance by Sir Topham Hatt to be really useful on his railway. However, none of the other engines seem to like him and don't think that he's very trustworthy. Diesel tries to sympathize with him, only for the use of tricking him to doing his work. Sonny immediately finds this out, ditches Diesel. Diesel tries to chase after him, he nearly falls in a hole, but Sonny then saves him, and the people respect him. You know what? This episode isn't so bad. I actually kind of liked seeing Sonny try to genuinely redeem himself, and I actually really liked him and Diesel's interactions a lot. I love how Diesel had to be such a blattermouth and immediately blew his plan over. There's also some surprisingly good dialogue too, and overall this episode was actually quite enjoyable. I'm surprised. This one's pretty solid. Ruth is working on a new workshop, and Thomas helps her power it up. There's a Back to the Future reference in this episode. The only thing that I even have to comment on this episode is just a whole load of nothing. It just exists. That old bridge from episode 150, Toby Had a Little Lamb, gets destroyed. So Ruth is sent in to build a bridge, and she builds a walking bridge. Why? First off, it takes forever to actually get into the walking bridge point. Most of this episode is just spent on nothing, really, other than what kind of bridge are we gonna make? And then we finally get to the part where they make the bridge, and it just kind of happens. Toby crosses it. That's it. They don't even do an arc about him needing to get over his fears or anything. They just do nothing. Nothing happens in this whole episode other than this dumb bridge. It's the only part that's memorable. What a surprise. Another bad episode. Worst off, this is Toby's last important episode. What a sad way to go out. Finally, the last international episode. I never need to see any of these characters again. So young Bao tells Thomas the story of why he has a tiger emblem on his tender. So he recalls a time where he met this majestic tiger and saved an engine who was pretty mean to him. This is a pretty good episode. Whoa. This is a good international episode? I couldn't believe it until I watched it, but no. This episode's actually pretty good. Made me like young Bao. It actually fleshed him out more, showed him what he was about. It showed him why he's important to the Chinese railway. I'm impressed. This is an episode of the international stuff I recommend, and it's the last one. I'm kind of sad now because this proved to me that we could have had a bunch of episodes like this, but no. I at least accept that there's one good one of these. Just gotta look on the bright side.
Pulls the express. He doesn't have to say that. Express coming through.
I heard that.
Gordon wants Rebecca to be more like him. However, when she somewhat tries to, Gordon gets into a crash. So Rebecca, I think, learns to be herself. I gotta say I think, because this episode just stops pretty abruptly. And, that's it. Other than that funny clip I played earlier, nothing stuck out in this episode, at all. I think the biggest problem is there's not even really a conclusion. This one just kind of stops. Meh. Kenji has to take a boat to Japan to return home. However, he doesn't want to do it alone, so he hides. So Hiro decides he'll go with him at the end. Yup, this episode sure did happen. I know I'm saying this all the time, but there's just nothing really much to this one outside the ending, which, yeah, it's pretty nice, and it's nice to see Hiro finally go home, but he's been on the island for so long, and he hasn't even mentioned missing his homeland since, like, season 15, so it just kind of feels like whatever, you know? Cleo experiences snow for the first time. However, she's very sad when it starts to melt, so she tries everything in her power to save the snow. It's fine. There's nothing really wrong with this episode. I would argue it's better than Cleo's initial episode. It at least tries to give her a little more characterization. But it's not really anything. She's upset that it's going to stop snowing, so Ruth makes a snow machine so she can enjoy it forever. I don't know, why not tell a story to appreciate things while they last? But no, we can't have that kind of conflict anymore. Still, though, this episode's not bad. It's just whatever. Thomas dresses like a monkey to help out at the animal park. However, everyone, rightfully, makes fun of him, so he imagines them as animals. It's hard to shake the feeling that this whole episode's point was just to sell some toys of Thomas, Percy, James, and whoever dressed as animals. What am I supposed to say? It's just nothing. The only highlight I have is that this was the last Thomas episode to ever air on TV. What a way to go out. Here we are, the Royal Engine, the last produced episode. I didn't want to talk about them in airing order this time because I didn't want to end with the last episode. So, Topham is getting an award in London, and they ask for Thomas to go along with, as the Queen's son absolutely loves Thomas, and the two have to get to London on time. However, they hit very many trials and tribulations, but in the end of the day, Thomas and Sir Topham Hatt prove why they are truly useful additions to their respective railway. And I like this episode. No, like, really like this episode. This one's great. For starters, we have a Thomas and Topham episode more directly here. The two bounce off each other really well. In general, it just feels like a really good episode, in the sense that this is an episode genuinely proving why Thomas is the #1 really useful engine. And I'm glad they didn't feel the need to shoehorn every major character into this finale. Percy, Gordon, James, they all appear a bit at the beginning, but they're not overly important to the plot. Instead, it centralizes on Thomas and Topham, arguably the two most important characters in the franchise, as we see them struggle, stress, and, well, generally have the biggest misfortune ever. However, when these two work together, there's nothing that can stop them. And the ending bit where it's revealed that Thomas brought the Queen's train, and that's where they get the award, was just so nice. The only little complaint I have is that they pointlessly brought back Beresford from the Journey Beyond movie, and he contributed nothing. But other than that, this is a great episode. Great way to end the TV show overall, and a great episode in general for Thomas and Sir Topham Hatt. Wow, Wubba's ending on a high note. Didn't expect that. So, if you couldn't tell by the review, I'm not really the biggest fan of Season 24. Sure, you could make the argument it doesn't have as many bad episodes as the last two, but really nothing significant or interesting happened in this season at all, and thus, this is my least favorite season of the whole show. It being the last one adds so much insult to injury. But, I've done it. I have officially reviewed every single episode of Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. What a ride that was. It was admittedly really fun going through the show from the very beginning to the very end of it and seeing the evolution and change, even if at many times it was a de-evolution. And yes, there were a lot of bad episodes. But if I'm going to be real, just as much, if not more of it, was, at worst, okay. I mean, the later half of the model seasons, sure, weren't as good as the classic ones, but they were still watchable, and the fact that we even got a bounce back like the Breder era is amazing. I mean, how many long-running shows really get to say they have a bounce back? Like The Simpsons currently does, SpongeBob debatably did. But what I'm getting at is this doesn't really happen often, especially in the edutainment run. I mean, look what happened to Bob the Builder after all. Though when the show dipped in quality, it really dipped in quality. Sitting through the nitrogen stuff again really made me realize how automated all those episodes were, and the less said about Big World Big Adventures, the better. Honestly, Big World Big Adventures upsets me more because it came after the Andrew Brenner stuff, proving that Thomas finally could be good again, and then having to squander it because Mattel was terrible at marketing the show. Great. But what you really want to know now is, where does every episode rank? Well, that's what I'm here to do, as let's get started with ranking every Thomas episode. Starting with episode 584, all tracks lead to Rome, Minds of Mystery, A New Arrival, World of Tomorrow, Panicky Percy, The Inventor's Spectacular Bridge, Forever and Ever, Fiery Flynn, Ho Ho Snowman, Percy's New Friends, Toby and the Whistling Woods, Percy and the Monster of Brendam, Thomas and the Monkey Palace, Sodor Surprise Day, Up and Away, Henry's Magic Box, Thomas Goes to Bollywood, Jumping Jobywood, Thomas Toots the Crows, Trusty Trunky, Wonky Whistle, Kevin the Steamy, Race to the Rescue, Stuck on You, Thomas and the Dragon, Thomas's Crazy Day, Thomas and the Snowman Party, The Christmas Tree Express, Bachu Kata, Thomas's Not So Lucky Day, Kangaroo Christmas, Let It Snow, Hero Helps Out, Buzzy Bees, Thomas in Charge, Pop Goes Thomas, The Water Wheel, Welcome Stafford, Merry Misty Island, Emily's Winter Party Special, Emily and Dash, Surprise Surprise, Percy the Snowman, James in the Dark, Chucklesome Trucks, Lorenzo's Solo, Too Loud Thomas, Thomas and the Forest Engines, Ranger of the Rails, Thomas and the Inventor's Workshop, Emily's Best Friend, Tiger Trouble, Thomas's Animal Friends, Happy Hero, Thomas Makes a Mistake, Thomas in the Wild, Outback Thomas, Rosie is Red, Thomas and Scruff, Oh the Indignity, Playtime, Eddie and Charlie, Toby and Bash, Henry's Health and Safety, Pingy Pongy Pickups, Thomas's Tall Friend, A Blooming Mess, Steamy Sodor, Spencer the Grand, Ol' Wheezy Wobbles, Thomas and the Rubbish Train, Splish Splash Splosh, Big Bell, Slippy Sodor, Whiff Swish, Muddy Matters, The Lion of Sodor, Time for a Story, Flashbang Wallop, Gordon and Ferdinand, Nia and the Unfriendly Elephant, Ol' Wheezy Wobbles, Henry's Good Deed, Thomas and the Runaway Kite, Thomas and the Pigs, What Rebecca Does, Henry's Happy Call, Toby's New Whistle, The Number One Engine, Double Trouble, Tickled Pink, Push Me, Pull You, Best Friends, Victor Says Yes, Banjo and the Bushfire, Thomas and the Sounds of Sodor, Merry Winter Wish, Don't Go Back, The Express Coming Through, Laid Back Shane, Cyclone Thomas, The Runaway Truck, Diesel's Special Delivery, The Biggest Present of All, Saved You, Out of Sight, First Day on Sodor, Being Percy, Stop That Bus, The Man in the Hills, Henry Gets It Wrong, Toby's Special Surprise, The Party Surprise, Tram Trouble, Duncan and the Hot Air Balloon, Rosie's Fun Fair Special, Thomas and the Billboard, Thomas's Frosty Friend, Jitter and Japes, Thomas Puts the Brakes On, Henry Spots Trouble, Ace's Brave Jump, Shankar's Makeover, Seeing is Believing, Crowning Around, Confusion Without Delay, Gordon Gets the Giggles, Thomas's Animal Arc, James to the Rescue, Edward Strikes Out, Skarloey the Brave, Thomas and the Big Bang, Topped Off Thomas, Thomas and the New Engine, Don't Be Silly Billy, Toby's Triumph, Skarloey Storms Through, Rheneas and the Dinosaur, Toby's Afternoon Off, Thomas and the Circus, Emily's Adventure, Saving Edward, Chickens to School, The Green Controller, The Other Big Engine, Signals Crossed, The Truth About Toby, Rocky Rescue, 3 Steam Engine Scruff, Thomas's Fuzzy Friend, Hide and Peep, Thomas Tries His Best, Thomas Gets It Right, You Can Do It Toby, Missing Trucks, Wharf in Peace, Sticky Toffee Thomas, Samson at Your Service, Samson Sent for Scrap, Steady Eddie, Percy in the bandstand, the flatbeds of fear, Heave Ho Thomas, Emily in the middle, Mountain Marvel, Ding-a-ling, Thomas in Trouble, Season 11, Thomas and the Golden Eagle, Too Hot for Thomas, Thomas and the Tuba, Percy's New Whistle, Percy's Big Mistake, As Good as Gordon, Henry in the Wishing Tree, Smoke and Mirrors, Sir Handel in Charge, Percy in the Left Luggage, Thomas's Tricky Tree, Stuck in Gear, Steamy Stafford, Percy's Parcels, Thomas and the Stinky Cheese, Thomas and the Jet Plane, Molly's Special, Cleo the Road Engine, Henry's Lucky Day, Tuneful Toots, Thomas and the Rainbow, Deep Trouble, Counting on Nia, Saving Time, Toby Feels Left Out, Which Way Now, Cleo's First Snow, Kenji on the Rails Again, Gordon and Rebecca Coming Through, Don't Tell Thomas, Emily to the Rescue, The Phantom Express, Seeing the Sights, Who's Jeffrey, Thomas and the Colors, Thomas Set Sail, Thomas and the Birthday Picnic, Thomas and the Birthday Mail, The Other Side of the Mountain, Marion in the Pipes, Engine of the Future, Hasty Hannah, The Beast of Sodor, Don't Bother Victor, The Early Bird, James the Super Engine, Nia's Bright Idea, The Lost Puff, Not Now Charlie, Thomas Saves the Day, Fish, Season 8, Emily Saves the World, Follow That Flower, Scruff's Makeover, The Big Freeze, No Snow for Thomas, Edward the Hero, Thomas's Milkshake Muddle, Thomas's Day Off, Thomas and the Toy Shop, The Perfect Gift, Apology Impossible, Creaky Cranky, Spencer's VIP, The Missing Breakdown Train, Duncan Does It All, Duncan Drops a Clanger, Percy and the Fun Fair, Henry and the Flagpole, The Old Bridge, Percy and the Haunted Mine, Buffer Bother, What's the Matter with Henry, Snow Tracks, Diesel Glows Away, Marion and the Dinosaurs, Middle Engine, Rusty Saves the Day, Edward the Very Useful Engine, Rheneas and the Roller Coaster, Trusty Rusty, Very Important Sheep, A Shed for Edward, Helping Hero, No Steam Without Coal, Duck in the Water, Samson in the Fireworks, Grudge Match, Wish You Were Here, Philip's Number, Percy and the Calliope, A Smooth Ride, Thomas in the Lighthouse, Calm Down Caitlin, Happy Birthday Sir, Salty Surprise, Bust My Buffers, Percy and the Magic Carpet, Excellent Emily, Thomas and the Shooting Star, Thomas, Percy and the Squeak, Edward and the Brass Band, Toby's Windmill, Fearless Freddy, Thomas and the Treasure, Wild Water Rescue, Gordon Takes the Shortcut, A Most Singular Engine, Diesel and the Ducklings, Hugo and the Airship, Thomas and the Spaceship, Steam Team to the Rescue, Edward and the Mail, Spick and Span, Two Wheels Good, Not So Hasty Puddings, The Magic Lamp, James and the Red Balloon, Duncan, Thomas and Scarloi's Big Day Out, Elizabeth the Vintage Lorry, Harvey to the Rescue, Toby's New Shed, Millie and the Volcano, Timothy and the Rainbow Truck, Emily's New Route, Thomas, Emily and the Snowplow, James Goes Too Far, Thomas to the Rescue, James Gets a New Coat, Bill, Ben and Fergus, Better Late Than Never, Thomas and Trevor, Thomas Gets Bumped, Edward, Trevor, The Really Useful Party, Best Engine Ever, Useful Railway, The Grand Opening, Bulgy Rides Again, Harold and the Flying Horse, Thomas and the Guard, Save from Scrap, Fergus Breaks the Rules, Emily's New Coaches, Special Attraction, Thomas and the Emergency Cable, Disappearing Diesels, No Help at All, Thomas the Babysitter, One Good Turn, Mind That Bike, The Frozen Turntable, Bradford the Brake Van, Sydney Sings, The Little Engine Who Raced Ahead, Gordon Runs Dry, Cranky Christmas, Diesel's Ghostly Christmas Part 1, Diesel's Ghostly Christmas Part 2, Toby's New Friend, Too Many Fire Engines, The Missing Christmas Decorations, Away from Sea, Santa's Little Engine, Mucking About, Blown Away, Buckled Tracks and Bumpy Cars, The Case of the Puzzling Parts, Salty, All at Sea, Lost Property, Duncan and the Old Mine, Time for Trouble, Thomas and the Fireworks Display, Call, Thomas's New Trucks, Wash Behind Your Buffers, Percy's Predicament, James Works It Out, Gordon and the Gremlins, Thomas's Train, Duck and the Slip Coaches, The Runaway Car, Bold and Brave, Faulty Whistles, Bah, The Switch, Sunny Second Chance, the Afternoon Tea Express, No More Mr. Nice Engine, Thomas's Shortcut, An Engine of Many Colors, Gone Fishing, Cows, Percy's Lucky Day, Kevin's Cranky Friend, Trouble in the Sheds, Emily's Rubbish, Daisy's Perfect Christmas, Edward the Great, Thomas's Christmas Party, Edward and Gordon, The Great Little Railway Show, Thomas and Stepney, Percy's Chocolate Crunch, Peace and Quiet, The Trouble with Mud, Diesel Do Right, Thomas and the Trucks, Philip to the Rescue, Cranky at the End of the Line, New Crane on the Docks, The Runaway Engine, Snow Place Like Home, James and the Coaches, Salty's Stormy Tale, Tender Engines, Emily Knows Best, Reds vs. Blues, Yon Bao and the Tiger, Home at Last, Passengers in Polish, Toby's Discovery, A Surprise for Percy, The Way She Does It, Thomas and the Rumors, A Bad Day for Sir Handel, Ryan and Daisy, The Christmas Coffee Pot, Keeping Up with James, Heart of Gold, Thomas and the Royal Engine, Thomas and the Storyteller, Free the Roads, The Thomas Way, Slow Stephen, PA Problems, Wayward Winston, The Smelly Kipper, Emily and the Special Coaches, Jack Frost, Unscheduled Stops, Duncan the Humbug, It's Only Snow, A Bad Day for Harold the Helicopter, The Fog Man, World's Strongest Engine, Confused Coaches, Flower Power, Rock and Roll, Thomas in Trouble, Season 1, No Joke for James, Duncan's Bluff, Big Strong Henry, Percy and the Oil Painting, Hunt the Truck, James, Percy and the Fruitful Day, Bullseyes, The Refreshment Lady's Stand, Skiff and the Mermaid, Terrence Breaks the Ice, Long Lost Friend, Missing Gator, Cautious Connor, Cool Truckings, The Runaway Elephant, A Bad Day at Castle Lock, Thomas, Percy and the Coal, Happy Ever After, School of Duck, Gordon and the Engineer, Bill or Ben, Dowager Hat's Busy Day, The Fastest Red Engine on Sodor, Dirty Work, Season 11, Gordon Takes a Tumble, Mighty Mac, Daisy, The Runaway, Dream On, Over the Hill, Den and Dart, Henry in the Dark, Springtime for Diesel, Mike's Whistle, Thomas the Quarry Engine, Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger, Trust Thomas, Goodbye Fat Controller, Gordon Takes Charge, Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree, Percy and the Signal, Thomas and Percy's Christmas Adventure, Thomas and the Statue, Letters to Santa, 3 Cheers for Thomas, Diesel Does It Again, The Spotless Record, Make Someone Happy, Percy Gets It Right, Toad and the Whale, Toad's Adventure, Pouty James, James the Second Best, It's Good to Be Gordon, Halloween, Thomas Terrence in the Snow, Love Me Tender, The Rail Car and the Coaches, The Last Train for Christmas, Hector the Horrid, Squeak, Rattle and Roll, Oliver's Find, Train Stops to Play, Birdie's Chase, Peter, Sam and the Refreshment Lady, Luke's New Friend, Thomas Goes Fishing, Troublesome Trucks, Henry and the Elephant, Toad's Bright Idea, Respect for Gordon, Thomas Comes for Breakfast, Toby Had a Little Lamb, Salty's Secret, Something in the Air, Twin Trouble, James and the Queen of Sodor, Fish, Trucks, Donald's Duck, Jack Jumps In, Friend in Need, Something Fishy, Mavis, Thomas, Percy and the Post Train, Tit for Tat, Snow Engine, Best Dressed Engine, All in Vain, A Scarf for Percy, Wrong Road, 4 Little Engines, James and the Express, Thomas and Gordon, Woolly Bear, The Sad Story of Henry, Old Reliable Edward, Henry's Hero, Thomas the Jet Engine, Gordon and Spencer, Henry Gets the Express, Not So Slow Coaches, Thomas, Percy, and Old Slow Coach, Thomas and the Special Letters, Bowled Out, Pop Goes Diesel, Dirty Work, Dirty Objects, Percy and Harold, The Deputation, Scaredy Engines, No Sleep for Cranky, Tenders and Turntables, Edward, Gordon and Henry, Bulgy, Down the Mine, Oliver Owns Up, Snow, James and the Trouble with Trees, By George, You Can't Win, The Diseasel, Sir Topham Hatt's Holiday, Gordon and the Famous Visitor, Double Teething Trouble, Paint Pots and Queens, Bulldogs, Brake Van, Duck Takes Charge, Stepney Gets Lost, Toby and the Stout Gentleman, Thomas and the Breakdown Train, Percy Takes the Plunge, Thomas and Birdie, Heroes, Toby's Tightrope, Special Funnel, Percy's Promise, Buzz Buzz, Old Iron, Horrid Laurie, Percy Runs Away, Off the Rails, The Flying Kipper whistles and sneezes. Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon put upon Percy a better view for Gordon. Gallant Old Engine, Rusty to the rescue. Cranky Bugs, Steamroller, A Close Shave. Sleeping Beauty, Edward's exploit. Toad Stands By, Lady Hat's Birthday. Escape, Busy Going Backwards. Ghost Train, Henry's Forest, Toby and the Flood. Haunted Henry, Grand Puff, All at Sea, Duncan Gets Spooked, and number 1, Rusty and the Boulder. Okay, so that is every Thomas episode ranked to the best of my ability, at least. I will admit there were many times where I was like, should that episode be here? Should that one be there? Especially with a lot of the Brenner era ones. Let me put it like this. If it's in like the top 270, that means I think it's at least good. But that's it. I'm finally done. I successfully have watched and ranked every single episode of Thomas the Tank Engine. You have no idea how special this is to me. I've been wanting to do this since 2020, and now I feel so accomplished actually being able to say I've done this. And in general, it was just really fun to revisit Thomas again. Sure, there were some stinker moments, but the good is way worth getting through the bad, even if the bad can be really bad sometimes. And all I can say now is I hope for the best for the Thomas franchise going forward. Maybe now that they're making merchandise based around the CGI run again, they'll realize that people really liked the Brenner era stuff and tried to make content at least similar to that vein, let alone the classic series. But with that 2026 show, only time will tell where the Thomas series goes from here. And rest in peace to Britt Allcroft, David Mitton, and Wilbert Audrey. All three of you helped to make a franchise that's truly special to millions of the world out there.